Այս Արմենիայի անունից ողջունում ենք ձեզ գործարար հնարավորությունների խաչմերուկ միջոցառմանը։ Խնդրում ենք բոլորին զբաղեցնել իրենց տեղերը միջոցառումը մեկնարկելու նպատակով։ Շնորհակալություն։ Հարգելի ներկաներ, այժմ խոսքով հանդես կգա Enterprise Armenia-ի գլխավոր տնօրեն, պարոն Լևոն Օհաննիսյանը։
Հարգարժան հյուրեր, հարգելի գործընկերներ, ուրախ եմ ողջունել բոլորիդ Երևանյան երկխոսություն միջազգային համաժողովի շրջանակներում կազմակերպված գործարար հնարավորությունների խաչմերուկ միջոցառմանը, որի տեղի ունենում Հայաստանի Հանրապետության արտաքին գործերի նախարարության եւ Enterprise Armenia-ի համատեղ ջանքերով։ Այսօրվա միջոցառումը նվիրված է ներդրումների, տրանսպորտի եւ լոգիստիկայի ոլորտներին եւ դրանց առնչվող հնարավորություններին։ Հայաստանը գտնվելով Եվրոպայի, Ասիայի եւ Մերձավոր Արևելքի խաչմերուկում ունի եզակի աշխարհագրական դիրք, որը մեզ հնարավորություն է տալիս ընդլայնելու մեր կապերը, ապահովելու մուտք տարածաշրջանային շուկաներ եւ ծառայելու որպես օտարերկրյա նոր ուղղակի ներդրումների ներգրավման եւ միջազգային առևտրի կարեւոր նշանակետ։ Հարկ է նշել, որ Հայաստան այժմ գտնվում է վճռորոշ փուլում, հաշվի առնելով աշխարհաքաղաքական եւ տարածաշրջանային դինամիկ զարգացումները եւ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության կառավարության երկրի ենթակառուցվածքային հնարավորությունների զարգացման հանձնառությունը վերջին տարիներին զգալի ջանքեր են գործադրվել դրանց բարելավման ուղղությամբ։ Մասնավորապես կառուցվել եւ վերակառուցվել է ավելի քան 2000 կիլոմետր ճանապարհ, շարունակվում են նաեւ աշխատանքներ հյուսիս-հարավ ավտոմայրուղու կառուցման ուղղությամբ, որը կապելու է Պարսից ծոցը եւ Եվրոպան արագ եւ անվտանգ բեռնափոխադրումների իրականացնելու նպատակով։ Կառավարությունը հետամուտ է շարունակաբար զարգացնելու տրանսպորտի եւ լոգիստիկայի ոլորտները, որոնք անմիջական խթան են հանդիսանում միջազգային բեռների տեղափոխման եւ կանոնավոր առևտրի զարգացման համար, ինչն իր հերթին կբերի նոր ներդրումային նախաձեռնությունների ակտիվացմանը։ Դրա վառ օրինակներից է Գյումրու 4 նավահանգիստ նախագիծը եւ նմանատիպ ենթակառուցվածքային նախաձեռնություններ։ Խոսելով ենթակառուցվածքների զարգացման հանձնառության մասին, անմասն չենք կարող թողնել տարածաշրջանի համար մեծ կարևորություն ունեցող ակադեմիական քաղաք նախագիծը, որը մեկ վայրում միավորելու է եւ տեղական եւ միջազգային առաջադեմ կրթական հաստատությունները եւ մեծ խթան է հանդիսանալու կրթության, հետազոտական եւ նորարարության ոլորտների զարգացման համար։ Այս միջոցառումը ոչ միայն երկխոսության հարթակ է, այլև գործարար կապերի նոր հնարավորությունների բացահայտման վայր։ Մենք այստեղ ենք ուսումնասիրելու այդ հնարավորությունները, կիսելու գիտելիքներ եւ փորձ եւ գտնելու համագործակցության փոխշահավետ զարգացման նոր ուղիներ։ Այսօր պանելային քննարկման անդրադառնալու ենք Հայաստանի լոգիստիկ ոլորտի հնարավորություններին, մարտահրավերներին եւ դրանցից բխող զարգացման հեռանկարներին։ Հարգարժան հյուրեր, հարգելի գործընկերներ, շնորհակալ եմ ձեր ուշադրության համար, մաղթում եմ բոլորիս արդյունավետ եւ բեղնավոր աշխատանք։ Շնորհակալություն։
Շնորհակալություն պարոն Օհաննիսյան։ Ողջույնի խոսքով հանդես կգա Հայաստանի Հանրապետության էկոնոմիկայի նախարար պարոն Գևորգ Պապոյանը։
Շնորհակալություն, հարգարժան հյուրեր, տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք։ Նախ եւ առաջ ուզում եմ ողջունել բոլորիդ այսօր Երևանյան երկխոսություններ միջոցառման շրջանակներում այս գործարար հնարավորությունների խաչմերուկ թեմայով հանդիպմանը ներկա լինելու համար։ Մեր հանդիպումն այսօր մեզ տալիս է բացառիկ հնարավորություն քննարկելու Հայաստանի տնտեսական զարգացման նոր հեռանկարները եւ համագործակցության նոր հնարավորությունները։ Այո, արդեն իսկ նշվեց Հայաստանի ռազմավարական դիրքը այնպիսին է, որ մեզ հնարավորություն է տալիս արդյունավետ, հաջող երկխոսություն իրականացնել միանգամից եւ Եվրոպայի եւ Ասիայի հետ։ Մենք այո գտնվում ենք հենց Եվրոպայի եւ Ասիայի խաչմերուկում եւ դա ոչ միայն այժմ, այլ նաեւ պատմականորեն առևտրային, տնտեսական եւ մշակութային փոխակերպումների բացառիկ հնարավորություն է մեզ տվել։ Եվ այդպես էլ եղել է, եւ այդպիսին է ոչ միայն հիմա, այլ նաեւ այդպիսին էլ եղել է։ Մեր ամբողջ տնտեսական, պետական, մշակութային կյանքը հենց եվրոպական եւ ասիական արժեքային համակարգերի ազդեցությունն է իր վրա կրել։ Սակայն ես կարծում եմ, որ ցավոք սրտի մենք ամբողջությամբ չենք օգտվել այդ հնարավորությունից, սակայն միևնույն ժամանակ պետք է արձանագրենք, որ ի ուրախություն մեզ այստեղ լոգիստիկ, տնտեսական, բացառիկ էական հնարավորություններ կան եւ մենք կարող ենք այդ կապերով միմյանց կապել արդյունավետորեն բազմաթիվ ժողովուրդների, մշակույթների, պետությունների, ստեղծելով համագործակցության մի այնպիսի հարթակ, որը կլինի իշահ բոլորին։ Ոչ միայն սա այս խաչմերուկի նպատակ եւ էությունը պետք է լինի, որպեսզի այդ հարթակը լինի բոլորի համար եւ այդ հնարավորությունները ստեղծի բոլոր ժողովուրդների համար։ Արգելի գործընկերներ, վերջին տարիներին Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում արձանագրվել է տնտեսական բարձր աճի տեմպ եւ այդ աճը մեզ ցույց է տվել եւ միևնույն ժամանակ ապահովել է, որ մենք կարող ենք այդ նոր փոփոխությանը պատրաստ լինել եւ լոգիստիկ առումով եւ տնտեսական առումով։ Մասնավորապես վերջին տարիներին գիտեք 22-ին մենք ունեցել ենք 12.6% տնտեսական աճ, 23 թվականին 8.3% տնտեսական աճ, այս տարի եւս ունենք բավականին բարձր 6 ամսվա կտրվածքով 6.5% տնտեսական աճ եւ կարծում ենք, որ արձանագրված աճի կապիտալացումը էական նշանակություն պետք է ունենա եւ նաեւ հետագա մեր կայուն տնտեսական աճի ապահովման համար։ Մասնավորապես նշեմ, որ 2019 թվականի համեմատ 2023 թվականին 21.5%-ով տնտեսական գործունեության շրջանակներում ավտոմոբիլային բեռնափոխադրումների քանակը Հայաստանում ավելացել է։ Իսկ եթե խոսենք ապրանքաշրջանառության մասին, ապա Հայաստանի արտաքին եւ փոխադարձ առևտրաշրջանառությունը կազմել է 20.7 միլիարդ դոլար, ինչը 2019 թվականի ցուցանիշը գերազանցում է 2.5 անգամ։ Եվ նշենք նաեւ, որ նկատվել է զգալի աճ նաեւ արտահանման մեջ, համապատասխան ավելի քան 3 անգամ, ավելի քան 2 անգամ ներմուծման մեջ եւ այսպես շարունակ։ Արգելի գործընկերներ, մենք շատ ենք խոսում տնտեսության դիվերսիֆիկացիայից, բայց դիվերսիֆիկացիան այլևս ընտրություն չէ մեզ համար։ Դիվերսիֆիկացիան մեզ համար այլևս կենսական անհրաժեշտություն է, որովհետեւ մենք կարողանանք դիմակայել ապագա տնտեսական մարտահրավերներին, փոփոխություններին եւ ինչու ոչ նաեւ մեր երկրի կենսունակությունը ապահովենք, ապա այստեղ դիվերսիֆիկացիան, տնտեսության դիվերսիֆիկացիան ունի առանցքային նշանակություն։ Այս առումով մենք նպատակադրված աշխատում ենք, մենք զարգացնում ենք հատկապես բարձր աճի ներուժ ունեցող ոլորտները, ինչպիսիք են տեղագործությունը, տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների ոլորտը, վերականգնվող էներգետիկան, իհարկե վերափոխում ենք ավանդական գյուղատնտեսությունը ժամանակակից նորարարական գյուղատնտեսության, զբոսաշրջության եւ տեքստիլ արդյունաբերության մեջ նորարարական ուղղություններն ենք զարգացնում։ Մեր դիվերսիֆիկացման մոտեցումը խարստված է առաջին հերթին մարդկային կապիտալի զարգացման, ենթակառուցվածքների կատարելագործման եւ իհարկե օտարերկրյա ուղղակի ներդրումների խթանման վրա։ Մենք նպատակ ունենք տաղանդներ եւ կապիտալ ներգրավել ամբողջ աշխարհից, կառուցելու կայուն, դինամիկ եւ շուկայի փոփոխություններին արագ հարմարվող տնտեսություն։ Մենք ձգտում ենք Հայաստանը դարձնել ներդրումների համար գրավիչ երկիր, տարածաշրջանային կենտրոն, բիզնեսի վայր, որտեղ ոչ միայն ապահովված կլինեն մարդկանց ներդրումները, այլ նաև կստեղծվեն այնպիսի պայմաններ, որոնք հարմարավետ կդարձնեն եւ այդ ներդրումների համար աշխատելու համար լավագույն միջավայրը կստեղծեն։ Մենք համոզված ենք, որ արդեն իսկ ձեռք բերված հաջողությունները պետք է բազմապատկել։ Այո, մենք գիտենք, որ մենք ունենք լավ հաջողություններ, բայց մենք ընդհանրապես բավարարված չենք դրանով։ Մենք պետք է բազմապատկենք դրանք, որովհետև հենց այդ հաջողությունների բազմապատկումը թերևս մեր պետության կենսունակության կարևոր պայմանը պետք է դառնա եւ մեր պետությունը եւ մեր քաղաքական իշխանությունը եւ ուզում եմ ձեզ բոլորիդ հավաստիացնել, որ ունի այդ քաղաքական կամքը։ Այս ամենը թերևս անհնար է իրականացնել առանց կայուն խաղաղության արկայության եւ հենց այդ նպատակի կյանքի կոչման համար կառավարությունը կյանքի է կոչել իր խաղաղության խաչմերուկ անունը կրող անկյունակարային ծրագիրը, որի տրամաբանական հիմքում ընկած են առաջին հերթին տնտեսական մեգա նախագծեր, ինչպիսիք են հյուսիս-հարավ ճանապարհային միջանցքը կամ Գյումրիի չոր նավահանգիստը։ Նշյալ նախագծերի համատեղ իրականացումը կարող է խորը սիներգիա ստեղծել, վերածելով Հայաստանը տարածաշրջանային առանցքային կենտրոնի։ Խաղաղության խաչմերուկը նպատակ ունի ստեղծել միացյալ տրանսպորտային եւ երկաթուղային ցանց, նպատակ ունենալով կապել, կամրջել իր հետ Հնդկական օվկիանոսը Ատլանտյան օվկիանոսի հետ, մասնավորապես ծոցի, Պարսից ծոցի հատվածը դեպի Սև ծովի հատվածի հետ, Օմանի ծոցը Սև ծովի հետ, Կասպից ծովը Միջերկրական ծովի հետ։ Սա լայնածավալ նախագիծ է, որի կոչումը թույլ կտա ապահովել անխափան կապ հյուսիսի եւ հարավի, արևմուտքի եւ արևելքի միջև եւ նախատեսվում է տարածաշրջանային երկաթուղային ցանցի ընդլայնում, որը կկապի տարբեր երկրների ենթակառուցվածքները, ավելացնելով տնտեսական փոխկապվածությունը եւ համագործակցությունը։ Մենք լիահույս ենք, որ խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագրի իրագործումը ապահովելու է Հայաստանի տնտեսական աճի արագացումը եւ Հայաստանի դիմակայունության ավելացումը, ռազմավարական նշանակություն ունեցող հյուսիս-հարավ միջազգային տրանսպորտային ծրագիրը պետք է փոխլրացնի իհարկե եւ փոխլրացնում է խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագրին եւ ես համոզված եմ, որ այն իզորու է վերափոխել տարածաշրջանի բոլոր լոգիստիկ կապերը, Հայաստանը դարձնելով կարևոր տարանցիկ հանգույց հարավային Ասիայի եւ ընդհանրապես Ասիայի եւ Եվրոպայի միջև։ Այն բացելու է դռներ Հայաստանը դիտարկելու ոչ միայն որպես տարածաշրջանային, այլ նաեւ միջազգային առևտրային եւ տնտեսական առանցքային կենտրոն, ընդլայնելով մեր երկրի տնտեսության զարգացման եւ համագործակցության հնարավորությունները։ Եվ արդեն իսկ նշեցի, այն պետք է հնարավորություն տա եւ կտա հնարավորություն ապահովել բեռնափոխադրումների անխափան հոսքեր, միևնույն ժամանակ կրճատելով այդ բեռնափոխադրումների փոխադրման ժամանակահատվածը եւ ֆինանսական ծախսային հատվածը։ Եվ իհարկե ես նշեցի արդեն 4 նավահանգստի մասին, Գյումրիի 4 նավահանգստի մասին, այն նախատեսված է դառնալու Հայաստանի տնտեսական զարգացման առանցքային օղակը, նորովի եւ յուրովի ամրապնդելով խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագրի ներուժը։ Ծրագրով նախատեսված բազմամոդալ ենթակառուցվածքներ, ներառյալ երկաթուղին, ավտոմոբիլային եւ օդային փոխադրումներ, որը հնարավորություն կտա իհարկե նորից եմ նշում բեռնափոխադրումների ժամանակային եւ ծախսային ֆինանսական ծախսային մասով էական կրճատումներ ունենալ։ Եվ խոսքիս վերջում, հարգելի տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք, իրավի այո, մենք նշել ենք եւ ես ուզում եմ նշել, որ կա ապագա եւ այսօր մենք ունենք բացառիկ հնարավորություն կերտելու ապագայի Հայաստանը։ Մեր երկրի աշխարհագրական դիրքը եւ տնտեսական ներուժը ընձեռում են մեզ այդ հնարավորությունը։ Ներկայացված նախագծերը վստահաբար նոր հորիզոններ են բացելու Հայաստանի եւ տարածաշրջանի համար, այս նախագծերը միայն Հայաստանի համար չեն, դրանք նաեւ տարածաշրջանի համար են եւ օրեցօր ավելի են մղում մեզ գործնական քայլերի իրականացման եւ իհարկե վստահաբար դրանք մեզ մոտեցնում են տարածաշրջանային խաղաղության հաստատմանն ու երկարաժամկետ տնտեսական կայունության կառավարության տեսլականի կյանքի կոչմանը։ Շնորհակալ եմ։
Շնորհակալություն պարոն նախարար։ Այժմ հրավիրում ենք Enterprise Armenia-ի ներկայացուցիչ, ներդրումների խթանման եւ արտաքին կապերի մենեջեր Էլինա Կարապետյանին, ով կներկայացնի Հայաստանի ներդրումային միջավայրին եւ գործարար հնարավորություններին նվիրված ոլորտային շնորհանդես։ Համեցեք։
Շնորհակալություն. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, my name is Elina Karapetyan and I'm Investment Promotion and Foreign Affairs Manager at Enterprise Armenia. It is a pleasure to be here today and to present business climate and investment opportunities of the Republic of Armenia. Armenia's strategically important location at the crossroads of Middle East, Asia, and Europe makes it a pivotal hub in the region. Situated in South Caucasus, Armenia connects major economic and cultural corridors connecting Persian Gulf to Europe, as well as Caspian Sea and Black Sea. Now that we have highlighted the strategically important location of the country, I guess it's the right time to shift our focus on the economic situation of the country. Armenian GDP of $23 billion is well positioned for its sustainable growth. For years, we've been receiving sufficient ratings of 6 to 7%. If you look on your screens, you may see that the only economic decrease we had was in 2020, but that was due to famous COVID-19 that, of course, didn't bypass the Republic of Armenia. But in 2021, we could recover and we had an economic growth of 5.7%, followed by confident 12.7% growth in 2022, and this trend continued in 2023 with an economic growth of 8.7%. For years, we've been receiving sufficient ratings from reputable organizations that review country business and investment opportunities. So according to OECD FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index, Armenia was on the 9th position among 83 countries. When we say 83 countries, we do not only mean the OECD member countries, but also G20 countries. According to Heritage Foundation Economic Freedom Index, Armenia was on the 47th position. Moreover, the Big Three credit ranking organizations have granted BB- and Ba3 respectively, which is a testimony of macroeconomic and financial stability of the country. Armenia is a proud and active member of international communities. We are establishing long-term and reliable relations with different countries across the world, and not only with international organizations as well. Currently, we have bilateral investment treaties with 43 countries, as well as fiscal evasion and double taxation agreements with 51 countries. Armenia is also signatory of the International Convention of Settlement of Investment Disputes, which takes investment-related disputes to international arbitrage. Furthermore, Armenia is a member of Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which creates additional layers for investment. Armenia's FDI legislation is one of the most flexible and friendly legislation among the emerging markets. So, foreign nationals doing a business in the Republic of Armenia have a right to a 100% ownership of their resident legal entities. Investors who are already registered a company in the Republic of Armenia have a right to own and purchase a land. And one remark, which I guess will be interesting for you, foreign investors have unrestricted access to any location and any sector they are interested in. And besides this, our legislation safeguards investors from discriminatory policy, which means that regardless your nationality, you will receive equal treatment. Additionally, we don't have any restriction on remittances, repatriation of profit, exchange of currencies, and staff recruitment. Now that we have mentioned staff recruitment, I would like to mention that my country is famous for its workforce. We have highly qualified specialists in different sectors, including ICT, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. Our educational institutions create a pool of talent that are equipped with necessary skills and knowledge that meet the demands of modern industries. And not surprisingly, that taking into account our level of highly qualified specialists, the government has launched a new initiative which is called Academic City. Academic City will centralize the educational institutions, specialists and researchers and students not only from the Republic of Armenia but also from different countries across the world, and it will become the new educational hub of the region. And starting from 2020, it was not surprisingly that we had a decrease of unemployment rates starting from 2020. Armenia's talented workforce, of course, is very important for having a successful investment project. But I would like to highlight that it thrives best when it is accompanied with modern infrastructure. So starting from 2018, we have built and rebuilt 2,100 kilometers of roads. The construction of the new North-South highway is a major initiative which will facilitate safe and rapid transportation of goods from Persian Gulf to Europe. Understanding the importance of developed and modernized infrastructure, the government has launched a new initiative which is called Dry Port. Dry Port is an industrial park which will be located in Shirak region near to Shirak Airport, International Airport, and will have an access not only to the airport but also to the railway station, and it will facilitate the transportation of commercial goods from one country to another country. The synergy of well-equipped infrastructure, highly qualified specialists, and utilities, of course, are very important for a successful investment project. And that is the reason that we are continuing our effort to create a more comprehensive environment for attracting foreign direct investment. We're even trying to make our taxation system better. And starting from 2020, we could lower our profit income tax from 20% to 80%, and income tax rate became from 23% to 20%, and our VAT is 20%. Now that we have highlighted the FDI legislation, strategically important location of the country as workforce, I guess it's the right time to speak about our promising sectors of our development. The first one is agriculture, which is a traditional sector in our economy and which is rapidly developing and that is the reason that we have dedicated 12 state support programs in this sector. The next one is ICT sector, which is a booming sector in our economy, and alongside with highly qualified specialists, we are becoming a great player in our tech industry. And companies such as NVIDIA and Synopsys have chosen Armenia as their investment destination. Then the next one is manufacturing, which is a new, emerging and promising sector in our our economy development. And in this sector, we have dedicated 7 state support programs. And let's not forget about our booming sector, tourism, which had a significantly growth in recent years. With beautiful landscapes and rich history, Armenia became a new tourist destination for tourists. And now I would like to highlight that during your investment journey in the Republic of Armenia, you won't be alone. The government of the Republic of Armenia will be your reliable partner during your investment life cycle. And not surprisingly, that we have state incentives and state support programs in different sectors. So, for example, if you decide to make an investment project in our border adjacent communities or in our 4 free trade economic zones, you will be exempt from taxes. And in case of import of certain goods, you will be exempt from taxes as well. Besides these, we have 22 state support programs in different sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, manufacturing, etc. And one remark that these 22 state support programs are not only state sectoral, but also sector specific, but also cross-sectoral, which means that one state support program can be used in different sectors. And after discovering the advantages in doing business in the Republic of Armenia, so you may still think that our market is very small because we have a limited market of 3 million consumers. But I would like to pay attention to the fact that with the help of our partnership in different organizations such as Eurasian Economic Union, at the same time we have agreements with European Union, with USA, and our foreign trade agreements with different countries such as Singapore, Georgia, post-Soviet Union countries, makes a successful environment for exporting goods to different destinations, and Armenia can become your new gateway to different economic destinations. And now let's look at our main export destinations. So alongside with our traditional partners, you may see that starting from 2023, we have exported to different destinations such as United Arab Emirates, China, Iran, Netherlands, and other countries. And I guess it's the right time to present the organization that will be alongside with you during your investment journey. Enterprise Armenia, which is the National Investment Promotion Agency of the Republic of Armenia, which is helping to facilitate both local and foreign investors to facilitate their investment projects in the Republic of Armenia. Once the investment goes live, we are not stopping on that because we have also our aftercare service, who is helping investors on their post-investment period. Our service is reliable and free of charge. And now I would like to present the major brands that have already chosen Armenia as their investment destination. And one remark that Enterprise Armenia is working with all of these companies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look toward to the future filled with promises and opportunities, Armenia stands ready to be your partner in growth and success. We invite you to explore the opportunities and that waits for you and become part of your journey in the Republic of Armenia. Together, we can shape the future and unlock the potential that lies ahead. We invite you to, and we welcome you to invest in tomorrow's possibilities today. Thank you very much.
Շնորհակալություն հարգելի Էլինա։ Այժմ հրավիրում ենք Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տարածքային կառավարման եւ ենթակառուցվածքների նախարարի տեղակալ պարոն Արմեն Սիմոնյանին։ Համեցեք պարոն Սիմոնյան։
Շնորհակալություն։ Երևանյան երկխոսություն համաժողովի հարգելի մասնակիցներ, հյուրեր, տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք, տրանսպորտային ուղիների դիվերսիֆիկացումը, դրանց երկայնքով ընթացակարգերի պարզեցումը, թողունակությունների ընդլայնումը եւ ընդհանուր առմամբ բարենպաստ պայմանների ստեղծումը որոշիչ դեր են խաղում միջազգային տրանսպորտային փոխադրումներում ներգրաված մասնակիցների երթուղիների ընտրության հարցում։ Այս նպատակների իրագործումն է դրված գրեթե բոլոր զարգացած եւ զարգացող պետությունների տրանսպորտային քաղաքականությունների իրականացման հիմքում։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը որպես տարածաշրջանային տրանսպորտային երթուղիների անխափան գործելու կարևոր օղակ ջանքեր է գործադրում ապահովելու իր ինքնիշխան տարածքով անցնող երթուղիների զարգացման ուղղությամբ, ապահովելով ապրանքների եւ ծառայությունների սահուն եւ անվտանգ միգրացիան հարևան երկրների միջև։ Միաժամանակ Հայաստանի աշխարհագրական դիրքը թույլ է տալիս նրան մասնակից լինել եվրասիական տրանսպորտային ուղիների ձևավորմանը եւ ապահովել եվրոպական եւ ասիական երկրների միջև արևմուտք-արևելք եւ հյուսիս-հարավ ուղղություններով հաղորդակցությունը։ Այս նպատակով հայաստանյան կառավարության կողմից մշակվել է եւ 2023 թվականի հոկտեմբերին վարչապետի կողմից Թբիլիսիի Մետաքսե ճանապարհի միջազգային համաժողովի ընթացքում առաջին անգամ ներկայացվել է խաղաղության խաչմերուկ տրանսպորտային եւ լոգիստիկ նախագիծը։ Նախագծի նպատակն է երկաթուղային, ավտոճանապարհային եւ անհրաժեշտության դեպքում այլ տեսակի ենթակառուցվածքների վերականգնումը կամ ստեղծումն է հարևան Թուրքիայի եւ Ադրբեջանի հանրապետությունների հետ, որոնց սահմանները Հայաստանի հետ փակ են։ Այսպես 23 թվականին մեր գործընկերների աջակցությամբ իրականացվել է խաղաղության խաչմերուկի որոշակի ուղղությունների գործարկման դեպքում բեռնափոխադրումների եւ ուղևորափոխադրումների ծավալների մասով ուսումնասիրություններ, որոնք ցույց են տալիս այս նախագծի մեծ պոտենցիալը։ Ուզում եմ որոշ թվերով նաև կիսվել ձեզ հետ, այսպես երկաթուղային հատվածների վերականգնումը Սյունիքի մարզում ընդհանուր 43 կիլոմետր երկարությամբ, ինչպես նաև 1 կիլոմետր հատվածի Երասխից մինչև Ադրբեջանի սահման եւ 6 կիլոմետրանոց հատվածի վերանորոգումը Գյումրի քաղաքից դեպի Թուրքիայի սահման թույլ կտա շահագործման առաջին տարում ապահովել 4.7 միլիոն տոննա բեռների եւ մոտ 300,000 ուղևորների փոխադրումները տարածաշրջանային երկրների միջև։ Երկաթուղու շահագործման 25-րդ տարում կանխատեսվում է մոտ 10 միլիոն տոննա բեռների փոխադրում։ Իրականացված ուսումնասիրության մեջ հնարավոր բոլոր սցենարներում տնտեսական ներքին շահութաբերության տոկոսադրույքը եղել է դրական, բազային սցենարի դեպքում կազմելով 8.7%։ Նշված երկաթուղային հատվածների վերականգնումը կապահովի անխափան երկաթուղային հաղորդակցություն Կասպից ծովի եւ Պարսից եւ Օմանի ծոցերի նավահանգիստներից դեպի Եվրամիության երկրներ եւ հակառակ ուղղությամբ։ Իդեպ այս երկաթուղային հատվածների գործարկման համար հաշվարկվել է նաեւ ներդրումների ծավալը, որը գնահատվում է մոտ 360 միլիոն ԱՄՆ դոլար եւ Հայաստանը պատրաստ է ներդնել այդ գումարը, եթե ձեռք բերվեն համապատասխան պայմանավորվածություններ հարևանների հետ ցամաքային սահմանների բացման վերաբերյալ։ Խաղաղության խաչմերուկը ենթադրում է նաեւ ճանապարհային երթուղիների օգտագործում հյուսիս-հարավ եւ արևելք-արևմուտք ուղղություններով։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում ներկայումս իրականացվում է հյուսիս-հարավ ավտոմայրուղու կառուցման ծրագիրը, որի ընդհանուր երկարությունը կկազմի շուրջ 550 կիլոմետր։ Ճանապարհի նախագիծը բաժանված է 5 հատվածների կամ տրանշերի։ Ծրագիրն իրականացվում է Ասիական զարգացման բանկի, Եվրոպական ներդրումային բանկի, Վերակառուցման եւ զարգացման Եվրոպական բանկի եւ Եվրասիական զարգացման բանկի ֆինանսական աջակցությամբ։ Ավտոճանապարհային 4 հատվածները դրանք են Կայան-Ախուրիկ, Կայան-Մարգարա, Գորիս-Անգեղակոտ եւ Սոտք-Երասխ ավտոճանապարհները նախատեսված են արևելք-արևմուտք ուղղություններով ճանապարհային երթևեկությունն ապահովելու համար։ Ներկայումս արդեն իսկ ձևավորված աշխարհաքաղաքական իրավիճակը որոշակի ազդել է արևելք-արևմուտք եւ հյուսիս-հարավ ուղղություններով ապրանքների մատակարարման լոգիստիկ շղթաների վրա։ Ուկրաինայում իսկ վերջին շրջանում Կարմիր ծովում տեղի ունեցող իրադարձությունները ցույց են տալիս, որ տրանսպորտային ուղիների դիվերսիֆիկացիան կենսական անհրաժեշտություն է տարածաշրջանային շուկաներ ապրանքների մշտական մատակարարման համար։ Այսպես արևելք-արևմուտք ուղղությամբ իրականացվող փոխադրումների
The Crossroads of Peace project is about creating new infrastructures or improving the scope and quality of the existing ones. Armenia is ready to establish 5 checkpoints on the Armenia-Azerbaijan borders for road infrastructures, including Kayan, Sot, near Karagumj, near Angeragot, and Yerasq. Also to establish 2 checkpoints on the Armenia-Turkey border in Akhurik and Margara for road infrastructures. Armenia is prepared to ensure communications between Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey by restoring 4 railway sections in the territory of the Republic of Armenia. Armenia is ready to restore the Nirnadzor-Agarak railway section and to establish checkpoints near the borders, to restore the railway section from Yerazk to the border of Nakhichevan, and to establish a checkpoint in Yerazk, to restore the depleted parts of the railway from Gyumri to the border of Turkey, and to establish a checkpoint in Akhtarik. Also, Armenia is prepared to restore the depleted parts of the railway from Harazdan to Kayan, and to establish a checkpoint in Kayan. This will create new links between all the countries of the region. The principles of the crossroads of peace are all infrastructures, including roads, railways, airways, pipelines, cables, and power lines, operate under the sovereignty and jurisdiction of the countries through which they pass. Each country, through its state institutions, in its territory ensures border, customs control, and security of all the infrastructures, including the passage through its territory of vehicles, cargo, and people. All infrastructures can be used for both international and domestic transportation. Countries use all the infrastructures on the basis of reciprocity and equality. In accordance with these principles, border and customs controls can be facilitated through mutual consent and agreement. As missing sections of railways and roads are restored and infrastructures unlocked, it will become possible to establish a seamless connection between the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea, via a consolidated regional railway network and via north, south, and east-west roads. The government of the Republic of Armenia reaffirms its commitment to contribute its share to the region's peace and stability, and to make practical measures to build the crossroads of peace.
Տարածաշրջանով անցնող բեռների տեղափոխման ծառայությունների մատուցման տեսանկյունից, քանզի կապահովի մոտ 7-ից 8 միլիոն տոննա լրացուցիչ թողունակության ստեղծում, կնպաստի տարածաշրջանով փոխադրվող բեռների սպասարկման որակի բարձրացմանը եւ փոխադրման ժամանակի կրճատմանը, կխթանի առևտրաշրջանառությունը տարածաշրջանի երկրների միջև։ Այսքանը, շնորհակալություն։
Շնորհակալություն պարոն Սիմոնյան։ Հարգելի հյուրեր, այժմ բոլորին հրավիրում ենք սուրճի կարճ ընդմիջման, խնդրում ենք սակայն 5-ից 7 րոպեից վերադառնալ դահլիճ պանելային քննարկումը մեկնարկելու նպատակով։ Շնորհակալություն։
Շնորհակալություն Սոնա ջան ներկայացման համար, հարգարժան հյուրեր Enterprise Armenia-ի անունից, ողջունում եմ ձեզ եւ մեր բանախոսներին եւ ցանկանում եմ մեզ արդյունավետ քննարկում այսքան կարեւոր Հայաստանի համար առանցքային թեմայի շրջանակում եւ այսպես սկսենք եւ ես կխնդրեմ առաջնային իմ հարցը կուղղեմ պարոն Սիմոնյանին. Պարոն Սիմոնյան, վերջին 20 տարիների ընթացքում Հայաստանը մի շարք օբյեկտիվ եւ սուբյեկտիվ պատճառներով դուրս է մնացել տարածաշրջանային, տրանսպորտային նախագծերից, ես նկատի ունեմ հարավը հյուսիսին կապող, արևելքը արևմուտքին կապող ծրագրերից։ Այսօր երբ կառավարությունը հանձն է առել նման ծրագրերի իրականացմանը, ցուցաբերելու տարածաշրջանի տրանսպորտային հանգույց որպես, այո, ինչ ենթակառուցվածքային նախագծեր է պատրաստվում իրականացնել որպես տրանսպորտային հանգույց երկիրը գրավչությունը ավելի բարձրացնելու նպատակով։
Ես մի քիչ իմ ելույթի եւ պրեզենտացիայի ընթացքում անդրադարձա որոշ հարցերին, իհարկե տրանսպորտային ենթակառուցվածքների զարգացումը կարևորագույն նշանակություն ունի եւ այդ ենթակառուցվածքները, որոնցով այսօր իրականացվում են թե ուղևորափոխադրումներ, թե բեռնափոխադրումներ, պետք է լինեն ժամանակակից անվտանգության չափորոշիչներին համապատասխան եւ միջազգային բեռնափոխադրումների եւ ուղևորափոխադրումների համար որոշակի ընթացակարգերի համար մատչելի եւ սահմանների սահուն ընթացքը, անցումը, ինչպես նաեւ թվայնացումը, միջազգային տարբեր մուլտիլատերալ եւ այլ տեսակի համաձայնագրերին միանալը կարևորագույն նշանակություն ունի մեր տարածաշրջանով անցնող երթուղիների զարգացման մասով։ Եվ այս իմաստով կառավարությունը նախագծել է եւ ներկայացրել է խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագիրը, որը ենթադրում է թե ճանապարհային, թե երկաթուղային ենթակառուցվածքների վերականգնում, զարգացում, ճանապարհային ենթակառուցվածքների մասով այն նախագծերից, որոնք այսօր կյանքի են կոչվում, կարելի է ընդգծել հենց հյուսիս-հարավ միջազգային տրանսպորտային միջանցքի մաս կազմող այդ ճանապարհային հատվածը, նշեմ, որ մենք այդ տրանսպորտային նախագծին անդամակցում ենք 2006 թվականից եւ հանդիսանում ենք լիիրավ անդամ պետություն եւ այդ ճանապարհը, որը որ այս պահին կառուցման տակ է, կապահովի Պարսից ծոցից Սև ծով, ինչպես նաև ավելի երկար հյուսիս-հարավ եւ արևելք-արևմուտք փոխադրումների շրջանակներում շատ հարմար, մատչելի եւ արագընթաց ուղի կհանդիսանա։ Եվ այս իմաստով կարծում եմ, որ մենք բավականին անելիքներ ունենք ցամաքային ենթակառուցվածքների մասով, հաշվի առնելով, որ մեր սահմանները երկու կողմից փակ են եւ գիտեք, որ քննարկումներ են ընթանում տրանսպորտային ուղիների վերականգնման, վերաբացման շրջանակներում, այդ որոշումները, ապագա որոշումները կարող են մեծ ազդեցություն ունենալ եւ ընդհանրապես փոխել տարածաշրջանային տրանսպորտային հոսքերի արխիտեկտուրան։ Ես ուզում եմ մի բանի վրա շեշտ դնել, որ տրանսպորտային ուղիների այդ վերաբացումը, ապաշրջափակումը առաջին հերթին ազդելու է հենց տարածաշրջանային երկրների միջև առևտրի մակարդակի վրա եւ կարող է նաեւ ազդել ավելի հեռվում գտնվող տնտեսական կենտրոնների միջև առևտրաշրջանառության վրա։ Սակայն այն ուսումնասիրությունները, որոնք որ իրականացվել են, ցույց են տալիս, որ որպես առաջնային արդյունք գլխավորապես բեռնափոխադրումների եւ ուղևորափոխադրումների դիվերսիֆիկացիա է տեղի ունենալու հենց տարածաշրջանային երկրների միջև։ Եվ այս իմաստով դուք գիտեք, որ բավականին մեծ ծավալի շինարարություն է իրականացվում Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում ենթակառուցվածքային։ Այստեղ նաև Enterprise Armenia-ի ներկայացուցիչը ներկայացրեց ճանապարհային թվեր, թե որքան են կառուցվել տարեկան։ Դրա մեջ կան նաև թվեր, որոնք վերաբերում են հյուսիս-հարավ տրանսպորտային միջանցքին։ Երկաթուղային ենթակառուցվածքի վերականգնումը նույնպես կապված է այն ապագա որոշումների հետ, որոնք կկայացվեն սահմանների վերաբացման մասով, բայց մինչև նման որոշումների կայացումը իհարկե մենք աշխատանքներ ենք տանում մեր գործընկեր կազմակերպությունների հետ, նկատի ունեմ ուսումնասիրություններ են իրականացվում։ Ես ներկայացրեցի ձեզ 2023 թվականին իրականացված ուսումնասիրություններից որոշ թվեր, սակայն նշեմ, որ այս պահին էլ նույնպես ավելի խոր ուսումնասիրություն է իրականացվում խաղաղության խաչմերուկի երթուղիների գործարկման դեպքում հնարավոր օգուտների ոչ միայն Հայաստանի Հանրապետության համար, այլ ընդհանրապես տարածաշրջանի համար, եւ սրա տեսանկյունում այս տեսանկյունից դա կարևոր նշանակություն ունի։ Այն, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը դուրս է մնացել միջազգային պրոյեկտներից 20 տարվա ընթացքում, մի քիչ չեմ կիսի այդ կարծիքը, դա նաև պայմանավորված է ոչ այնքան որևէ տրանսպորտի ոլորտում քաղաքականության, որքան այն իրավիճակով, որում գտնվում է Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը, այսինքն մենք 4 հարևան երկրների հետ ունենք միայն բաց սահմաններ 2-ի եւ գլոբալ առումով ապահովում ենք հոսքերի փոխադրում հյուսիս-հարավ ուղղությամբ, այնինչ պոտենցիալը արևելք-արևմուտք ուղղությամբ նույնպես բավականին մեծ է եւ արևելք-արևմուտք ուղղությամբ այդ ուղղությամբ վերաբացումը նաեւ հյուսիս-հարավ ուղղության վրա է դրական ազդեցություն թողնելու։ Եվ այս իմաստով մենք մեծ աշխատանք ունենք իրականացնելու ենթակառուցվածքների մասով եւ այդ աշխատանքը այսօր իրականացվում է դրանց բարելավման, միջազգային չափորոշիչների բերման եւ դրանցով անվտանգ, արագ, թվայնացված, այսպես ասեմ, փոխադրումների ապահովման տեսանկյունից։
Շնորհակալություն պարոն Սիմոնյան, շատ հուսադրող եւ տպավորիչ ծրագրեր են սպասվում մեզ, ինչպես նաեւ շինարարական մեծ աշխատանքներ։ Ձեր խոսքում նշեցիք անվտանգության հետ կապված, ես այս պարագայում կխնդրեի հարցս ուղղեի պարոն Մարիասին։ Պարոն Մարիասի, հաշվի առնելով ՄԱԿ-ի առաքելությունը, խթանելու կայուն զարգացումը աշխարհում, ինչպես նաև իրավական գործիքներն ու կոնվենցիաները, որոնք ընդգծում են այս առաքելությունը, մասնավորապես ՄԱԿ-ի կայուն զարգացման նպատակները։ Այս գլոբալ նպատակներին համահունչ Հայաստանը հանձն է առել ընդլայնելու իր տրանսպորտային եւ լոգիստիկ հանգույցները, գիտակցելով այս ուղղության հիմնարար դերը տնտեսական աճի, անվտանգության եւ կապերի խթանման։ Հաշվի առնելով Հայաստանի գլոբալ փոփոխությունների միտումը, կցանկանայի ձեզ հետ քննարկել, թե ինչպես կարող է Հայաստանը օգտագործել ՄԱԿ-ի ճանապարհային անվտանգության կոնվենցիաները, բարելավելու ճանապարհային անվտանգությունը իր լոգիստիկայի եւ տրանսպորտային ոլորտներում, ապահովելով, որ այս ոլորտները համահունչ լինեն համաշխարհային լավագույն փորձին եւ երաշխավորելով ապրանքների անվտանգ եւ արդյունավետ տեղաշարժը։ Շնորհակալություն։
Very much, and it's my great pleasure to be here. This morning I am the Deputy Head of the UN Economic Commission for Europe. Apart from our role to promote regional cooperation, UNECE is also hosting the Inland Transport Committee of the United Nations, which is the main body producing regulation on transport globally. If you think of it, it is an equivalent to ICAO and IMO when it comes to road and rail. So Armenia is currently party to 13 out of the 61 conventions or other legal instruments of the UN on transport. Not every country needs to be part of all 61 conventions, but we do think there is scope for Armenia and the broader region to be more actively using the existing multilateral legal frameworks that will both facilitate transit and trade, improve safety on the roads, and very importantly, create predictability and transparency for businesses that would know on which legal grounds a country is operating. Needless to say, for example, most of the European Union members are party to almost all UN transport conventions. And by the way, countries acceding to the European Union typically are obliged to accede to the UN transport conventions. They are simply listed in the list of conditionalities in the acquis communautaire. Now, let me be more specific. In the context of what we heard yesterday from the Prime Minister and the more detailed presentation from Mr. Simonyan this morning on the crossroads of peace and the ambitious plans for Armenia to become a logistics and transportation hub, we believe that the so-called infrastructure agreements, UNICE infrastructure agreements, there are 3 of them: European Agreement on the Important International Combined Transport Lines, European Agreement on Main International Railway Lines, and the European Agreement on Main International Traffic Arteries, can be important for Armenia to consider acceding to. Just by way of context, let me give you a little bit more detail here. For the first one, currently, Turkey, Georgia, and Russia are parties to the so-called AGTC, but Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Iran are not, right? So it's a mixed picture. And if we are to create the crossroads based on a common legal regime, perhaps it is worth considering that the 3 remaining countries do accede. For AGC, Turkey and Russia are parties, the other countries are not, and for AGR, actually Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Russia, and Turkey are parties to AGR Convention, but Iran is not. So this is as food for thought I would like to leave with you to consider. The second bit is road safety. Currently, Armenia is party to 4 out of 7 basic UN road safety conventions. And of course, we're working very closely with Mr. Simonyan and the Ministry of Territorial Administration, as well as with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, to make sure that we do everything to improve the legal regime, the strategic management, data collection, and behavior change on road safety in Armenia. Unfortunately, just acceding to a convention does not change the reality on the ground. The road fatalities are on the rise in the country. There are a lot of reasons for that, and I will not go into the details, but we would like to encourage the government and all the key stakeholders to consider doing a comprehensive review of the situation, to consider preparing a road safety strategy, and of course we are ready to work with all of you on this. Just to give you a sense, right now Armenia is in the category of very high amongst 5, so 5 out of 5 on the road fatality score in terms of deaths per million inhabitants. The overall number, around 360 people dying every year on the roads, may not seem high, but first of all, every human life is very precious. And of course, if you compare it to the per capita, it is a very high number. Finally, I'd like to leave you with another important point. We have been working on corridor development as UN Economic Commission for Europe for the past 25 years. There are a number of corridors being developed, including as part of the so-called Middle Corridor, which has many routes in it. We would like to work with all the countries in the region on an optimal way forward for all the routes. We understand the complexities, both from the legal regime point of view, from the infrastructure investments point of view, and from the geopolitical point of view. And yet we believe that there is scope within our Eurasian Transport Links project, within the so-called corridor committees, including on the Almaty-Tehran-Istanbul corridor, which is a committee operating as an informal group, and Armenia, as I understand, is interested to consider engaging with that group. We think there is scope to use UN platforms for increased dialogue with the neighbor countries, including Iran, Turkey, and eventually Azerbaijan, and certainly Georgia, to see what can be done in the next few years in addition to the legal regime improvements. We believe that apart from the legal side, infrastructure investments, and I spoke about this yesterday at the climate change panel, we need already now to consider the effects of climate change on transportation routes, to look at the resilience profile and vulnerability profiles of these corridors. And for that, we have established a platform, GIS-based platform, where we partner with a number of international financial institutions. It's called International Transport Infrastructure Observatory, and I would like to use this opportunity to also invite Armenia to actively use this observatory. What it does is a GIS-based platform. It's a map, but live with many data sources where you can overlay different risks, including risks of drought and flood for various transportation routes, be it rail or road. I'll leave you with this thought. We stand ready to work with the government and the stakeholders to make the vision of the Crossroads for Peace a reality from the legal, climate change, road safety, and of course, regional cooperation point of view.
Thank you very much. Շնորհակալություն. Այո, հուսալի էր եւ տպավորիչ էր, քանի որ անվտանգության առումով կարծես թե դա կարևորագույն կետերից է լոգիստիկ տրանսպորտի զարգացման, որպեսզի յուրաքանչյուր լոգիստը հանգիստ զգա բեռները տեղափոխելուց։ Այժմ ես կցանկանայի հարցը արդեն տանել դեպի մի փոքր բիզնեսի դաշտ, այո։ Պարոն Հավակիմյան, դառնալով տրանսպորտային հանգույց, Հայաստանը նաև լրացուցիչ հնարավորություններ է ստեղծում սեփական արտադրողների, արտահանողների համար։ Ինչ եք կարծում, ինչքանով այս նախաձեռնությունը կնպաստի Հայաստանի արտահանման դիվերսիֆիկացիային եւ ինչու ոչ տրանսպորտային ծախսերի կրճատման հաշվին նաեւ հայկական ապրանքների գնային մրցանակության բարելավմանը։
Շնորհակալություն հարցի համար։ Շնորհակալություն առհասարակ հրավերի համար, բավականին լավ հնարավորություն է խոսել այս թեմայով։ Ներկայումս ունենք մի իրավիճակ, երբ մինչև ծրագրի կյանքի կոչվելը, մինչև խաղաղության խաչմերուկի կյանքի կոչվելը վերջնական աշխատում ենք առևտրի դիվերսիֆիկացիայի վրա, իսկ դուք գիտեք, որ առևտրի դիվերսիֆիկացիան, արտահանման դիվերսիֆիկացիան դա այլևս անհրաժեշտություն է, կենսունական անհրաժեշտություն է։ Մենք հանդիպում ենք մի շարք խնդիրների, որոնց հիմքում ընկած են հենց ճանապարհային հանգույցների փակ լինելը եւ լոգիստիկ ծախսերը։ Մենք ունենք փայլուն օրինակներ, երբ որ մեր կողմից արտադրված ապրանքը ոչնչով չի զիջում X կամ Y երկրի նմանատիպ ապրանքին որակով կամ մնացած ամեն ինչով, փաթաթորմամբ եւ այլն, բայց բացառապես պայմանավորված լոգիստիկ ծախսերով ապրանքը մրցունակ չի լինում շատ շուկաներում։ Եվ կարելի է օրինակ բերել, երբ GSP+-ը այլևս չէր գործում, մենք ունենք մի շատ ապրանքներ, որոնք հիմա տեքստիլի ոլորտում, այսպես ասեմ, որոնք խնդիրները ծագեցին հենց նրանով պայմանավորված, այսինքն ակնհայտ դա առաջին ցուցիչն է, հայլային ցույց է տալիս այն իրավիճակը, որ ապրանքները մրցունակ էին, որտեղ ունեին այդ աջակցությունը, ու հիմա միայն լոգիստիկ ծախսերով պայմանավորված նրանք մեծ խնդիրների են առերեսվում։ Բայց ինչ կունենանք, եթե չլինի այդ խնդիրը։ Այդ առումով կարող եմ մյուս օրինակը բերել, ներկայումս ակտիվ քննարկումներ է գնում, մենք գիտեք, գաղտնիք չէ, որ ներկայումս էկոնոմիկայի նախարարությունը հետաքրքրված է Չաբահար նավահանգստում մասնակցություն ունենալու, մենք ուզում ենք հասկանալ, օրինակ, երբ որ Չաբահար նավահանգստից սկսենք ապրանքներ բերել եւ հասկանանք, որ լոգիստիկայի արժեքը ինչ ազդեցություն կունենա որոշակի հումքերի վրա, որովհետեւ գնագոյացման վրա ոչ միայն ազդում է լոգիստիկան, այլ գնագոյացման վրա ուժեղ ազդեցություն ունի հումքի բարձր գին ունենալը։ Իսկ հումքի բարձր գին ունենալը իր հերթին գալիս է առերեսվում է լոգիստիկ ծախսերով։ Եվ այստեղ կարելի է նաև մի հատ շատ հետաքրքիր խնդրից խոսել, որ մենք առերեսվում ենք, մի քիչ իներտության հետ կապված խնդիրներ կան, մի քիչ իրավիճակ կա, որ երբ մեր արտահանողները եւ արտադրողները մի քիչ իներտ են եւ մի քիչ դժվար են փոխվում են ավանդական մշակույթից, որ պետքա փնտրել նոր շուկաներ եւ ամեն դեպքում պետքա փնտրել նոր ճանապարհներ այդ ամեն ինչը հաղթահարելու համար։ Էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության կողմից բոլոր ծրագրերը ուղղված են ոչ միայն ներդրումների աջակցման համար, էկոնոմիկայի մեր բոլոր ծրագրերը, մեր բոլոր բարելավումները, մեր բոլոր լավարկումները ուղղված են այդ թվում արտահանման դիվերսիֆիկացիային եւ այստեղ մի շատ կարեւոր բանի մասն եմ ես ուզում խոսել, որակի մասն եմ ուզում խոսել, որովհետեւ ամենավերջում մենք ունենալու ենք մի իրավիճակ, երբ որ բաց սահմաններում դու պիտի ունենաս նաև մրցունակ ապրանք եւ այստեղ որակի մասով բավականին ակտիվ աշխատանքներ են արվում, որ ծրագիրը կյանքի կոչվելուց հետո մենք կարողանանք ամբողջ աշխարհին համապատասխան որակներով հանդես գալ, մեր ապրանքը լինի մրցունակ ոչ միայն գնով, այլ նաև իր որակական ցուցանիշներով, խոսք գնում է ստանդարտների եւ միջազգային եւ այլ բաների մասին, այս մասով էլ ներկայումս աշխատանքներ են տարվում, շուտով կիմանաք նրա արդյունքների մասին։ Իրավիճակը ներկայումս այնպիսին է, որ բոլոր մեր հետազոտությունները, բոլոր մեր վերլուծությունները ցույց են տալիս, որ լոգիստիկ արժեքը ապրանքի համար մեկ, ապրանքի մրցունակության եւ նոր շոկա դուրս գալու համար մեկ խնդիրներից մեկն է։
Համաձայն եմ ձեզ հետ եւ միաժամանակ կցանկանայի մի փոքր նշում անել, որ բավականաչափ մրցունակ դառնալու համար այո մեզ պետք են լավ ստանդարտներով եւ բարձր որակով ապրանքներ, որպեսզի կարողանանք մրցունակ լինել աշխարհով մեկ։ Այժմ կցանկանայի հարցը սղել պարոն Ֆոչմանին։ Վերջին տարիներին Ասիական զարգացման բանկը մի քանի 100 միլիոն դոլար է ներդրել Հայաստանի ենթակառուցվածքների զարգացման համար։ Ինչպես գիտեք, ներկայումս Հայաստանի ղեկավարությունը ակտիվորեն առաջ է մղում խաղաղության խաչմերուկի տեսլականը, բացելու սահմանները եւ ապահովելու զարգացման նոր հնարավորությունները ողջ տարածաշրջանի համար։ Արդյոք բանկը պլանավորում է ներդրումներ կատարել այս տեսլականի շրջանակներում իրականացվելիք նախագծերի։
Sure. Thank you for that question and appreciate the opportunity to be part of this panel. First off, I first became aware of the Crossroads of Peace initiative about a year ago in Tbilisi when I attended the Silk Road Forum. And I'm very happy to see, okay, you can't hear me. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much and appreciate the question. I first became aware of the Crossroads of Peace initiative about a year ago when I attended the Silk Road Forum in Tbilisi. And I could see from today's presentation from Mr. Simonian how much the concept has matured. And it is a very interesting concept, and we're generally very open to continue dialogue with government on how we can best support to ensure that the infrastructure is constructed in a sustainable and resilient way. The partnership between ADB and the government of Armenia has been going on very fruitfully for nearly 20 years. Throughout this period of time, we have invested in various forms of infrastructure, including seismically resilient schools, including urban roads and rural highways, including the North-South Road Corridor Program, which was mentioned by various participants earlier. The cumulative value of these investments, both on the sovereign side, working with government, and also on the non-sovereign side, is just over $1.8 billion. So the scale is quite significant. And these investments have played a significant role in further developing this great country, which I live in. As we talk about the Crossroads of Peace, and of course the idea is to leverage Armenia's natural geographic position as a natural point connecting east, west, north, south. The idea of expanding and modernizing the transportation infrastructure is very interesting, and the greater economic benefit that could be achieved by that and the greater regional integration is also very important. But we would also want to stress and highlight the importance of ensuring that the constructed infrastructure is done so in a sustainable way and that the infrastructure can address climate action. As the region's bank for climate change in the Asia and the Pacific, these are very integral components of all the investments that we make, not only here in Armenia, but across Asia and the Pacific. There was also discussion earlier about the Shirok dry port, which is a very interesting concept as a transportation node, which could become particularly interesting in the event that borders open. In general, this is a conversation that ADB is very open to, both with government and with the private sector. As a logistics hub, it could do a lot to streamline the movement of goods into Yerevan and just further on into other neighboring countries. Ultimately, these investments, as they've been described, offer considerable opportunity to private sector companies, including construction companies and consultants and design firms, as do all ADB financed opportunities. We often rely upon investment from the private sector to fuel innovation and offer expertise, which of course are vital for developing infrastructure. Overall, I guess kind of come back specifically to the question, are we interested in the initiative as described? We're certainly open to continuing dialogue with government and with private sector, and look forward to seeing how the Crossroads of Peace progresses. Thank you.
Շնորհակալություն, այժմ ես կուզենայի մի հարց բարձրաձայնել պանելային քննարկման ներկաներից, ով ներկայացնում է բիզնես միջավայրը։ Պարոն Գևորգյան, քանի որ Հայաստանը ըստ էության քիչ օգտագործվող տրանսպորտային ուղղություն է միջազգային բեռնափոխադրող ընկերությունների համար, ինչ է պետք իրականացնի երկիրը, պետությունը, բեռնափոխադրողների շրջանում ավելի ճանաչելի, ինչպես նաև գրավիչ դարձնելու համար։
Շնորհակալ եմ հարցի համար, շնորհակալություն հրավերի համար նույնպես։ Ես կուզենայի մենք մի քիչ գլոբալ նայենք մեր ներկայիս իրողություններին, այսինքն վերջի 2-3 տարվա ընթացքում տեղի ունեցած Ուկրաինայի դեպքերը մեզ բացառիկ հնարավորություն են տալիս մեր երկրին դառնալ տարանցիկ երկիր։ Լոգիստիկան լուծում է 3 խնդիր, արագ, մատչելի եւ անվտանգ։ Այդ 3 խնդիրները լուծելու համար մեզ անհրաժեշտ են գործիքներ։ Ինչպես նշվեց հանդիպման սկզբում, երկիրը ունի տնտեսական աճ։ Դրանից ելնելով ինֆրաստրուկտուրան չի հասցնում երկրի հետևից, այն ինֆրաստրուկտուրան, որ մենք հիմա ունենք, դա լոգիստիկ պահեստներն են, ճանապարհներն են, նրանք աշխատում են գրեթե իրենց 95% ծանրաբեռնվածությամբ։ Գյումրի չոր նավահանգիստը պրոյեկտներից մեկն է, որը կարող է աջակցել, բայց անալիզ կատարելով մենք եկանք եզրակացման, որ մեր երկրի մաքսային օրենսգրքում էլ է պետք փոփոխություններ կատարել տարանցիկ բեռների հետ կապված, ընթացակարգը բավականին բարդեցված է, մեզ անհրաժեշտ են պարզեցումներ, պարզեցումները բնականաբար իրենց հետ բերում են ռիսկեր, բայց այդ ռիսկերը ունեն լուծումներ, օրինակ լուծումներից մեկը Եվրոպայի փորձը օգտագործելով բանկային երաշխիք կարող ենք օգտագործել, այսինքն եթե երկու բառով ասենք, բանկային երաշխիքի հիման վրա ծավալվում է գործունեություն տրանզիտ բեռների հետ կապված, ինչ որ անհապատասխանության դեպքում պետությունը իրեն ռիսկերը ապահովում է, հետո բանկը եւ տվյալ կազմակերպությունը, որ իրականացնում է իր գործողությունները, իրար մեջ բարձրաբանում են այդ հարցերը։ Այս պահի դրությամբ, ինչպես նշեցինք, մենք ունենք երկու բաց սահման, ընդամենը, եւ եկեք ռեալ նայենք իրավիճակին, որտեվ այդ երկու բաց սահմանը մեր համար ճակատագրական նշանակություն ունի, պետք է դա օգտագործել։ Հիմա մենք 2 ամիս է իրականացնում ենք պիլոտային ծրագիր Չինաստանի ցամաքով բեռնափոխադրումների հետ կապված, ունենք խնդիրներ, որոնք լուծում ենք, ու դրանք կլուծվեն։ Մենք Հայաստանում ունենք փորձ լոգիստիկ պահեստների կառուցման, որից մեկը A կլասի պահեստ դա ուրբան տերմինալն է, որը տարածաշրջանում միակն է։ Ես ուզում եմ ասել, որ միջև մեծ պրոյեկտների չոր նավահանգիստ, օրինակ ստեղծումը, կառուցումը եւ ինֆրաստրուկտուրայի աշխատելը մենք կարող ենք ստեղծել տարածքներ տարանցիկ բեռների համար իրենց ինֆրաստրուկտուրաներով, որոնք այս պահին կարող են աշխատել։ Միջին Ասիա երկրների համար մեր երկիրը որպես տարանցիկ շատ հետաքրքիր է, որտեղ այն ճանապարհը, որտեղից նրանք օգտվում են Եվրոպայից բեռնափոխադրման համար, այս պահին գրեթե չի աշխատում, եթե աշխատում է մոտ 10%-ով։ Միջին Ասիա երկրները ընտրում են այլընտրանքային ճանապարհներ, հանդիպումների արդյունքում մենք հասկացանք, որ այլընտրանքային ճանապարհները նրանց այդքան էլ չեն գոհացնում։ Այդ պատճառով նրանք շատ ուրախ կլինեն դիտարկել Հայաստանը որպես տարանցիկ երկիր իրենց բեռների համար, բայց մենք պետք է դրան պատրաստ լինենք, որովհետև Միջին Ասիայի երկրները դա փոքր երկրներ չեն եւ նրանց բեռնաշրջանառությունը բավականին լուրջ ծավալների մասին է խոսքը գնում։ Նաև տարանցիկ տարածքներում միջազգային փորձը տեսնելով կառաջարկեի ազատ մաքսային գոտիներ նույն տարածքում, եթե վերցնում ենք Չոր նավահանգիստը, Չոր նավահանգիստի տարածքում ճիշտ նախատեսված են արտադրությունների ինդուստրիալ զոնաներ, ես կուզենայի, որ մեր կառավարությունը այնպիսի պայմաններ ստեղծեր ներդրողների համար, որ նրանք ցանկանային ներդրում անել, գործարաններ կառուցել այդ տարածքներում, լոգիստիկ կենտրոնների տարածքում, որպեսզի հեշտանար նրանց լոգիստիկ ծախսերն ու այդ լոգիստիկ խնդիրները կարելի ասել դուրս են գալիս, որտեղ եթե դու ունես գործարան լոգիստիկ կենտրոնից կոպիտ ասած 500 մետր անկում, դա բավականին լուրջ առավելություն է։
Շնորհակալություն, բավականին լավ հարթակում բարձրացնում եք հետաքրքիր հարցեր եւ թող սա լինի կառավարության համար, feedback, այդպես կոչված, եւ կարող ենք մենք որպես կառավարություն հանձն առնել եւ վերցնել այս նկատառումները։ Տրամաբանական պարոն Գևորգյանի հարցից ես կուզենայի պարոն Սիմոնյանին հարց ուղղել։ Դուք միջոցառման առաջին հատվածում ներկայացրեցիք խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագրին վերաբերող շնորհանդես, որտեղ թվային ցուցանիշներով ցույց տվեցիք լոգիստիկ հոսքերը։ Ես կցանկանայի իմանալ, թե ինչ աշխատանքներ են տարվում կառավարության, մասնավորապես ՏԿ նախարարության կողմից այդ հոսքերը Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունով դեպի երրորդ երկրներ ուղղելու նպատակով։ Եվ ինչպես նաև պարոն Գևորգյանը նախկին բանախոսը, որ մինչ այդ նշեց, առաջանում են իրենց մոտ տարբեր տարանցիկ երկրներում խնդիրներ եւ ձեր հետ մինչ այդ քննարկել ենք, որ այդ ուղղությամբ էլ եք դուք աշխատանքներ տանում եւ փորձում եք միջազգային պայմանագրերի միջոցով բարելավել եւ հեշտացնել լոգիստիկ ընկերությունների ընթացքը։
Լսվում է։ Շնորհակալություն։ Տեսեք, եկեք խնդիրը երկու մասի բաժանենք պայմանականորեն։ Դա ենթակառուցվածքային մասն է եւ դա իրավական կարգավորումներն են։ Ենթակառուցվածքային մասին խոսվեց բավականին, թե ինչ ծրագրեր կան, ինչպիսիք են իրականացվում, նաեւ մշտապես այդ ծրագրերը ներկայացվում են։ Եվ կա իրավական մաս, որը թույլ է տալիս ապահովել այդ բեռնափոխադրումների, մասնավորապես սահուն ընթացքը միջպետական հարաբերություններում։ Օրինակ, միջազգային պայմանագրերի կնքումն է, ինչպես պարոն Մարիասյանը նշեց, տարբեր կոնվենցիաներին անդամակցումն է եւ այդ կոնվենցիաներից բխող ստանդարտների իմպլեմենտացիան է ներպետական օրենսդրության մեջ եւ սա ինչպես նաեւ մուլտիլատերալ համաձայնագրերի միանալն է, որը թույլ է տալիս այդ անդամ երկրներով անցնող ենթակառուցվածքների նկատմամբ որոշակի պայմաններ միատեսակ ստեղծել, որը հնարավորություն կտա բիզնեսին տարբեր երկրներով երթևեկելիս եւ բեռը փոխադրելիս նույն պայմաններով դա իրականացնել եւ որևէ խոչընդոտների չբախվել։ Սա թեորիապես իհարկե հողի վրա այսպես եթե դիտարկենք խնդիրներ առաջանում են եւ առաջանում են նույնիսկ միջազգային տարբեր տրանսպորտային ուղիների շրջանակներում իրականացվող փոխադրումների մասով, բայց եթե կոնկրետ ասեմ այս պահին մենք ինչ ենք իրականացնում, ապա մենք այս պահին քննարկում ենք գործընկեր երկրների հետ, մասնավորապես Չինաստանի, Ուզբեկստանի եւ Հնդկաստանի հետ ավտոմոբիլային փոխադրումների մասով համաձայնագրի կնքման ուղղությամբ, նաև դիտարկում ենք Աշխաբադի համաձայնագրին միանալու Հայաստանի հնարավորությունները։ Ինչպես գիտեք, այս վերջի տարիներին Եվրոպական հանձնաժողովի կողմից նաև հայտարարվել է Global Gateway այդ խոշոր ենթակառուցվածքային ծրագրի մասին, որը նաև վերաբերում է ոչ միայն եվրոպական տարածքում երթուղիների զարգացմանը, այլ նաև ասիական, խաղաղօվկիանոսյան եւ աֆրիկյան նույնիսկ մայրցամաքում որոշակի ներդրումների աջակցության ցուցաբերմանը եւ նշեմ, որ մենք նույնպես Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը մասնակցում է այդ ձևավորված դրաշրջանակներում պլատֆորմի աշխատանքներին։ Ես կարծում եմ, որ բացի ենթակառուցվածքային կոմպոնենտից շատ կարևոր նշանակություն ունի հենց իրավական մասի ապահովումը, օրինակ կան երկրներ, որոնց դեպքում բեռնափոխադրումներ չես կարողանում իրականացնել, եթե չունես իրենց հետ համաձայնագիր։ Օրինակ Հայաստանը այդ առումով շատ լիբերալ է։ Մենք ցանկացած երկրից բեռնափոխադրողը կարող է մուտք գործել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տարածք եւ հակառակ ուղղությամբ, անկախ նրանից, թե մենք ունենք դիվանագիտական հարաբերություններ այդ երկրի հետ, ունենք համաձայնագիր այդ երկրի հետ, որևէ խոչընդոտ մեր մասով չկա եւ մեր օրենսդրությունը բավականին լիբերալ է այդ տեսանկյունից։ Սակայն հաշվի առնելով, որ մենք մասնակից ենք նաեւ միջազգային փոխադրումների, նույն իմ կողմից նշված որոշ երկրների դեպքում այդ բեռնափոխադրումները դժվարեցված են եւ դա նորմալ է, այսինքն պետությունները որոշակի կարգավորումներ են մտցնում թվականակի մասով, ապահովելով օրինակ շուկայի նկատմամբ վերահսկողություն, դա մի մոտեցում է, մեր մոտեցումը այսօր գործող ավելի բաց է, ավելի լիբերալ է, այսինքն ուղղված է հենց բիզնեսին, անկախ այդ պայմանական բիզնեսի գրանցման վայրից եւ իրականացվող գործունեության տեսակից։ Սա է գլխավորը, կարծում եմ, բայց այդ ուղղությամբ իրավական մասի ապահովման ուղղությամբ կարծում եմ, որ մենք ավելի մեծ ջանքեր պետք է գործադրենք մեր հնարավորության շրջանակներում եւ դա կնպաստի այդ պայմանավորվածությունների ձեռքբերումը կնպաստի մեր տարածքով, մեր տարածաշրջանով անցնող հոսքերի ավելացմանը, ինչը բխում է բոլոր երկրների շահերից տարածաշրջանի։ Շնորհակալություն։
Ճիշտ եք, դա բխելու է բոլոր երկրների արդյունավետ աշխատանքի եւ զարգացման համար։ Այս առումով կցանկանայի մեկ հարց եւս կրկին բարձրաձայնել պարոն Մարիասին։ Պարոն Մարիասի, հաշվի առնելով ՄԱԿ-ի կանաչ տրանսպորտի խթանման ուղղված աշխատանքները, որոնք այսպես ասած սիներգիայում են, կայուն զարգացման նպատակների հետ, SDG կոչացյալների հետ, ինչպիսիք են սպառումը, արտադրությունը, գործողությունը նպաստ կլիմայի։ Այս համատեքստում ինչ կոնկրետ միջոցառումներ կարող են իրականացվել Հայաստանի տրանսպորտի եւ լոգիստիկայի ոլորտներում խթանելու կանաչ տրանսպորտի պրակտիկան եւ միևնույն ժամանակ խթանել տնտեսական աճը եւ բարելավել կայունությունը։
Thank you very much for this question. I'll be brief because unfortunately I'll have to leave after this with my apologies to the distinguished panelists. Well, first of all, I'd like to just build on what Mr. Simonian mentioned in terms of automobile agreements. One that I forgot to mention is the TIR Convention, of course, to which Armenia and all the countries of the region are party. But more importantly, where a new digital version, the electronic tier, is now being developed. Importantly, both Turkey and Iran are fully ready and are already beginning to use it, and we are looking forward to Armenia, as well as other countries of the Eurasian Economic Union, fully interconnecting to the e-tier international system, which would in turn be compatible and interconnected with the European Union's NCTS, and then that would create a single digital space for trucks to move based on paperless global standard. And by the way, that digitalization is one of the aspects of greening transport corridors and making sure that less paper is used. That's an obvious one, probably not that impactful, but more importantly, the time trucks spend on border crossings has direct impact on the environment, among other things. Now, when it comes to sustainable transport, decarbonizing transport is one area when it comes to mitigating effects of climate change, and Armenia was one of the countries that in February this year adopted a very ambitious strategy for decarbonizing inland transport at the ITC session, Inland Transport Committee session in Geneva. Mr. Simonan was there, and this is a major step forward. Basically, we are going to look at all UN regulations for transport in the next 10 years to see what needs to be changed to introduce completely new standards, especially for vehicle regulations, for introducing intelligent transport systems, and so on and so forth, multimodal transportation, and so on, to make sure that the future of transport is decarbonized. On the adaptation side, I mentioned this a little bit in my first intervention, we need to do several things. First of all, we need to map the routes and understand the resilience profile. We have, in addition to the observatory that I had referred to, also developed a stress testing methodology for transport routes, and we encourage all member states to use it before making multi-billion-dollar investments in routes. Of course, stress testing is not enough. You need to then design your infrastructure for climate-induced disasters, for various scenarios when it comes to droughts, floods, and other eventualities. And this is where we're working very closely with international financial institutions to make sure that these approaches are integrated into their financing frameworks in the standard conditionalities of their projects. And there is a very active partnership amongst the MDBs, including ADB, but also the World Bank, EBRD, EIB, and others, to make sure that climate change and environmental considerations are put centrally in their discussions with their clients, with the governments. But very importantly, the governments need to realize that these are not just nice to have add-ons, that environmental and climate-related provisions of infrastructure financing agreements are not a nice to have coming from the donors and not an annoying conditionality. In fact, this is an investment in a much more resilient transport system. It is really worth investing in it so that you can avoid much bigger expenses of, let's say, repairing a highway that has been affected by a flood, or if you take road safety, dealing with casualties, and the cost of casualties and injuries on highways is exuberant. And by the way, the faster the highway, the more people unfortunately die on it, unless you design it in a safe way with marking and all the necessary provisions. So investing in safety and sustainability upfront is a good idea for a country that is looking to be competitive. And not just comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, which of course Armenia also does. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll be happy to continue the discussions, and I apologize that I have to leave now.
Thank you very much and for your participation. Շարունակելով մեր բանախոսությունը, ես կցանկանայի պարոն Մարիաչի խոսքը եւ նշված փոփոխությունները եւ այն միտումները, ինչպես նաեւ կառավարության կողմից հանձնառնած իրավական փոփոխությունները եւ տարբեր կոնվենցիաներին մասնակցությունը, ես կուզենայի զրուցել պարոն Ֆոչմանի հետ։ Հաշվի առնելով այն պոտենցիալը, հետաքրքրությունը, որ խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագիրը կարող է առաջացնել ADB-ի շահառու երկրների շրջանում, արդյոք բանկը նախատեսում է կազմակերպել միջոցառումներ կամ անցկացնել այսպես կոչված road show-ներ նախաձեռնության մասին իրազեկվածությունը բարձրացնելու եւ նոր ներդրումներ ներգրավելու անհրաժեշտ ենթակառուցվածքները զարգացնելու համար։
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So the question is ADB interested in arranging or being part of roadshows or other events to promote the Crossroads of Peace? In general, we're very interested to continue dialogue with MTI, with the Ministry of Economy, with all participants, public and private sector, on this initiative. We have not gone that far forward in terms of planning any roadshows, but we remain open to that. Essentially, we have two primary windows for investment if we talk about how IDB operates. We have a public sector window, which is working with government, where we have a long-standing relationship with the government of Armenia. And we also have a private sector window, where we work with private sector companies. And I think there's also opportunities with private sector companies significantly within the Crossroads of Peace. Both windows remain open in relationship to this initiative. Of course, it goes without saying, and I don't want to reiterate all the points that our colleague that mentioned earlier that left around road safety and around sustainability and climate impact. All investments that ADB makes have significant development stories and initiatives related to them. They're not just soft components, they're critical for the infrastructure to be long-lasting and important and resilient. That's really what I want to finalize with this comment. Thank you very much.
Շնորհակալություն։ Պարոն Հովակիմյան, մշտապես նշվել է, որ փակ սահմանները առկայությունը էականորապես խոչընդոտում է Հայաստանի բիզնեսի զարգացմանը։ Ինչ միջոցներ է պատրաստում ձեռնարկել կառավարությունը իդեմս էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության խաղաղության խաչմերուկ ծրագիրը համահունչ դարձնելու նոր մշակվող արտահանման ռազմավարությանը։ Աշխատում եմ քիչ մտիկ։
Շնորհակալություն հարցի համար։ Ինչպես նշեցիք, ներկայումս USAID-ի մեր գործընկերների հետ համատեղ մշակվում արտանման ռազմավարությունը, բայց մինչև ռազմավարությանը խոսելով ես գիտեք ինչ ուզում ասել, այստեղ բավականին հետաքրքիր երկու միտք ցակեց, մեկը իմ գործընկեր պարոն Սիմոնյանը շատ ճիշտ բան է ասում, որ ծրագրի այսպես ասած ֆիզիկական մասից զատ կա բավականին մեծ աշխատանք տանելու իրավական կարգավորումների առումով, դա պակաս կարևոր չի, այդ մեկ։ Եվ երկրորդը մեր մասնավոր սեկտորը ներկայացնող գործընկերը ներկայացրեց մի շատ լավ միտք տվեց, այնպես որ խաղաղության խաչմերուկի կյանքի կոչվելուց հետո Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը դառնում է բավականին լավ տրանզիտային երկիր, որպես այդպիսի գրավականը բավականին մեծ է։ Այստեղ երկու կարևոր բան կա, որ ես ուզում եմ որպես էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության անունից նշել։ Նախ առաջինը, ինչ վերաբերում է տրանզիտային հանգույց հանդես գալուց, մենք այստեղ մի քայլ ավել առաջ ենք գնում, շատ ճիշտ եք, խաղաղության խաչմերուկի եւ տարածաշրջանի ապաբլոկավորումից հետո առաջին մեծ այսպես ասած շարժը որ լինելու է նաև լինելու է այն որ Հայաստանը դառնալու է տրանզիտային հանգույց, բայց մի քայլ առաջ պետք է գնանք եւ հասկանանք ինչպես ենք այդ տրանզիտային հանգույցը բերելու այն ստեղծելու այն միջավայրը, որ այստեղ դառնա նաև վերամշակվող երկիր, այսինքն երկու շատ տարբեր երկրներից գան շատ տարբեր հումք եւ դառնան պատրաստի ապրանք։ Այս մեր մյուս քայլն է, որի շուրջ մենք մտածում ենք, իսկ իրավական կարգավորումները առաջին գրավականն են ներդրումների համար, որովհետև այս պայծրությամբ առաջին մեծ պայմանը, որը Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը ես կարծում եմ, որ բավականին հաջողել է, դա թե տնտեսապես, թե մյուս քաղաքական հարցերով, դա բացվածությունն է աշխարհի նկատմամբ, մեր տնտեսությունը բավականին բաց ներառական տնտեսությունը եւ ներդրումների առումով առաջին մեծ գրավականը, որ պետքա լինի նախապայմանը, մենք կարծում ենք, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում այն արկա է։ Ինչ վերաբերում է արտանման ռազմավարությանը, մեր USAID-ի գործընկերների հետ բավականին ակտիվ մշակում ենք արտանման ռազմավարությունը։ Արտանման ռազմավարությունը ուսումնասիրել է, խորը վերլուծություն է արել ոչ միայն գործող իրավիճակը, այլ փորձել ենք կանխատեսել ինչ է լինելու սահմանների բացվելուց հետո եւ թե իրավական կարգավորումների առումով թե մյուս ենթակառուցվածքներ եւ այլն նախապայմանների առումով ինչին մենք պետք է պատրաստ լինենք, բայց մինչ սահմանների բացվելը տալու է մի շարք հարցերի պատասխան արտանման ռազմավարությունը դիվերսիֆիկացիայի տեսանկյունից թե որ ապրանքներն են, որոնց պոտենցիալը մի քիչ թերագնահատվում են կամ անտեսվել են։ Իսկ ինչ նկատի ունեմ, 180 անուն ապրանք ուսումնասիրվել է արտանման ռազմավարության շրջանակներում, բաժանվել 4 շուկաների՝ գործող շուկա, նոր ապրանք, նոր շուկա, նոր շուկա, նոր ապրանք, գործող շուկա, գործող ապրանք եւ մի խոսքով այս բոլոր խճճվեցի մի քիչ, բայց բոլոր կոմպոնենտներով ուսումնասիրություն է արվել, որից հետո դուրս ենք եկել մի շարք ապրանքների, որոնք ունեն պոտենցիալը այս նոր 4 շուկաներում հայտնվելու կամ այն նոր ապրանքները, որոնք գործող կամ նոր շուկաներում հայտնվելու պոտենցիալն ունեն։ Ներկայումս մենք մշակում ենք ճանապարհային քարտեզը գործողությունների, որի հաստատումից հետո արդեն անցնելու ենք այդ ծրագրի իրագործմանը, որը անուղղակի ստեղծելով մի միջավայր, որտեղ ներդրումները ավելի գրավական են, ավելի գրավչական են լինելու ներդրումների տեսանկյունից գործող տնտեսական իրավիճակը Հայաստանում։
Հովակիմյան, մենք բոլորս անկեղծ ասած շատ ենք սպասում այդ ռազմավարությանը եւ միտված կլինենք բոլորս այն օգնելու, իրագործելու, քանի որ այն առանցքային դեր է Հայաստանի տնտեսության համար։ Պարոն Գևորգյան, հաշվի առնելով ձեր երկարամյա փորձը այս ոլորտում, արդյոք կա կարողություններ, որպեսզի հայաստանյան տրանսպորտային ընկերությունները օգտվելով ստեղծված իրավիճակից ծառայություններ մատուցեն նաև տարածաշրջանի այլ երկրներում։ Այսինքն մի փոքր տանում ենք դեպի էլիտարանցի, քանի որ բոլորը տեղաշարժվելու են Հայաստանով, արդյոք պատրաստ է, հա, բիզնես համայնքը, լոգիստիկ ընկերության համայնքը, որպեսզի դիմակայե եւ նոր ծառայություններ մատուցել։
Շնորհակալություն հարցի համար։ Մեր հայկական ավտոպարկը, այն տրանսպորտային ընկերությունները, որոնք հիմա աշխատում են Հայաստանում, իրականում, ինչպես նշեցին մեր Եվրոպայի գոլեգաները, նրանք ծիր համակարգի միջոցով, ծիր կարնետ կոնվենցիայի, նրանք նաև կարող են հանգիստ աշխատել դեպի Եվրոպա եւ հակառակ ուղղությամբ։ Չաբահար պորտը, որը կառավարությունը մեծ ջանքեր է գործադրում, որպեսզի աշխատի Հայաստանի Հանրապետության եւ տրանզիտ բեռների համար, մենք հիմա փորձում ենք պիլոտային փորձնական բեռնափոխադրում իրականացնել այդ պորտով։ Իրականում, եթե մենք կարողանանք Չաբահար պորտից դեպի Ջուլֆա կազմակերպել հայկական բեռների փոխադրումը երկաթգծով, այնտեղից մեր հայկական մեքենաները, մեր հայկական բեռները կարողանան բերել Հայաստան։ Դա միանշանակ գործ կապահովի մեր թե կազմակերպություններին, որոնք ունեն մեքենաներ բեռնափոխադրումով զբաղվում, եւ թե անհատներին, որոնք ունեն սեփական մեքենաները։ Մեր հայկական գրանցում ունեցող մեքենաները կարող են նաև բեռնափոխադրում իրականացնել Միջին Ասիա, առանց որևիցե խնդրի։ Նույն մեր արտադրանքի էքսպորտի հետ կապված մենք կարող ենք դա անել մեր հայկական մեքենաներով։ Այն թույլտվությունները, որոնք անհրաժեշտ են, նրանք կարող են իրականում ստանալ շատ հեշտ եւ իրականացնել, քանի որ Հայաստանը մեծամասամբ ներմուծող երկիր է, Միջին Ասիայից նրանք ոչ մի խնդիր չեն ունենալու բեռ տեղափոխել դեպի Հայաստան, բեռը միշտ լինելու է։ Խնդիրը դեպի Միջին Ասիա կամ դեպի Եվրոպա բեռնափոխադրում իրականացնելու հետ է կապված իրականում, որտեղ մեր էքսպորտը քիչ է, չի բավարարում։ Մենք ունենք Հայաստան կազմակերպություն, որը ներկայացնում է նավային ընկերություն, որը աշխատում է Վրաստանից Ռումինիա Կոնստանցիա պորտ։ Մենք զրուցել եմ այդ ընկերության ղեկավարի հետ, նրանք պատրաստ են հայկական մեքենաներին տրամադրել ավելի լավ պայմաններ, նաև ապահովել նրանց անմիջապես փոխադրումը, այսինքն հերթերի մեջ չմնալը, արագությունը ապահովել։ Մեր հայկական ընկերությունները կարող են օգտվել այդ հնարավորությունից։ Այսքան։
Լսվում է։ Շնորհակալություն։ Հարգարժան հյուրեր, սիրելի բանախոսներ, բավականին արդյունավետ քննարկում ստացվեց, հետաքրքիր հարցեր բարձրաձայնվեցին մասնավոր բիզնեսի կողմից։ Կառավարությունը ներկայացրեց իր տեսլականները, կատարվելիք գործողությունները, ինչպես նաև ներկայացրեց այն, ինչ արդեն արվել է եւ ներկայացվեց, թե ուր են գնալու։ Միջազգային կառույցները ներկայացրեցին, թե ինչպես են աջակցելու կառավարությանը, բիզնեսին, որպեսզի ավելի արդյունավետ կարողանանք հանդես գալ աշխարհի առջև։ Այսքանով ավարտենք եւ բոլորիդ ժամանակը չծանրաբեռնենք։ Շնորհակալություն բոլորիդ։ Շատ հաճելի էր ձեր հետ աշխատելը։
Հարգելի ներկաներ, բոլորին հրավիրում ենք սուրճի
Our session is titled Gender Growth, Investments and Barriers to Enterprise and Social Development. As you can see, we have a very disciplined line of speakers and moderator who are already seated here. May I quickly introduce our moderator and speakers. We have Akanksha Tangri, who's the founder of Reset from the UAE, who's joined us and was moderating this session. Next to her, we have Irina Alabeg, Director General for Economic Affairs and Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Croatia. Next, we have Ms. Sarah Bressin, Research Fellow at the Global Public Policy Institute from Germany. Next, we have Sarah Ahmadian, who's the founder of ANAR-VC from the United States. We have next to her Gayane Abrahamian, who's the president for Equal Rights, an NGO based out of Armenia. And lastly, we have Mr. Amun Thapa, who's founder of Khalif Sisi, who's flown all the way from Nepal to join us and speak at this session. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And now may I hand over to Akanksha to take over the proceedings, please.
Thank you so much. Well, hello, and I know that we're keeping you from lunch, so we're going to try and make this as interactive as possible, and we will be opening this up for Q&A as well. So this panel is on gendered growth, investments, and barriers to enterprise and social development. Globally, we're seeing more women-founded and women-led VCs at the forefront of social innovation and economic growth, particularly in the tech sector. Yet, they're solving some of the world's biggest challenges when it comes to fintech, climate, security, energy, but the challenges remain. There still remains a lot of work to be done to bridge the gender gap and allocate equitable access to capital for female entrepreneurs. The global business landscape is evolving rapidly and dramatically in an increasingly precarious world. So amidst this, how can we ensure that true gender inclusion and equality remain at the forefront? What are the policy incentives that must be rolled out to ensure that tech capital is liberalized in a way that's actionable? And finally, how do we dismantle the long-standing barriers and biases that have kept women from fully participating in the tech and global business arena? And with that, Sarah Ahmadian, I'm going to open it with you. Access to capital is one of the biggest barriers to women in entrepreneurship. A lot of VCs do lip service, but unfortunately, not a lot of them put their money where their mouth is. And we know this because less than 2% of venture capital funding goes to women-founded startups, despite these generating higher returns on investment than those by male founders. This is something you're all too familiar with, given your track record in VC, you're a veteran in the industry. Can you speak about the systemic biases and obstacles that prevent female-led startups from securing equitable access to capital? It's on. You have to press, turn it.
Hello? Oh, okay. We have a huge problem in the US when it comes to investment, as you mentioned, for women. And we haven't found a solution yet, to be honest with you. But I have a couple of things that we have tried and we are still trying to do to decrease that gender gap investments. We don't have any problem when it comes to education because we have a lot of women who are educated and ready to be an entrepreneur. But when it comes to investment, most VCs, they only invest in specifically white men still. There are two issues that are, I think, contributing a lot to that. First is because they are all white men, so they like to support people that they previously supported, and also they look like them, so they have this bias. And second is we don't have any role model. We really don't have a big role model when it comes to women entrepreneurship. And we will not have it until my solution is like having a VC company that only invests on women. And they have to they allocate a specific amount of money, like let's say $100 million, only invest on women and see what is the result, right? We have VC companies that only invest on immigrants, and we saw that the result is much higher return. So that's one of the initiatives that I'm pushing. But also things that I see the Samir team, ORF, and the Irvine Dialogue did is really pushing women to participate more in think tanks, in entrepreneurship ecosystem, and that's it requires leadership like what you guys did in this conference that is very rare. These are the things that we really need to focus on to be able to empower women and the investment part of having more women entrepreneurs.
Can you turn off your mic for a second? So, can you hear me? It's not turned off. Okay. So I'm going to come back to that because I don't know how realistic it is in today's tech bros and old boys club to have female-led VCs that are investing only in female entrepreneurs, because those will be far and few in between. We need more men to actually allocate capital as well. The answer or the onus shouldn't only be on female VCs to do so, but I'm going to come back to that later. Ms. Alabek, let me come to you. We've looked at the systemic biases and the barriers that women have to face. From a policy perspective, what are the policy incentives, and I'm going to give you an actionable time frame within the next 5 years, to liberalize access to tech capital in an inclusive manner and remove some of these barriers that Sarah is talking about for women in global business and tech?
Yes. Thank you very much. Does it work now? Yeah. So thank you very much for that question, and indeed it's very targeted, but 5 years' time is the time for government to adopt a new strategy, so it's right about time. But as the only representative of public sector here, allow me to go one step back and reiterate that even though we have gone a far way, we are not there yet when it comes to full gender equality and full women's participation in all sectors, not just tech, all sectors of society, I mean. So national and local policies, economy, even academic sector. So as Sarah already mentioned, we need to keep emphasizing the importance of having women at the table in decision-making process and in policy-making processes if we want to respond efficiently to these challenges. And the issue of women participation in global business in general is complex and still faced with many cultural, social, and structural barriers, not only access to financing, but also to, so to say, soft obstacles, insufficient business connections, lack of access to entrepreneurship networks, lack of advice and mentoring and leadership, lack of training and education, but not education in tech, but in business skills. And also psychological obstacles that are more common for women than men, like lack of self-confidence, capacity to take risks that is really cultural and sociological for a long time. And in order to address all these challenges, we need strategic and multifaceted approach. So policy response to all that should include improving compliance and interconnection of all public policies that ensure raising the level of employability of women in the first place, including policies that promote better work-life balance and removing gender stereotypes, especially stereotypes about childcare. So it is important for governments to ensure policies that allow work-life balance and childcare divided between women and men. On education, which is important as well, we need to strengthen and empower young women and girls through trainings in leadership, in financial educations, entrepreneurship skills. Also provide, which is really important, possibilities for reskilling and upskilling, and provide funds for scholarships to that end. Then what we should include in these policies is promotion of women entrepreneurship through raising awareness through public campaigns. And we in Croatia have done several exercises on this, which have proven shown to be very successful, like choosing the female engineer of the year. These ladies, it gives a boost to them to motivates them to perform more, and also the nice line of this initiative is that their colleagues suggest them for these positions. Last but not least, ensuring and promoting mentorship. This is also something that Sarah has mentioned, mentorships and business networks for women, because it has proven to be a strong tool for also encouraging young women to start their businesses if they have female role model and a mentor to whom they can turn to when facing some practical obstacles. And then, on top of that, support from government through favorable loans, grants, microfinancing to start the businesses. And these are all things that have been addressed in our new 5-year strategy that we are adopting in Croatia.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much. Those are very, I would say, tangible strategies and solutions to a lot of the challenges that women face. And Gayane, I'm going to come to you picking up from what Ms. Alabek said about childcare. I want to shift the focus on the cultural and structural barriers that hinder a woman's participation in the workforce. And a study by the World Bank on women entrepreneurship in Armenia found that both men and women said that housekeeping and childcare responsibilities were one of the top barriers to women in business. So keeping this reality in mind, can you speak a bit about the initiatives across the public and private sectors that can help women, specifically in the Caucasus, enter and actually remain in the workforce?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists. It's an honor for me to be here with you. Yes, the main barriers are what the research says, but actually we have to go back and to see what are the reasons, because these are the consequences. And the reason is much more deeper than we can even imagine. And these are the main societal norms and stereotypes that shape our opinion, that shape our society in a way that pursue girls not to be, or not to take that courageous and actually not to be in first places in that way. But I want to just one remark, because we have also Armenian society and audience live, and I want, because we have lots of discussions on that, whether we need this equality or not, whether is it something that we really need, or is it just a right or not? Of course, for me, as a person who previously or during my whole career, I was promoting, I was prioritizing human rights issues, especially gender equality, as a journalist previously, as a member of parliament, now as a civil society representative. But beyond the rights, which is fundamental right, beyond it, this is the supreme importance and interest of state and the society. Because for Armenia, which is very small, which has very, very limited human resources, losing, ignoring talent, potential of half of the, even more than the half of the population is unacceptable luxury. Approximately, we're losing in our budget, annual budget, we're losing $1 billion annually, not enrolling women in employment, not only the tech, but in general, which is huge for Armenia's 4 billion tiny budget. We cannot lose that 1 billion. So from this perspective, discussing these issues, we have to go back, understand what are the reasons. The reasons are the societal norms that really place women a specific role, that they should be married, that they should have this burden of responsibilities in domestic, in home, at housekeeping, childcare, etc., etc. First thing that policymakers should do, and this was also one of my main proposals when I was an MP, reform the education, because the main societal, these norms and stereotypes are actually our general educational system is actually pressuring or deepening the societal norms and deepening. Just one example, very recently, our organization is working in rural community schools, and we were doing different trainings for girls, for all the classes, media literacy, civic education, gender equality, etc., etc. And during the debate, I asked one girl, what is your dream? What you want to become? And very proudly she said, I want to be an astrophysicist. And almost immediately, female teacher responded, oh no, choose one more suitable profession for a girl, more suitable and normal profession. Who decides? Who defines this normal? So here we have to work, change the do the reform in education system, and this has to be multi-layered reforms, not just introduce curricula in schools different integrated curricula. It has not to be one subject or not, but it has to be integrated. But also to have a special monitoring mechanism to change the approach of teachers, because teachers are the main opinion makers, especially in small communities, and that's why actually my organization is focused to work with them, because they are deepening the societal norms, and this is the problem. But of course this will take time, because doing educational reforms is not easy, and changing stereotypes and cultural norms is not easy. It is long-term way that we have to start now, or we have started already. But still, there are lots of policies that can be done very shortly, in a short term. For example, we have also childcare problems. I will talk about during next round. But also STEM scholarships for girls, for STEM directions. Although we are in a good situation now, because as Forbes says, 50-60% of students in IT faculties of universities are actually women. But it not necessarily mean that they are ending up in the sector. So after education, they have this pressure of society, they are getting married, children and childcare, so that's so on. So first of all, first pillar is education reforms, because until we change...
sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for the interest of time. Give me your top two. So one is education reform?
Education reform and childcare infrastructures. I will talk about this because here we have awful situation.
Okay, so we've touched upon North America, we've touched upon the EU, and now I want to go to the global south, because unfortunately, the more things change, the more they remain the same across the world. These are challenges women across the world face, whether it's in India or Europe or Canada per se. And I think one of the questions that we're going to be taking away from this, Gayan, is who defines the normal? And with that, let me go to our lone male panelist on this. Aman Thapa, we're counting on you to tell us what it's like on the other side. So I want to talk about the emerging markets, such as the global south, that hold immense potential and opportunities, both in terms of capital as well as incubating startups that are solving some of these crucial challenges that we've been talking about. Your startup is one such example where you're bringing in overlooked members of society, particularly women. Tell us a bit about the startup ecosystem in Nepal, because I imagine there are a lot of misconceptions that exist around it, and how tech in markets like Nepal can actually help bridge the gender gap.
Thank you, Akansha. I think I should be speaking more on behalf of men today. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about Nepal. There's a lot of misconception. The top three mainly are, Nepal is a small market, which is not. It has 30 million population. It's housed between two of the world's largest economies, which is India and China. So you have, to our left and right, half of the world's population. So that's a big market for Nepal. Second, a lot of people think, they have this assumption that Nepal has an aging population because people travel there for meditation, yoga, after retirement and all of that, which is completely the opposite, because 65% of our population is below the age 40. So that's why we're very tech savvy, adaptable, very entrepreneurial in mindset and updated. And the third, about the digital economy, people think Nepal is a rural market. We do mostly farming and all of that, which is not, in fact, the reality. Nepal is one of the fastest growing country in terms of technology. And so when I started the first e-commerce company back in 2011, the internet penetration was just 9%, but today it's at 70 to 75%, which is even better than China and India and Bangladesh and most of these countries. So these are the misconceptions that I wanted to lay out. But what is true about Nepal is that in terms of today's discussion, women represent only 20% of the overall tech industry. And so then after co-founding this e-commerce startup, which I recently sold, now I'm into building a waste management company just recently. And the stats are even worse for women there. 0%, I repeat, 0% of women are in the waste collection business. And it was a shocking fact for me. So just wanted to quickly dive into it. So what are we doing about it? So to understand why there is 0%, and this, I'm talking about collection, but in the overall recycling and waste management value chain, there's less than 5 to 10%, which is still bad. So when we looked at the core reasons why women are not into waste management, there are primarily 3 reasons. One is the physical labor demand of the entire industry. There are more than 50,000 informal waste workers in Nepal that normally they go on their bicycles carrying waste and all of that. They carry up to 100 kilos on their back, which obviously women cannot do. I mean, there is some stereotypical facts that we cannot deny, right? So what we did as Khali Sisi, my waste management company, so we replaced the bicycles and we introduced e-rickshaws, electric rickshaws, which are easy to drive for women. And now, instead of 100 kilos that men were carrying, women are carrying up to like 400, 500 kilos. So that is the initiative under Women in Waste. So we call it Swachha Mahila Abhiyan in Nepali, which is similar to Hindi. Second, what we realized were the scrap centers. There are over 5,000 scrap centers across Nepal. And all of this, 100% of the scrap centers are run by men. In India, we see the cabals, right? So the scrap centers are so poorly organized. It's even for us, it's difficult to enter. People are drinking there, they're smoking there. So women cannot operate in those, and there's no facilities for like different restrooms, childcare centers, and all of these facilities, right? So what we did, so in partnership with Coca-Cola Foundation and this NGO called Women for Human Rights, we're now building the first recycling center in Nepal, which will be completed in October this year, which will be 100% led by women. 80% women workforce is the mandate, and women will be the lead. So these e-rickshaw drivers will carry the recycle, and they don't need to now work with the scrap centers run by men. They'll then be working with us, which will be more safer for them and more operable where women are running the show. And lastly, the third most important part was the lack of resources. Women for Human Rights, they work for the rights of single women, widows in Nepal, one of the most vulnerable and marginalized community. What we realized was upon the sudden death of their husband, they have to become the breadwinner for the family, and they do not have the resources, even the capital to invest in a business like this. I mean, somebody has to put in the working capital, buy them the e-rickshaw. So now we're working with the leading banks in Nepal to provide them with, so the first 5 e-rickshaws were on purely grant, and the later ones are coming in terms of subsidy, no collateral, interest-free and all that. So the intent is by 2035 to have at least 5,000 women waste entrepreneurs in Nepal, which will bring the 0% stat to at least 30 to 40% in the next 10 years. Thanks.
Aman, thank you so much. You're doing incredible work, and that was a very insightful brief on the tech industry in Nepal. And I think you definitely have an audience from the Indians here. Now, Sarah Bresson, let me bring you in. We've looked at the challenges both across government as well as the private sector. And unfortunately, on both sides, the gatekeepers are the men, right? And women are often seen through this prism of soft power. But when it comes to talking about true inclusion in the areas of foreign policy and strategy, men still outnumber women in leadership positions in the field of hard power. Is there still a pushback on women in roles that are deemed to be tough, and how do we even begin to navigate something like that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there is definitely still a pushback, and I would say, so it's not the positions that are tough that women are not fit to be in, but it's the question is, which are the positions that men allow women to be in, right? So traditionally, men have been in positions of power. Does that work? Yeah? Have you heard what I said? Okay. Yeah. So traditionally, men have been in positions of power, and when we look at different professions that were traditionally for women, such as care work, nursing, teaching, we can gradually see as women enter a certain profession, the profession gets devalued and the wage decreases. So you see how kind of the stereotypes that are associated with women, it's not that women cannot do these jobs. We've had this, for example, with teachers, right? In the European context, teaching used to be a male profession, like the professor from university and so on and so forth. Teaching becomes increasingly a female profession, starting with primary care, then going up to university. And everyone knows women are not better and are not worse at the job. But what happens is that the profession is regarded less in the public eye, and the wage kind of decreases. And so it's about kind of who do we let into which positions, and what then happens to these positions. And my kind of, I hope, simple formula to analyzing the problem is 3 questions. So where is the power, where is the money, and who does the care work? We've heard kind of this in different iterations a bit from my co-panelists. In terms of who is the power in the political space, we have 27 countries in the world who have heads of states or governments who are women. And if we continue at this rate, it will take at least 130 years to approach a parity in this space. When we talk about the money, we heard about VC capital, for example. I think in the late 2010s, early 2020s, the rate of VC capital worldwide going to women was a maximum of 7% per year. So 7% of the annual VC capital max going to women. And that's also like not a steady number, but it like goes up and down. When I talk about positions of power and the heads of states and government, you all know you probably have women in parliament, you probably have women as ministers, but usually which positions do they take? Again, it tends to be a gender equality ministry, it tends to be the child care, family care ministry, it tends to be the social ministry. Again, because of the stereotypes we hold and because that's where we let women be. But political systems, no matter what flavor or fashion of democracy or not, are representing the whole society, right? And that's at least 50% of women. So you see this devaluation and you see the dynamics that are happening there. Now, one word on the security sector and warfare. I mean, if we look at today's wars, we heard about the rickshaw carrying, right? There are certain differences in men and women. But today's demands in the strategy community, the IR community, and the security community are not actually going to a battlefield and fighting with a sword, right? We know what are the real challenges that lie ahead of us. And the discourse is often, so where are women's deficiencies? But the real question should also be, where are men's deficiencies if we assume that there are natural differences, right? I mean, we look, for example, and this is, a facts-based argument, that prefrontal cortex development in men is delayed, which is why young males are very prone to be in car accidents. They're very overly risk-taking and reckless, and which is why they have a higher rate of getting concussions while partying and when they are drunk, right? So this is just behavior that we do not need in responsible decision-making and positions of power. So, when we talk about differences and we want to talk about differences, it's important to focus on the deficiencies and the advantages of both and looking at the outcomes. And I think for the general political environment that we're in right now, when it comes to international security, it's both, obviously a curse, but the positive, in it is that we see that the current backlash against gender equality and feminism actually reveals the worst of masculinity, right? We see who wages wars, which heads of states internationally are waging wars, and this is not the flavor of masculinity that we need in the world. So where is the responsibility in those systems where positions of power, positions of money, and responsibility are held by men that allow these decision makers to have us live in the world we live in? So that would be my initial statement.
Thank you, and Thank you, and I think we need a whole separate panel on toxic masculinity and the decisions that men make, so I think that is for the ORF team to bring about next time, so we will pass the suggestion on to Samir. Before I move on to the next set of questions, I'd love to bring the audience in as well. We have a mic, so does anyone have questions for our panelists? Raise your hands if you do. Okay, not yet. So I'm going to move on to the next set of questions. And Irina, let me come back to you. We've talked a lot about accessing capital, yet one of the key barriers and obstacles comes down to financial literacy for women. A report by MasterCard found that women entrepreneurs, particularly in emerging economies, don't always have digital tools or banking services or even access to them, which is a huge determinant in terms of economic and career growth. How do you think, or let's say, what would you think is the most realistic step we can take to improve digital literacy to better support female founders, particularly those that are operating in the informal ad hoc systems like those working with Amun startup?
Well, yes, women in tech panel, we are checking our mics all the time. Besides, on digital literacy and investing in that and ensuring it enough for women, besides the obvious things that have been already mentioned, reforming the school systems, educational systems, providing STEM scholarships for those higher end occupations in technical, I believe we can do a lot of efforts in promoting education in digital literacy in all areas of the world, actually, by combining efforts of governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations. And here I speak from my corner of development cooperation portfolio, which I'm in charge for, where we have tried as a small country donor that has been on the receiving end in development assistance until very recently, 2011. We have tried to invest our efforts and the small amount of money that we have dedicated for development cooperation projects to target the smaller projects that have high impact for society, like educating girls in digital skills and educating women and young persons in general for starting small and medium enterprises, businesses, also in digital arena. So, for example, we have funded projects in Kenya and Ethiopia together with UNICEF on digital skills for girls, where we have provided education for 20 or 10 young ladies for their digital skills to be used in their businesses, or even higher. I think in Ethiopia it was drone engineers that we educated there. In Western Balkans, which is our targeted and sectoral area, we have invested some amount of money, expertise, and experience that we gained through the EU accession, also in developing projects on digital transformation for small and medium enterprises, which then gives an opportunity for women also to participate in these projects. But again, let me come back to the basics. If we, and I believe it was also mentioned by Sarah in her first intervention, it's not enough to provide education. Because if you give digital skills to girls, but don't ensure that the rest of the society and environment allows them to use those skills for their ensuring their future, for their business, they will leave. And they will not be able to practice what they have learned. So again, the whole approach to this needs to be multi-layered and multifaceted.
Diana, let me bring you into this. We've talked about. Can you hear me now?
I hear, but I'm not sure that I hear. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How do we even begin to tackle the mindset or the deeply entrenched, cultural biases against women? Because the reality is, around the world, a lot of the unpaid labor and domestic work is still carried out by women, with the UN finding that even by 2050, women will be spending almost 10% more time daily on unpaid labor than men. So given this actual reality and this stark statistic, going back to what Sarah said, who controls the power, right? Ultimately, it is the men so far. How do we even begin to go back or go forward rather, and change their mindset?
Yes, it's really a problem. The mindset and this ingrained mentality, these biases are really, it will take time to change. But as I said, we have to go to the kindergartens, to the elementary schools, just to fight or combat these insensitive approaches as soon as possible. But before then, actually, yes, even in Armenia, the situation is much more even troubling. I will bring some figures. As on average, women in Armenia spend 59 hours per week on domestic tasks, while men spend only 28 hours. And this imbalance actually combined with a lack of childcare services, especially in rural communities, where only 17% of children are before 5 years are enrolled in any kindergarten or any educational space, which is awful actually, both from perspective of education right, but also from perspective of women's rights. But if in rural communities there is a problem, but this doesn't mean that we don't have generally a problem in Yerevan, for example. Only 30%, 70% of children before 5 years are not enrolled in any kindergarten. And this is not about parents have no interest to do that. No, this is about there is no infrastructures, because there are very, very lack of state-run kindergartens. Okay, we have private kindergartens, but these are not affordable, are very, very expensive. So this is what state policy should be. Actually, last 5 years, there have been several reforms and lots of kindergartens were built, and now it's much more, the situation is much better, but in any case, 70% of children are not there, not getting education, and also their parents, their mothers, have to take this responsibility, have to stay at home, have to take this huge burden on them. So one of the main, the other pillar, as I said, after the educational reforms is infrastructure, huge reform and huge investments on this, because this will really change the situation. As I said, our students, 60% are in IT faculties, but later on they have to, actually, again, the figures are really very visual. For example, 83% of women in Armenia by the age of 13 are economically inactive, compared with just 70%. And this is not about the unemployment rate. This is about their burden having family responsibilities. While they have education, for example, we have 99.7%, almost 100% of women literacy. We have 70% of women in higher education system. So we have the capacity, but the state doesn't give them an opportunity to actually combine family responsibilities and work.
Thank you so much for that. I want to go back to the audience and see if there are any questions before we come back to any concluding thoughts with the panelists. And there is one there. Can we please get the mic? If you could just introduce yourself and what you do and just get to your question. Thank you so much. Oh, quite a few questions coming in. Perfect. I think we can take maybe 2, 3 at once.
I think so many of the points that you raised are pertinent to all of us in all of our countries. We face gender inequity, inequality in different domains in our various countries with different phases, right? I think the point that you raised around where we're seeing positions of power, the 27 countries of example we have today, is a great thing to illustrate that we are not there, but there are examples we can look to across the world in each of your domains. And I'm very aware that it's important to flag the challenges. One thing I find very often helpful is for us to also look at success stories. Where can we look to for examples of inspiration, for improvement, enhancement, and evolution? So I'm just curious, within your own areas of interest, where do you look to as areas of example, whether that's in government or within business, where you say, yes, you know, that is something we can look to and should look to as examples for progression?
Thank you. If we can get the mic to the next person as well, we'll take as many questions as possible.
From Italy, thank you. Yeah, I second that. Really, everything you're saying really resonates with me and with the situation in my country. One thing I think it's really interesting that emerged from what we have discussed about. Sometimes women just think that they are not enough for a position, for a job, for something that they have to do. And sometimes, men just meet, golfing, playing tennis, I don't know. And and women don't, So every time it happens in a networking session or a conference on a workplace, men, since day one, they meet outside the workplace, they meet, they chat, they have beer, whatever.
Bromance,
We
each other.
We don't. So maybe we have to teach women to...
Sorry, can we get to the question given the interest of time? I agree with all your points. I'm right there with you.
Sorry. How can we, push women to do that too?
Got it. Okay. And then we have another question there.
Good morning. I'm Achal Malhotra from India, former ambassador of India to Armenia and Georgia. You talked about mindset, and yes, I agree with you. Let's look at the auditorium. This hall is full. I mean, the women are outnumbering the men.
Yay!
Women talking to women about the women's problem. I think that speaks volumes about it. When we talk about the mindset, would you agree that the mindset has to be changed, not from the top, but from the below, that is from the family level? I know of many countries where parents have inbuilt habitation, educating their children, girls, sending them out for jobs, and the overall, perceptions about the limitations the family is imposing on their own children. So I think the charity begins at home. Would you agree that the reforms must begin at the family level? Then, of course, the governments can only supplement.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just get the first set of questions answered, and then we'll move on to the next ones. If you could please keep the questions as well as the answers as brief as possible so we can get as many in. Thank you.
The first question, you mentioned that when it comes to investment, we are still having issues, and why. So one of the things that I noticed that we talk about as well was the fact that although we have programs that we push, especially for big VCs that have more than $1 billion, to invest on women, they just don't. So that's why I offered that, and I'm really working in Silicon Valley to make that happen, that have a VC company that only invests on women. And that VC company doesn't need to be managed by women VCs, it can be managed by men, but I want to have a role model. As you mentioned, it's extremely important to have a role model. It's extremely important to have an example. And right now, even in Silicon Valley, we do not have a good role model. We do not have numbers that shows actually women are better at entrepreneurship, because we only have 2% of investment goes to women. How can we prove that, right? There are VCs that have billions of dollars and they wasted that on $200 million on people that really they just wasted this money on that. So that 200 million can go to all these women and see the result. So the question is how we can see the result, how we can create role model, and the only answer is to create an example, which we don't have in the VC world.
Yeah, thank you. I love the golfing question, because preparing for this panel, I actually read a statistic that companies in which the board is golfing are less likely to have to take women on the board. I don't know about the causality there, but I think you're onto something. I appreciate the kind of suggestion that we throw more parties and do more hobbies together. But I mean, obviously there is data that this whole care work question is what stands in the way, right? I mean, a man that traditionally goes to work in the morning, returns in the evening, and then, does not like the child care part of it, the elderly care part of it, and all of that to do, that's a relevant piece of the puzzle. And I think it's also important to say that in this area specifically, we cannot have gender equality at the expense of other inequalities, right? So what we see a lot is that we have, for example, parliaments in the global south as well, with a high share of women in parliament. But the question is, who does the care work in these systems? Is it people from other classes? Is it people who are even, kind of attracted as workers from other countries and then do not have rights, the rights that they deserve as care workers? So the whole care chain is also international. It's interclass and it's intersectional. And I think this is an important thing to reflect, that obviously white feminism is not going to solve it in the end. I think one thing that was mentioned was mentorship, and mentorship is important, but there is also newer research on why mentorship doesn't work, asking about positive examples. That was lacking is not actually teach the women to go golfing more or to do X, Y, Z, but actually people standing in for candidates with their own reputation. It's called sponsorship. So in addition to mentorship, telling and teaching women what they need to do better, you actually need also men in leadership position who stand in for a candidate and say this is the right person with their own reputation. And then the role of governments, I mean, there is, of course, a role. And in the opening session, I think it was Samir who said that the think tank sector also doesn't, always come around with the best ideas and the most innovative ideas. There's obviously also a point about investing in the philanthropy sector and in the NGO sector. We have the badly paid jobs in the NGO sector also done disproportionately by women, and then the men having a much easier time actually getting funding for whatever it is they want to do.
Thank you. A lot about unconscious biases that we need to discuss. We have time for just 2 more questions, and the 2 people up front have been waiting very patiently. I'm really sorry. We'll try and get to you. If we can keep the questions and the answers as brief as possible, we'll take more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noni Cabrera. I come from the Philippines. And today I wear an academic hat, and I'd just like to react to what Charlotte said, which I agree 100%. We should look at the good examples. And coming from the Philippines, and coming from a family of strong and loud and opinionated women.
Sorry, are you reacting or do you have a question?
I am reacting, but also having a report. Let's get to the question, please. The Philippines has always enjoyed a very high participation rate and gender. We rank consistently in gender gap reports, and I think one of the examples that have always led to good results is the way that the Philippines has structured legislation, so that, for example, one of the classic examples is we have a 5% budgeting tool for gender, and the gender and development coefficient in our budgeting has always worked in such a way that it has led to significant results in the government sector. So, for instance, we have a budget for these gender development programs that raise awareness on substantive issues, which also push towards the private sector, because now that there is an initiative in the public sector, in the government sector, then in the private sector it translates to more corporate social responsibility and diversity, inclusion activities that they do. As what Sarah said, in terms of substantive participation and how it actually translates to results, it's not a perfect system, but we're working towards it. And on that note, we're just glad to report that the Philippines is actually hosting the International Conference on Women, Peace and Security in October.
Sorry.
No problem. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay. Can we get the mic over here, please? Sorry, up front, right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is also very much related to the comment of the previous commenter. I also come from a country where 70% of the government is women, and it's not actually positions that have to do with childcare, or we have former ministers of finance, economy. I'm deputy minister of economy, and our prime minister actually is a man, but the deputy prime minister is a woman. So in the context of having role models, I would say that this is a very good role model, having 70% of the
question,
women.
please.
The question is it enough? Because when you see the gap in employment, we have around 12% of gap in employment. So basically it means that no matter how good the public policies are, and we also do gender budgeting, by the way, so in terms of public policies, I think we're doing everything right, but obviously in order to get the message through, having role models only from the public sector is probably not enough. So what else could be done? I mean, how can you reach to have the effect of these policies also in the private sector, because having a gender gap in employment is one of the indicators that goes to show that the problem is still persistent. Probably the change in mentality could be one of them, but I'd really like to know more from the panelists. What else could be done in this respect?
Okay, thank you. Kabir and Natalie, do we have time for one more question? No? Okay, so we're going to end it here, and panelists, over to you. Any closing thoughts, and whoever wants to answer this. So Amin and Gan.
Really good questions. Just a statement that will probably answer a few of the questions together. In the climate industry, there's this term called greenwashing. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard. So it's about when a company pretends to care about the environment, they take certain initiatives, while actually they don't, right? I think when it comes to gender equality, I don't know what the term can be, gender washing. I think there's a term for it. Okay, what's it? Okay, so I think that's what's happening. A lot of companies in the private sector, including ours, normally we do it because, you know, we'll get VC funding. Let's have one board seat for women out of 5. You know, let's have the HR head become a woman. So, and let's have at least 40% women in terms of statistics. A lot of the companies are doing basis of, I don't know what's the term, gender washing. So I think if actually we care, then only the mindset, like the ambassador sir said, if the mindset changes and we're not washing things, then only the real change will happen, because a lot of these initiatives that's happening today are based on, you know, this particular thing.
Is it? Yeah. I want to respond on the question of networking and women involvement, because this is really very important, and thank you very much for this remark or question, because yes, we have to empower not just through different mentorship, etc., but we have to create platforms for girls and for women. So they have to have a platform for networking. They have to have, because men usually have their main kind of networks, process of networking, but women really are outside of this. So policymakers or civil society, and we are actually doing it, creating environment for them, creating platforms for them. And one remark about the family's involvement and starting all from the family, very, very agree, and this is really very good and important point. From policymakers' perspective, that's why I'm saying we have to go schools and we have to start from kindergarten to change these ingrained mentalities. But also media has a huge role in this. So I'm not talking just news or news-making media, but also general soap operas. They have a huge, in our case, in Armenia, soap operas are really enforcing the insensitive approaches, insensitive norms. And while state has to have policies to push, to encourage, to create new soap operas in order to change these norms. And about the family and role model, I have one small personal story. My daughter was 5 years old when I took her to the parliamentarian faction meeting, and her reaction was really interesting. She said, "Oh, Mom, I didn't even know that men can also be a parliamentarian," because she knew me as a role model. And for her, it was surprising that, oh, men can also be a parliamentarian. So yes, this should be a huge shift if we will have this more and more models, role models.
Thank you so much. One thing I really did not anticipate during this panel was that I'm going to have immense regret for not going for the golf lessons my dad signed me up for when I was a kid. So thank you for that. I think I need to go and enroll myself. From sub-Saharan Africa to Silicon Valley, I think it's clear that a lot of the challenges that women face remain the same, both when it comes to policy, access to capital, as well as cultural and societal barriers. And I think we're walking away with some very tangible strategies and also success stories, such as what you're doing in Croatia, in terms of how we can level the playing field and also start opening up some of the capital for women to have access to. And as the ambassador said, it shouldn't just be women speaking to women. The onus also needs to come to men, especially on a familial level. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Thank you.
growth. And for this, we have an excellent lineup of speakers and moderators for you. Let me start by introducing the moderator, Ms. Verena Sturm, who is Director of Innovation, Tech, and Social Impact at the Observer Research Foundation Middle East in UAE. We also have Minister Hakob Vardanyan, Deputy Minister of Territorial Administration and Infrastructures from Armenia. We have Mr. Tadas Norvidas, Head of Climate Change Mitigation Center, Lithuanian Energy Agency, Lithuania. Thereafter, we have Mr. Godard Bhagat, who is the Professor of National Security Affairs at the National Defense University's Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies at the United States. We have Ms. Munia Busetta, who's Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South Morocco. We have Mr. Rajiv Gowda, who's former Member of Parliament from India. And lastly, we have Ms. Ornella Kuchi, who's Vice President at ICAR Holdings in Albania. Thank you all for joining us for this panel discussion today. Thank you to our audience. And may I now hand over to Verena. Verena, over to you.
Thank you, Tanubi. Welcome to the panel on rethinking energy transitions and powering tomorrow's growth. I'm very happy you made it here after lunch. I'm also very, very happy to welcome all of my distinguished guests today in this discussion. You've just been introduced by Tanubi, so I will not repeat that to save a little bit of time, because we don't have a lot of time today. We are 6 panelists. The topic is quite extensive, so may I ask you to be brief where you can. I will open with a question to each of you, and then we'll go into a more synergistic discussion. But before that, let me give you a little bit of background around the energy transition. We're gathered here not just to discuss energy, but to explore the future, a future shaped by collaboration, innovation, and a shared responsibility to our planet, from Yerevan to the world. Today, we are taking a look at regional energy politics, innovative ways of procuring and harnessing energy, and their implications for international geopolitical patterns. What is the status of the Energy Transition Index, and what needs to be done? While there may be various stances towards the ongoing energy transition, some driven by fear, some driven by entrenched economic and geopolitical patterns, energy security, equitable access to energy, along with ensured long-term viability of energy sources and the transition to sustainable energy, are at the very, very center of a more and more entrenched debate. What types of energy are clean? Who has access to clean energy, clean technologies, and consistent energy supplies? Is that access just? We need energy to maintain our levels of comfort, prosperity, and productivity. At the same time, we consume more energy than ever before, and at levels that are not sustainable from a global long-term view. So let's delve right in. With nations as diverse as India, the United States, Albania, Lithuania, here on stage, and Armenia, we need to recognize that the energy transition brings different challenges to the respective doorsteps of different nations. Thus, there cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution. We may need a diverse spectrum of voices, perspectives, policies, and most importantly, actions. Let's start with Armenia. Mr. Vardanyan. Our gracious host country today, Armenia, is a perfect gathering place. It symbolizes the crossroads of Europe and Asia, and it serves as a perfect backdrop for a gathering of minds from different regions. What are the challenges you see in Armenia today that it uniquely faces when it comes to transitioning to a more sustainable energy landscape? What are the implications for the industrial sectors here, agriculture, mining? Out of the 100 countries in the Energy Transition Index, Armenia currently has a score of 79. What do you think that means? What can be done? What needs to be done here while ensuring economic prosperity in the region and energy security?
Thank you very much for the question. I'll try to be very short. But initially, I would like to introduce where Armenia stands at the beginning, like in 5 years ago from now when we started our energy transition. Armenia had a very diversified electricity production. In contrast with other countries in the region, we were producing like 30% of our energy from hydro sources, 35% from nuclear, and 35% from thermal power plants, gas-powered plants. And when we started our energy transition, our challenges was, first of all, Armenia, you know, is even not a middle income country, and the first challenge was the prices for renewable sources, and the affordable one from renewable sources was solar energy production, and we started towards solar energy production, and I can say that we have very great potential, and we are now in a very good position right now, because if in 2018 we didn't have any kilowatt hours produced from solar panels, right now we have 630 megawatts of installed capacity of solar panels in the country, and sometimes during the daytime they produce more than 50% of our electricity during the daytime. But the challenges with the solar panels is non-flexibility of our electric system. Our system is too small, and we don't have much interconnection lines with our neighbors. We are working in parallel only with one neighbor, with our southern neighbor, with Iran, and that's not enough as of now to develop this source of electricity production as much as we can. And we're trying to solve these kind of issues, and there are solutions, and we're going towards these solutions, and we have strong belief and strong decision to go to 100% green country to become, because we're a landlocked country without any fossil fuels, and it's crucial for us to have energy independence and not be dependent from any country in terms of energy regimes and in terms of importing fossil fuels.
Thank you very much for that insight into the Armenian stance here. Do you believe that while you're looking away from certain imported energy sources at the moment, what are the more concrete solutions that you see for Armenia? You mentioned solar power. What else is on your list here?
Right now we are working on developing a wind power plant project in Armenia. The main challenge with wind power plants is high capital costs. I think this is going to be decreasing in upcoming years, and it will also be available for us as a source. And also we are building an interconnection lines with our neighboring countries, new lines, which will allow us to be more flexible, and during a daytime when we are experiencing excess capacities of electricity, send to neighboring country and get back it in the evening time. And also we are developing our legislation which will allow good conditions for energy storages work, and battery storages, hydro pump storages, and hydrogen as a storage for electricity will have an opportunity to work in our market, and this will allow us to more increase solar production and other renewable energy production.
Thank you. That looks like you're building out an arsenal of tools that you can use in bringing about this change. If we look a little bit further to the north, Mr. Norvidas, welcome. You are the head of the Climate Change Mitigation Center and part of the Lithuanian Energy Agency. Where does Lithuania stand in your view? It has a score of 24 on the Energy Transition Index. so rather high up. What do you think is your role in leading this transition, in helping other countries maybe learn from what you're doing? Where can Lithuania learn from other countries?
Hello there, it's nice to be here. Yes, we see our future in Lithuania as green, sustainable, independent, and that is the main drivers for our policy decision makers and overall energy system development plans. So we have, in our 30 years of independence, we have always had this task in mind to be as energetically independent as possible, because we had only one option and one supplier of most of our energy needs. So we have very actively strived to diversify our energy sources, our energy types, because in Lithuania we have very few hydropower plants, only one big one. We have lots of forests which supply enough of biomass for our heating sector, but talking about electricity, we were up until the closure of our atomic power plant about 15 years ago. We were one of the biggest regional exporters of electricity. And when we closed it, of course, we became one of the biggest importers of electricity. But during this period of 15 years, we have invested a lot of effort and money to diversify our electricity generation capacities. And we have developed quite substantial park of wind power plants and solar power plants, which enable us to generate about 45 to 50% of electricity right now.
So that leads over perfectly to my next question to you. With nuclear power back in the discussion in Europe at least, how do you see Lithuania's role in leading that change with the closure of the Ignalina nuclear power plant, I think in 2009 that you just mentioned?
Yes. We are ever looking forward, and we have adopted our new national energy independence strategy just a month or so ago. And there we have our goals to introduce small and SMRs, I can't remember, small, medium modular reactors, sorry. Small modular reactors, but at first we will need to see whether they are, of course, viable in terms of electricity costs and other involved additional requirements such as safety, and of course you still need fuel, and where you put this fuel and how you dispose of it and so on. So we have, as I mentioned, closed our nuclear power plant, and we will be decommissioning it until 2057. So the timescales are very large for these technologies.
So you think there is a road to introducing these smaller power plants back into the energy mix for Lithuania?
There are intentions, yes.
Thank you for sharing that. And let's go to our next guest. Mr. Gavad Bhagat, if I may continue with you. So the United States has a score of only 19 on the ETI, Energy Transition Index. What do you think influences energy transition decisions in the US, especially in the light of the upcoming elections? Do you think there will be a rollback of certain progress that may have been made? Do you think it will remain stable? What do you expect to see in terms of the American energy policy for the coming years?
First, I have to say, because I work for the United States government, everything I say is my own opinion, does not represent the official policy of the United States. Second, in this room, how many of you do not believe in climate change? Okay. I'm very glad.
We're in a bubble here, but...
I'm very glad because I will first for 1 or 2 minutes talk about energy security, and then we'll focus on United States. I have been working on energy for more than 35 years, and the best definition I found for energy security was adapted by International Energy Agency in Paris. They defined energy security in 4 terms. The first one, it is geology. If you have oil, gas, you have security. If you do not, there is no energy security. Second part is economics. The price has to be right. If it is too expensive, there is less security. Third part of the definition, geopolicy. Oil and gas are the lifeblood of modern civilization. This is why oil is not only economic commodity. There is a lot of policy behind oil. And number 4 and last one is environmental. The source of energy should not pollute the environment. And this will take us to energy transition. For United States, probably 19 is not bad, higher than 26 and higher than Armenia, so it's not bad. But for United States, I can talk at least 3 reasons why United States is not number 1 or number 2. One of them, geography. United States is a very large country. Because of this, car is necessity. In many countries, only rich people own cars. In United States, most people have to have at least 1 car, and many families have to have 2 cars. Because United States, like Canada, like Australia, very large country, we do not have good public transportation. In big cities like where I live, Washington, D.C. or New York City, there is good public transportation. You can manage without car. But in many parts of the United States, car is necessity. I mean, when I immigrated to the United States, I found it funny. Street beggars, but they have cars. This is not the case in many other countries. So for physical reasons, United States has to consume oil, gasoline, petroleum. Second, most important, and this is why I asked how many of you do not believe in climate change. In the United States, climate change has been politicized. I strongly believe climate change is about science. It is not about policy. But in the United States, it's about policy. I don't know how many of you watched the debate, 5 a.m. today. I watched it, and one part of the debate was about fracking in Pennsylvania, swing state, very important, and the 2 candidates strongly support fracking. President Trump withdrew from Paris agreement. President Biden joined the Paris agreement, but under Biden administration, United States produces more oil than ever. President Biden went to Saudi Arabia to basically beg for more oil production. Pollution does not stop at the borders. You cannot fight pollution at home and ask other countries to produce more oil. I'm talking about oil because oil, gas, and coal produce more than 75% of pollution. So we cannot fight climate change without reducing dependency on fossil fuel. So politicization of climate is the second reason. Third reason and last reason is China factor. It is very hard to fight climate change without working with China. China produces the cheapest solar panels, electric cars, batteries. Chinese products are the cheapest. And in the United States, how to create jobs, we are imposing sanctions, taxes on China. This reduces the price, making fighting climate change much harder. So these
do
are...
you foresee that with the upcoming election, one of the candidates will take a very different stance on this? Do you foresee, is there maybe investment in the public transport sector so that there is no reliance on cars anymore, or not anymore, but less reliance on cars? Do you foresee something like that, for example, if Kamala Harris was elected? Or do you think that there will be a very familiar line on...
In few words, I believe the way for the United States to improve its record is Europe is much ahead of United States in climate change. European green parties have always been very strong, and the way for the United States to reduce its pollution, United States has the highest pollution per capita. The way is to more education, more pressure from bottom up. I do not expect the politicians now will make major change. I believe the change will come when more Americans put pressure on our leaders to go more to renewable energy and less pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may continue with you, Mrs. Bozetta, you hail from Morocco. Morocco's ETI is 65 out of 120, which is quite impressive in its region. Morocco imports 90% of its energy, with oil and gas dominating its energy mix. It has become a leader in renewable energy in the region, with 37% of its electricity generated from renewables as of 2022. And the Noor solar complex has a capacity of 580 megawatt, which is an astounding capacity, and one of the largest concentrated solar power plants globally. So solar power presents as one of the solutions, one of the cheapest forms of renewable energy that we currently have. Do you think Morocco could take a leadership in this regionally or globally? And how do you see the energy mix in Morocco developing?
Thank you very much. Just I want to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to take part, which is an interesting dialogue. So as you said, since 2009, Morocco implemented its strategy for energy transition. It wasn't choice, but necessity to strengthen its energy security. And as you said, Morocco is importing almost all its needs on energy. So the ambition is to achieve 52% of the electricity mix should be coming from renewables, solar, wind, and hydropower. And currently, the capacity installed are about 4.6 gigawatts. It's expected to be about 15 gigawatts by 2027. So it's a very ambitious program, and there are many factors that facilitate this situation. The first one is the global framework, which offers conditions for investors. The second point is the low cost of electricity produced from solar or wind compared to other regions, thanks to the very favorable weather conditions. And the third point is related to the competitiveness of Morocco's logistic and industrial platforms. Donc, all these are key factors that facilitate the implementation of strategy. But there are still some challenges. The first one, Morocco is engaging different measures to stimulate private sector, because all the investments until now are mostly coming from public sectors. So we are stimulating private sector to invest more, to develop the supply chain, to develop the industry. That is very important to create more resilience And we are also investing to reinforce our infrastructures, particularly the grid, the capacity of distribution of storage, and to master relevant technologies. So that are the main challenges that we should invest on. In terms of new perspectives, as it was said, the green hydrogen presents great potential to be one of promising alternative to for decarbonizing heavy industry, transportation, and also fertilizer industry. And for that reason, we see that Europe has announced that for green hydrogen is key part of its transition strategy, aiming to produce 10 million of tons in Europe and to import 10 million others tons of green hydrogen from outside. So Morocco is recognized to have the capacity to be player of this global market of green hydrogen due to its capacity and potential to produce green hydrogen with very competitive cost, as I said, coming from solar and wind, but also because he developed very good interconnectivity with Europe in terms of logistics, in terms of grid. They have Morocco has connection with Spain and Portugal. So that's create a very interesting momentum to develop a new area of green hydrogen. Until now, we have a very attractive framework that is, and we are mobilizing about 1 million hectares of lands to be allocated to the development of the green hydrogen, because as you know, the developing green hydrogen is very capitalistic and needs very large spaces. Many foreign investors announced their interest to invest in Morocco, but I think the major investor now is OCP. It's world's leading Moroccan leading producer of fertilizer based on phosphate, who will invest in green hydrogen, about 1 million tons to produce green ammonia by 2027, and about 10 million tons, 3 million tons by 2032.
Thank you so much for this
yes,
picture.
that's the global picture, but I have to mention that for green hydrogen, the technology is not still mastered. The costs are still very high, but I think for next decade, that will be a very good competitiveness and maybe new area of investment. Thank you.
Certainly a collective challenge, getting investment into these types of technologies. So you mentioned looking to Europe for inspiration on where to go in your energy transition journey. Which other countries do you build relationships with? How do you see your more regional role, maybe in Africa? Maybe one sentence to that, and then we'll go over to Mr. Gauda.
I think as we are nearest to Europe, as I said, we will have the opportunity to have connection with many countries. Okay, now it's okay? It's okay, it's working? So as I said, as we are nearest to Europe, we have...
Closer maybe to the mic, or does it work for
you? Okay. So as I said, we have the opportunity to have connection with the south of Europe, in Mediterranean region, especially, as I said, Europe and Spain and Portugal, and also in the northwest of Africa, because we have also many others, how can I say, interconnection in railways and others that can help to implement a hub, regional hub in green hydrogen or in green energy to be shipped to other parts of the world. So we are in connection thanks to our geolocalization. Thank you.
Thank you. A warm welcome also to Mr. Gauda. Great to have you here. You represent India tonight. India's ETI is at 63 out of 120. And India, of course, we know that, has a wholly different set of challenges than many of the other panelists here have. A growing population that demands energy, and also, of course, the need to maybe make that economic growth that you're striving towards, make that a more sustainable one than the Western nations have managed to. So, if we're looking at India, India consumes 6% of the world's primary energy at the moment, with 55% of its electricity still generated from coal. It has already achieved 175 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity as of 2022, with solar contributing 62 gigawatt and wind 40. For context, 1 megawatt is roughly the amount of electricity needed to power about 100 homes in what we call the more developed countries. 1 gigawatt can power roughly 1 million homes. India aims for 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030, with solar expected to reach 300 gigawatts. India's carbon intensity per GDP is set out to be reduced by 45% by 2030, compared to the 2005 levels, and it looks to reach net zero by 2070. So, as a former member of the Indian Parliament, what is your view on the challenges here from a policy perspective? What do you think can be done, and what needs to be done?
Thank you. Those are big questions. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. We've got 1.4 billion people, large numbers, more than 1 billion, who are, by most definitions, poor, everyone eager to participate in a better quality of life, which is going to be energy intensive. Now, 55% coal, but overall 75% fossil fuel usage as of now. The net zero target of 2070 is too far away. So what we've done is we've actually committed ourselves to 2030, which is day after tomorrow, right? So basically, we are aggressively moving on multiple fronts to try and change the way we move forward. One advantage that we have is that a lot of the investments that need to be made in the, in terms of the energy domain, ecosystem, are yet to be made. For example, for the newer cities. So all of these give us an opportunity to make this massive switch. For example, we are also betting on green hydrogen. And our big industrialists are essentially committing to focusing on that particular source and to reduce the cost to around $2 per ton, or whatever that exact measure is. So there is a concerted effort. And when it comes to renewables, so we have basically said that 50% of our energy will come from renewables by 2030. We will reach 500 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2030, of which, as you pointed out, 175 has already been achieved. So here, it's going to involve a lot of investment. When it comes to solar, we import our panels from China substantially, right? So we haven't got an alternative indigenous industry going forward. We're quite adept at managing traditional fossil fuels, because even in this very complicated geopolitical environment, we've been buying discounted fuel from Russia. We've got the US to waive some sanctions on Venezuela to get some crude from there. So we're playing that game, but we're very, very firmly focused on the future, partly because the lessons of climate change, the impacts, are staring us in the face. We've seen this year heat waves across the country. During our large national election, I think about 35 officials on poll duty died of heat stroke. That's one. That was followed by flooding, and including urban flooding, which killed people. We're seeing landslides in fragile hill areas. So as far as we are concerned, this needs action, and action now. Now, the investment, where is that going to come from? What all are we going to focus on? So one dimension is, of course, green hydrogen. Another is energy storage. We're trying to invest in batteries in a big way, because as a nation, we have the landscape and the geography that someone mentioned to certainly support renewables, solar, wind, hydel of various kinds, hydroelectric of various kinds. All of those are eminently doable without much environmental cost. So those are part of our mix. We are also a nation with a long tradition of recycling. So this whole notion of circularity, finding ways to reuse materials, all of that is certainly part of our agenda as well. And when we talk about green hydrogen and alternative energy sources, we're talking about decarbonizing the industrialization that is yet to happen as well, what is already there and what is yet to happen. So those are some of the dimensions of our approach. But in terms of tangible things that I have seen and been involved in inaugurations, we've just introduced 1,000 electric buses, in different fleets across the country. And we've got, that's a very large number.
It's a large number, but for India,
for India, it's nothing. It's nothing. But a lot of people use public transport as well, right? So that's the way I think as our urban design moves forward and we adopt these kinds of technologies, I think we'll be in a position to do a lot more. Our bigger challenges are what we would call just transition, right? We have about 3.5 million people employed in the coal sector, right? And what's going to happen to them if we are going to switch, right? So can we embark on a massive green jobs skilling initiative that will help move towards people who can work in the larger renewable domain? Absolutely. So those sorts of challenges are also those that are confronting us.
100,000 of jobs worldwide are going to come from investment into green energy sectors, if we look at that. And so that's a challenge for all of us, transitioning these workers in these old traditional industries towards that and upskilling them or reskilling them in ways where they can be useful in furthering this transition.
Yeah, and then in India, agriculture generates only about 15% of GDP, but more than 50% of our population still lives off agriculture. And because of a variety of policy measures, we over-harvest groundwater, we misuse free electricity. So there, adopting solar is probably going to change the game. We are also going to have to invest in the new grid infrastructure, which can enable all this decentralized producers to also make some extra money.
The timing, I will have to cut you off here. For we could probably talk about India all evening when it comes to these challenges. But I mean, making the agricultural sectors that are still very dependent on fossil fuels and coal more sustainable is a challenge for most of the nations on this panel. So maybe that's something we can speak about after we speak to our last panelist, Ms. Kuchi. It's a pleasure having you here as well. You have a private sector background, so maybe you also would love to dive into what the two panelists before you said, touching on investments in the sector and how that can change regions' trajectory and also maybe supercharge the transition in certain areas. You come from Albania. Albania has a score of 43 on the ETI. It produces 98% of its electricity from hydropower, and it imports 30 to 40% during its dry seasons. You mentioned before you would like to speak to the region rather than Albania itself, so please feel free to take a more regional approach and tell us how you see the regional trajectory of the energy transition in the Balkans.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and I want to thank also ORF and the government of Armenia having us here and organizing such a very good event. It's really hard to talk behind you because I will talk from a country 1.5 billion to, for example, Montenegro, which is only 600,000 inhabitants. So, but let's try to explain how it is to be in the middle of developed countries like European countries and African. And I will talk about Balkans. And Balkans, they are 6 countries with big problems. Small budgets and small countries in the meantime. And so I will separate here Albania about the energy because we are producing 100%, almost 100% renewable energy because we are blessed with waters by nature. And as every blessing, we didn't manage well. And so we are the first one attacked country, the most attacked country in Europe for climate change because of our floods. But in the meantime, historically the region has relied on coal and energy imports. Except now, in this moment. And why now? Cause of 2 points. The first one is the energy crisis, and all our region focused themselves in the energy. But as we are masters of art in the crisis management, but not in the sustainability, we couldn't manage to have sustainability on this crisis, on the energy crisis. And the second one it's about the EU obligations. So all our 6 countries, they are obliged to transpose and to implement the European legislation. And this European legislation, for example, for the chapter 27, the climate change and environmental chapter, our transposition is almost 50 to 60% in all regions. Our implementation is less than 10%. So it's a huge gap between the transposition and the implementation. Why? Because even EU is obliging us, but they have these double principles. They are talking about green. Everything is green now, green transport, green economy, green energy, green everything, even green food. But as they are paying and they are, let's say, having grants for their inhabitants, for the European inhabitants, about 2,500 euros per inhabitant. For our region, which has candidate countries for the Europe, it's 154 euros. So this big, let's say, gap of money also with this big obligation that we have to transpose, it's huge. In the meantime, we are countries that we have historically problems by producing renewable energy. And I have here to bring the case of North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo. They are producing more CO2 than all Europe, 7 times more CO2 than all Europe, because of their power plants, and they are very old. They all the technology without innovation, zero renewable energy.
So how do you believe can we incentivize a switch to a more sustainable energy here?
The last problem, and we are talking a lot about the energy efficiency, but the region, in some points, we are losing up to 30% of our energy in transmission. So even this is a big problem. And what we need, how we can fix all this. The first one, funds. It's everywhere, it's a must. The second one, we need significant investment, especially outlying infrastructure, outdated infrastructure. The second one, collaboration. And I'm not talking about only the collaboration between the private sector and the government, and also the universities and academia. But in the meantime, I'm talking about collaboration between our countries, our small countries. Because every country, it's acting like an island, an isolated island. But with this, we can find the way how to increase our funds, to increase our capacities, and to produce more, and to help each other. In the meantime, we need to educate and reskilling programs in our universities. In Albania, we don't have a single program in climate change, nothing, zero. We have in all Balkans only one in Serbia, and in it's a master degree. So, and I will close with a sentence. When the public and the private sectors team up, it's like the perfect marriage. Each brings something unique to the table, and together they create a future that is sustainable, successful, and by our surprise, smooth, with far fewer arguments about who left the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you for this contribution. Having heard all these different perspectives, different challenges, we can still see that the shared urgency is there for each and all of us. And we need to see what are the ways that we can collaborate and actually bring about change actively, proactively together. one certain thing is, of course, redistribution of funds towards nations that need them, that actually already feel the changes, the vulnerable 20. These things, having a more just energy transition than it currently is, with an eye to the time, and in the light of all of us wanting to contribute to these questions, may I ask you to really only answer if you have a specific thing in mind. So when you look at international collaboration, what would be your wish on international level? What is your wish looking towards OPEC? How do you see its development currently? And perhaps how do you see its view in hindering or hopefully in the long term also pushing forward the climate transition?
I can make two brief points here. First, energy transition is not only about climate change, it is also about national security. When you are dependent on foreign supplies, you are vulnerable to the producer of these supplies. This is Europe and Russia, clear example. We are here in Armenia. Armenia depends on Russia for nuclear fuel. Russia can shut off the light. For Armenia's national security, you have to reduce your dependency on Russia or any foreign supply. Second point is the energy transition will not happen overnight. We still need oil and gas. It will take time. It is true that there is a climate emergency, but it is true that we are not ready yet to give up oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay. So we are in Albania, not only in Albania, I am talking about the whole Balkans. We are transposing legislation just for obligation. We are not collaborating with the private sector. How to implement all this? So we are just transposing and we are not implementing. Because at least in the end, the implementers of all our legislations in the energy sector and in climate change also, it will be the private sector. Without them, we can do nothing. So if the governments, they are not, let's say, giving meaningful public subsidies, guarantees, paying guarantees for the banks, or helping with equity funds, it will be nothing. The private sector in our countries is not so powerful to invest a lot of money in energy, and in the meantime, without the collaboration of the government, putting all this in the public service, it will be nothing.
So you're hoping for more international collaboration when it comes to public-private partnerships in the energy transition?
Exactly.
I mean, yes?
Maybe I can share some thoughts concerning the cooperation and how we think the energy transition. I think there are 3 points to highlight if we want to reconsider and to strengthen relationship and partnership. The first one, the security, the renewables are reshaping the landscape of energy security in the world because there are new actors that are involved in the global system, and that the competition are intensified around critical minerals and the technology leadership. So there is, before it was just producer of oil or fossils that are concerned by the global landscape and its implication at geopolitical level, but now we have new actors in renewable energy. So we have to consider how the situation will be balanced, how can we limit the impact or the influence that have impacted the global world globally. And the second point for me is the pace of energy transition. It still remains very low. And we have to consider what can be the driver where we should work together, and how can all the stakeholders concerned, we talk about financing, we talk about research, we talk about development, progress of technology. So we think to reassess, to see if you want to meet the global targeted that as it was fixed by Paris Agreement, we should reassess our way to do the transition and what are the best way to be more effective and to implement the energy transition.
So when we look at the energy targets for 2030 that were announced at COP28, tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling the rate of energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuels, how realistic does it look for your countries? If in a 2 to 5 word answer, if possible.
So according to my country, Albania, we engaged ourselves to have less 52% emissions until 2050. And I asked my prime minister, it will be Albania in the stone area because we are 100% renewable energy production. So how it will be on this? Probably all the governments has to talk more about not only with academians and not only with research, but even with the private sector, because if they are not collaborating, they are giving, let's say, wrong data to the government, and the wrong data, they are producing wrong challenges and wrong also obligations. I don't think that this is
realistic for the Balkans.
Yes, for sure.
Mr. Verdanian, may I ask you to answer that from an Armenian perspective as well?
Mike.
It's on, you just need to go closer, probably. It's on, just come closer.
Thank you very much. I think Armenia is in a good shape in terms of doing international obligations, particularly Paris Agreement obligations about decreasing CO2 emissions. And for example, for this, we have decided to have 1,000 megawatt hours of solar panels until 2030. Right now, we have 630 now. We are in 24. And I think in 2 years, we will reach our goal, 1,000 megawatt. And we could even do better if the system allowed us. And the only problem is system flexibility. We're solving these issues, and I think until 2030 we will have more. And also, we are implementing other policies towards electric vehicles. There are certain privileges acquiring electric vehicle in Armenia, which will also help us to get these goals, and also we are subsidizing everybody who is doing refurbishment of its building, home, and everything with an energy efficiency tools and using energy efficiency materials in the refurbishment of their homes. I think all these tools will help us to reach even better results than we aim to. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe from a Lithuanian perspective as well?
Yes, we are well aware of the stricter targets set, and being a part of European Union, we have we are quite well prepared because we have the advantage of learning from our peers, and this international collaboration, it really helps when we are talking about the highest targets to achieve, so generation of electricity from renewables. Transport sector is very much the biggest issue for us, but we have programs and funding in place to achieve our targets set. So the knowledge, know-how which we got from our colleagues in older Western European countries very much helped us to develop our strategies, and right now we are finalizing our National Energy Climate Action Plan, which will serve us as a platform for launching all these programs and initiatives for supporting renewables and, more importantly, increasing energy security and energy efficiency, because if you do not conserve electricity that you produced, it just goes to waste and the whole chain collapses.
Thank you. Yes, one sentence?
Yeah.
One sentence, and then we'll come to the US.
Okay.
Okay, I have been part of at least 10 COP in 10 years. And I have realized that in every COP we are saying the same things. And probably we all should think about this kind of sentences that our prime ministers, everyone is saying on the COP and what they are deciding. And if we have even to think if COP is necessary to be every year, what we are changing, except we are losing a lot of money and a lot of energy.
So you're looking for more tangible effects and policy results from COP. I think all of us would wish for that.
Effective.
All of us would wish for that.
Okay, I would like to give credit to my colleague from India. Former Indian Prime Minister once said, India was not part of the problem, but India wants to be part of the solution. And this is why international cooperation is must. The war in Gaza, Israel and Arab countries, if they work together, again, pollution does not stop at political borders. Here in Armenia, Armenia agreed that the COP29 will be held in Azerbaijan. There must be international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a perfect transition into the last question I have for you today. How do you see the unjust effects of our growth in the West that are now borne by the vulnerable 20, but also places like India? What are ways that we maybe can make this transition more just for countries that are affected by our growth 50 years ago, 80 years ago, when we were not using energy as clean as we are aiming to use now?
Yeah, first we need to think about the vulnerable countries. India is a very large country, we can cope. But the small island states, others whose very existence is threatened, what are we going to do about them? How do we provide the kinds of resources that will help them cope? That's, I think, that has to be a top priority. Apart from that, if the developed countries with their extraordinary capital resources were to think about the benefits that would come from, investment, it could be in offsets. Countries like India have enough space and enough possibilities to help decarbonize, or create carbon sinks. The kinds of technologies that, that are innovated, we can scale their implementation in a way that makes a huge difference. Because while we are going to keep growing, we are also going to keep emitting. And every ton of carbon dioxide that you can prevent us from emitting makes a huge difference. So I would think that, and then, you were talking about OPEC. Well, if you look at what the private sector oil companies are doing, some of them are becoming, they're focusing on renewables. They've got enough resources, again, to aggressively diversify and invest and help make these technological transitions. We are actually betting that whether it's storage or green hydrogen, that these technologies will be available to us at affordable prices in the near future. Just like electric vehicles. We never expected them to be so mainstream so quickly, right? So they were sort of optimistic on these fronts, but I think that's where the kind of investment that's needed could be a win-win for the developed world as well as for everyone else. Everyone is trying to cope as well.
So bringing the private sector into just energy transition partnerships and things like that might be a way forward. That would probably be a whole different panel, a whole other panel that we'll have to have maybe next year at the Yerevan dialogue. I would like to open just to the audience. Do you have, we have, I think, I don't know, Tanubi, do we have time for one or two questions or two? Okay, thank you. So, please. Is there?
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I wish I am eager to be a part of this discussion because I have the honor to represent the Permanent International Secretariat of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization.
Would you also kindly tell us your name, please?
My name is Ashot Kocher, and I'm executive manager of this Secretariat of the organization I mentioned, which is a unique platform for dialogue among 13 member states, well, in 18 areas of cooperation, including energy, of course. our distinguished, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their very comprehensive, informative information and intervention provided. And well, our Albanian colleague mentioned the popularity of the word term green. And as an organization, I would like to say that we pay a special attention to encouraging green energy investments in our BSEC region with the aim of creating a modern energy infrastructure that includes areas with poor access to energy, encouraging, of course, local entrepreneurship in green energy production. And I am convinced that development, I am so sorry that it will be only 1 or 2 minutes more, because our Secretary General participated in yesterday's panel on connectivity, and he used a very important word. He was speaking about the transport connectivity, and then he used also the energy connectivity term. So, and we are convinced that the development and the progress in this region depends on trilemma, an energy trilemma, stable energy supply, mitigation of environmental impact, and affordability. And just a couple of words about the importance of international, regional cooperation. Of course, increased focus on regional policy dialogue is more than ever required, because when we are talking about the energy transition, we know that there are still many uncertainties relating to possible scenarios and development of the global energy sector, which increase the difficulties both on international and regional levels to reach the goal of net zero world. Okay. And I am convinced that we have to intensify our efforts to finding innovative approaches for improving cooperation aimed at tackling existing challenges. I'm very sorry for this
thank you,
small
but
intervention.
Thank you
Thanks
for
a lot.
this contribution, but is there a question you have to the panel?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I'm very
well, then
satisfied.
thank you for the contribution.
Just I wanted to say a couple of words
maybe you can
on behalf
pass.
of the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe you
Thank
can pass the microphone to the lady in red at the back.
Hello, yes, my name is Duneza Skova. I represent the Armenian Foreign Ministry. I'll try to be short. Regarding renewables, as our Deputy Minister kindly mentioned, Armenia is doing very well on solar panel production. My question is the following. Where does the world, or rather science, stand on the issue of reuse of those solar panels or recycling issue? Because several years ago it has been an issue whether in several years how will the world be able to reuse or recycle it? Thank you.
Yeah. Who would like to take that?
In one word, it is
closer, maybe? Do you hear him?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
In one word, it is diversification. All countries have to diversify the energy mix. One source is not enough. The best solution, little bit of oil, gas, renewable, and nuclear. And this is the way forward. There is no one source is enough.
May I? So we live in 2024. We are even able to recycle ourselves. In the last 5 years, yes, they find solution how to recycle the old panels. And there are a lot of factories, even in my country, recycling solar panels. I think even in this area, I don't know, but I think even in this area, there are factories that they are recycling this. Otherwise, you will be obliged from the Paris Agreement to recycle this kind of panels.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to say also that the new project, industrial project, integrated the recycling. So in the choice of technology, you have to find the product that allow the recycling. So we have less products that are not used. So that's the new generation of industrial projects.
Okay, thank you. So there was one question and one contribution. I think we'll close it with maybe a short last sentence from each of you about maybe from the Yerevan dialogue to the world, what would your wish be for the energy transition? What is something that you would wish for the international community to collaborate on more this direction? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Yerevan Dialogue will help all our guests to see our intentions towards not only energy transition but connectivity and connectivity and our efforts towards becoming an regional hub both for energy and transportation. Thank you very much.
These kinds of events are very useful because we have to all speak the same language to
Government, private sector, and academia. Everything successful in United States is outcome of these three players. There will not be success without government, private sector, and academia.
Thank you. I can just say some few words. This kind of platform dialogue is very important to address complexity, especially because energy transition is a very complex subject and it needs to join the effort of everyone in different stakeholders. So I think we should continue discussion, we should continue finding the right solution, sharing ideas and working together. Thank you.
I'd say that a platform like this gives us an opportunity to emphasize that innovations in the broader energy space are global public goods. They should be shared and available to everyone.
We are living in a strange period. You probably have seen yesterday's or today's debate between the candidates for presidents. And we can talk until tomorrow for Paris Agreement, but once Donald Trump is coming, he will be out of the Paris Agreement. And what's the meaning of the Paris Agreement if he will come or another president will come and it will erase everything about the Paris Agreement? So probably it's time to not plan anymore and to not have strategies anymore, because in my country we are just planning to plan, to not be planned and to not be implemented. Probably it's the time that the government should be pure technical in this issue and not political. Thank you.
Thank you all for your perspectives. I think listening to you makes very clear how valuable it is to have such multi-perspective players here, and also how valuable it is to bring all these viewpoints into the plans we'll have to make. I mean, there's this old German statement, a German kind of proverb that says, you can make a great plan and you can make another one, but it will all come very different to what you expected anyway. And I think that's what will happen with climate change. And if we don't act together and act decisively, we'll be reactive and then we can't make any plans anymore. I think that's what we all can agree on. Thank you for having shared this panel with me.
Thank you.
We have Marcos Tusen, State Secretary, European Affairs, Economic Diplomacy, International Law, and Protection of Interests, Slovenia. We have Arturo Sarukan, founder and president, Sarukan and Associates, former ambassador of Mexico to the United States, adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, the United States. We have Andrew Caruana Galizia, head of Europe and Eurasia, World Economic Forum, Switzerland. Welcome. We have Vaniru Muanene, senior advisor, market development and partnership in Supply Health, Kenya. Welcome. We have Srinath Kondapalli, author, commentator, professor of Chinese studies, Jawaharlal University, India. And of course, that's the panel with us. So ma'am, you can take over from here. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this panel, which promises to be interesting. Everyone's agitated because. So there is this Simon and Garfunkel song. I don't know how many of you know Simon and Garfunkel. That's my vintage. And that song, it's called Sound of Silence. And in that song, they say, people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening. And I was wondering that if that's what's happening in the democracies now, because this year we had 64 countries voting, 49% of the world, and yet democracy is not well, it's a bit unhealthy. And so is the multilateral system broken? Yes, it is. The UN is not responding to people. Neither is the WTO, because it's going towards a system that nobody understands. And what is the role of small and medium democracies to change or try and come in with a new language or a new mantra? Do they want to belong to the old system that is broken, or do they want to come in with a new way of thinking? Sir, you said something very nice recently, and I found it very beautiful. You said that peace is a political belief. And I have never heard it said like that. So could you speak to that, please?
Thank you very much. I do believe that what I did say should be first of all implied to democracies, because democracies are the ones who know the importance of peace, and they know how to operate, or otherwise they don't know how to operate in other circumstances. And that's why this is also very difficult for small and medium democracies to operate today. And when we say is a political belief, this is a political belief for several reasons and for several dimensions. It comes to social issues, to cultural issues, to economic issues, which are very important as well. But given the fact that what I told was in a different context, I would like to add to this, saying that peace is not only a political belief, but sometimes and nowadays it's also a political courage. And to have a political courage to promote for peace, especially, it requires a strong democratic system, because nowadays, let's be frank, peace is not popular because there are big actors who are not the ones who are promoting the peace, but challenging it every day and trying to make us think that democracy is a threat for peace. And being a one to promote peace, you need to have a very difficult dialogue, not only with your international partners, but also within your society. And this is what Armenia preaches, and this is what we are trying to do. And probably many of you were at the opening ceremony yesterday, seeing how Prime Minister of Armenia gave a brilliant example showing the political courage that Armenia has to establish peace and stability in our region.
Yeah, I just did that, yeah. So the European Union's biggest success is the common market. It's an evolving concept, European Union itself, peace. Is Europe peaceful?
If Europe is peaceful,
Yeah.
Thank you. Europe is not peaceful at the moment, but it's an important question. What exactly is European Union? And you said it's idea of a common market, idea of member states trading among each other, removing the barriers and so on. But the core idea of European Union is peace, is democracy. So after the Second World War, basically France and Germany at that time, but also other countries, got together in order to make sure the World War III does not happen. And the European integration that started shortly after the Second World War brought a peace to the continent, but among the member states. So there was no armed conflict between any member state of any European integration in the last 70 years. Which means European Union is, I would even argue, the most successful peace process or peace project in human history. For 70 years in a continent that was relatively violent in history, there was no armed conflict between the member states. Now the question is if Europe is a peaceful continent now, and we know it's not. So that's why I would argue that it's our obligation of current EU member states to argue for Europe as such to be connected as European Union is and prevent armed conflict among also those countries that are not in the European Union yet.
Have the courage to be peaceful, because peace needs courage as well. Andrew, I have a question for you. Just full transparency here. Andrew and I are friends, so you people need to know that. Andrew, are democracies and human rights, is a democracy the best protector of human rights?
That's a really big question, Chitra. So obviously, you cannot have human rights without democracy. But democracy is no guarantor of human rights by itself. I mean, democracy can descend into majoritarian rule. We often forget that there are many components of democracy. There's the rule of law, there's freedom of the press. And actually, without any of those elements, if you're missing a single one of those elements, then human rights are not protected and cannot be protected. And so, I mean, how to link this question back to the theme? I mean, one of the thinking about sort of why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about medium-sized and small democracies getting together and helping each other? Obviously, the main reason is the breakdown in the international law that we have multipolarity without multilateralism. There's no governance response to the chaos that we're seeing in the world, which means that obviously, if you're a small democratic state like Armenia, for example, you need to look around you for friends. You can't rely on the multilateral system or what's left of it. And why are democracies better allies than autocracies? For me, the answer is obvious. It's that democracies are accountable to their people, which means that their behavior internationally is under the control of their people. Whereas an autocracy can behave in an undemocratic, unreliable way internationally. There is nothing holding an autocracy in check domestically. The only check on an autocracy is external, and it's normally military force. So democracies don't go to war with each other, as the State Secretary said, mainly because people do not want to go to war with each other, and democratic governments are accountable to them. Now, Chitra, you mentioned we're friends, so I know you're also, actually, as many Indians are, you're a bit skeptical about the European Union. The news in India is always very negative about the European Union. If you read the Indian news, you'd believe the EU should have collapsed about 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
But I live in Europe. I have been
I know.
But,
and obviously, you're right to be skeptical because the EU is an unfinished project. The EU depends on national governments being democratic. As soon as you have democratic backsliding in a national government within the EU, the European Union, so the European Commission, can do very little about it. With Hungary, we've seen threats to withhold funds, but as soon as the European Union member states wanted to send European aid to Ukraine, they had to compromise with Hungary. So those funds were unlocked. So actually, the European project is only as strong, is only as democratic as its member states. We can go into a lot of detail about what needs to change,
sure.
but
the question was about normative standards of democracy. Are they different for small and medium as opposed to the large ones? And my submission would be you can't have that. Or do the small and medium have a head start because they want to do things differently? And the question now, which follows from this for you, is democracy a public good and anybody can come in? Because we are talking about, has it got to be tested every 5 years or every 7 years? Is it a public good?
Well, first of all, let me thank the Armenian government and foundation for the invitation. As the son and grandson of the Armenian diaspora as a result of the genocide, it's very moving to be here in Yerevan today for this and for the challenges that a country like Armenia faces going forward. I'm also sort of uncertain why I'm on this panel because I'm Mexican. I was a Mexican diplomat for 23 years. I now live in the US, and neither Mexico or the US are small and medium democracies. And in fact, both of them, for different reasons, are against the ropes. The constitutional reform that was approved early this morning in Mexico City will degrade Mexican democracy in ways that we have not seen. And I don't have to tell you about what's going in the US, contrary to the famous mantra of Las Vegas, when it comes to democracy and international democracy. What happens in Las Vegas doesn't stay in Las Vegas. And this has a very important impact for this discussion. I do think democracy is a global public good. I think nations should treat it as a global public good. I think those countries that have commonalities in terms of building a rules-based international order. I know that's a loaded term because many associate it directly with the US and the geopolitical West defining the rules of that international order after the Second World War and then after the end of the Cold War. But I think there is such a thing as a rules-based international system. I think small, medium-sized democracies can be very nimble in that type of engagement. More importantly, for small and medium-sized democracies, multilateralism, whether it's through formal multilateral foreign organizations, regardless of how much they have been degraded and are being questioned, whether it's through ad hoc coalition of the willing, sub-regional, regional, multilateral, plurilateral engagement. I think that for democracies that are small and medium, when you look at their ability to engage internationally with big powers, but also amongst themselves, there are two ways to go around the world. You either sit at the table or you're on the menu. And that is a very, I think, important trigger for how small, medium-sized democracies engage with one another. And I'll give you, I think, a very powerful example. You mentioned that this had been a tsunami year of electoral processes in the world. How small and medium-sized democracies engage with one another in electoral organization, electoral rules, building those countries that have national electoral authorities, how they cooperate in exchanging best practices. And the mantra that I think should be at the head of any engagement by small and medium-sized democracies when it comes to global issues, international affairs, is that you cooperate globally to solve regionally or locally. You tropicalize standard practices to be able to address specific issues that a collective group of nations are facing in a specific region of the world.
But what if you don't want to sit at the table? I saw your eyes go up. Manjiri, did you want to come in about models and funding of democratic funding the democratic processes and funding, election funding? And does it have to come from these big models?
Great, thank you. And thanks also to ORF and the Armenian MFA for this invite. I'm honored to sit here with all the political tycoons. I'm a healthcare practitioner. I was just joking with some of the panelists that I'm here to represent the Gen Zs from the African continent. I'm a millennial myself. I think one thing I wanted to bring out about financing and financing for elections, we were just talking about it recently. You would see how the Americans finance internally as a country. So if you're Kamala Harris, you're Trump, you have your people in the country fundraising for you to be able to run an election. We've seen very different where a huge amount of the financing for your election, your campaigns, is probably coming externally. And that comes with its own caveats, it comes with its own carrots, it comes with its own conditionalities. And I think that is one of the things that we are recognizing even as Kenyans. A good example is we just had a very heated youth-led protest for 2 months, July, August. That also made us to cancel Nairobi Dialogue, which was being organized by ORF. And one of the key things is that we felt that the government of the day is not people-driven. It's driven by external factors, for example, IMF and the World Bank. And those IMF and World Bank work for certain political offices, right? And some of the things that we are agitating for is just basically accountability. You know, we have finances in the country, why can't we, you know, use them for the right reasons and not be able to divert funds to people for things that are not people-driven within the country. So we find ourselves selling our countries to external forces. And I even wanted to start with a question. So for example, and just to make it politically correct for everyone, who has read or believes that, you know, Rwanda is an authoritarian, there's an authoritarian leader in Rwanda? Who has read or believes? Maybe just to see some hands up. Not necessarily believe, maybe read, just to be politically correct.
If it's authoritarian, would people feel comfortable raising their hands?
No. I think we've read so much that Rwanda is not a democratic country, that there's an authoritarian leader. Of course, he's been in power for the last maybe 4 or 5 terms. He's running his 4th term now. And with his 4th term, he won the elections with 99% of the votes. So, you know, there's certain journalists or certain media personalities or certain countries, certain people who think he's an authoritarian. But if you're winning an election with 99% votes, isn't that a democracy by its own right? Those people voted for you. Something else to just solidify that point is because you look at Rwanda, it's the only African country that everyone can access health with a social health insurance fund that costs you only $2 a year. Everyone can access education. 99% of children are enrolled in education. If you look at Rwanda, it's the only country in the world where we have 66% of parliamentarians being women. And of course, many other leaders having cabinet positions. And where I'm coming from in Kenya, where I think everyone or a lot of media reports read that we are democracy, I wouldn't necessarily say we are democracy given what we saw the last 2 months in July and August.
So the ground rules are we're not naming and shaming any, can you hear me? Not naming and shaming any countries, but 99% the 4th term has issues. But having said that, you had a point about election funding?
I just wanted to respond regarding the question of... Is it okay? Yeah. Just wanted to respond regarding 2 things. One is the question if the democracy is a public good, and the other one about the financing the democracy. If it's a public good, then we have an obligation to invest in democracy. Right now, there is a study that's published every year by the Institute of, it's called Varieties of Democracy. Today, 72% of world's population lives in one or other kind of autocracy. 72%. So if we want to invest in democracy, if we want the democracy to be public good, we really, and that's really the most important point, we need to invest in it. I'll give you one example, and it's an example that's perhaps also close to Armenia, because you just entered the International Criminal Court this year, you joined the Rome Statute. Working in The Hague for many years, I would say it's one of the institutions that guarantees the implementation of democracy when it comes to the criminal offenses around the world, and to make the to guarantee justice. What is and I would ask you, what is the yearly budget of the International Criminal Court, so the criminal courts we have? It's $160 million US dollars, $160 million US dollars. In comparison, Slovenia is a very small country with agriculture is not a big thing. Our Ministry for Agriculture has a budget that is twice as big as the ICC budget. So are we being serious about investing in democracy? I would argue definitely no.
Yeah, thank you. So just to add that on if democracy is a public good, it is. And why it is important to have a constant funding for democracy, because the criteria what is democracy and what is not are always changing, and it's like an infinity. You are not able to catch up, and you need to have a constant reform process, which means it requires big fundings to do it. But besides democracy being public good domestically, but some internationally as well, democracy is also concern for the others. And some people, some authoritarian regimes consider it to be a threat, which means we should fund, because they don't want their own people to dare that they can live in the same freedom as the people in democracies. And combining this two brings to the idea that we should fund the democracies not only because of a public good, but also to protect the democracies, because it's also quite costly to protect the democracies.
When you said it's difficult to catch up, in the context of public good, catch up and with
what? One of the criteria for democracy is probably the center of a democracy is a person, an individual. And when person is living in a freedom, which means he is free to think, and free to dare, and free to dream, which means that the horizon is getting bigger and bigger, and the ambition of development and the scale of the development is becoming bigger and bigger, which puts additional pressure on the governments to work more and more and to invest more on reforms.
So what does democracy mean to China?
Well, the Communist Party in China says they are running a people's democracy. But I think we should have the basics right. When we discuss about democracy, the political science definition is participation in the decision-making processes by people. So in the case of China, when you look at dissect the decision-making process, you have 98 million cadres of the Communist Party elect the leadership, Politburo, Standing Committee, and Central Committee. So they represent the people's democracy, in other words. But when we look at the programs that they have, for example, in the 19th Communist Party Congress in 2017, they said that they want to export the China model, and China model basically being an authoritarian model. You have also in the external domain, the party state model is being exported to the rest of the world through the Belt and Road Initiative projects, through various other Beijing consensus, as they say. But when we also look at the actual participation of the people, in China there are about 800,000 villages, and they generally have free and fair elections. But the catch is that the Communist Party is not located at the villages. It is located at the county level. It's located at the province level. It's located at the central Beijing level. So it doesn't really mean what's happening, the churning out process that is happening. But I must say, since I observed the village elections in China, I must agree that there is also the moneyed classes which are becoming the village presidents and members of the council which run the village councils. So there is also the money influence that is quite prevalent. And this is also prevalent at the election of the Communist Party cadres at the provincial level, prefecture level, and the central level. So there is the finance related that is happening. So I would say that it is an authoritarian model. We should be clear, and I'm wondering why and how democratic countries or representatives elected China to the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and we are all responsible for this. How can China or other authoritarian regimes, look at Human Rights Council? What has happened? What is wrong with that? Yeah.
Made that point because to make the point that the multilateral system is broken. I mean, the UN system is broken, which is why we're having a discussion here that the UN doesn't represent its basic principles. But one Judy, yeah.
Can I do a very quick two-finger on the issue of broken multilateralism? I always, as a bilateralist in the foreign ministry, I always criticize my colleagues in the foreign ministry who are in multilateral venues because I said you don't know how to operate the political relations between nations. But we also have to be careful when we criticize multilateralism because the nations themselves have been responsible for the breakdown of bilateralism. Yep. And I'll use the Ukraine example. How many countries, and I'll speak to Latin America, how many countries have upheld the international conventions and the rule of law and the UN Convention, and it seems, if you look at how they position themselves on international aggression and the invasion of a sovereign, independent nation like Ukraine, today there are two countries in Latin America that have unequivocally condemned Russian aggression. Chile on the left, Uruguay on the right. All the others seem to suggest that intervention is wrong when it's US-led, but when it's somebody else, everyone plays possum. So part of that breakdown is how some of these small, medium-sized democracies, some of them are bigger, have positioned themselves on critical issues that are impacting the fluidity of the geopolitical system today.
Thank you. Banjiri, just to change a bit, but the second round will be on multilateralism, but COVID showed us that public health is also, it became like a weapon. Access to, and countries are using access to medicines as a weapon during COVID. And you have written about this, so tell us about it. Did it come to the high table with defense and military spending? Is public health now becoming a big spending? And where is that money going to come from? The minister just said people are more ambitious, they want more and more things. Is that a challenge now? Good public health.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. And I like that idea of the horizon. You know, we need to demand more from our politicians. Looking back at, the lessons learned from COVID, I think none of it has been implemented. None of the recommendations, if you ask me, more than 90% has been implemented. Because if you look at, for example, public health spending on healthcare in Africa, we have maybe less than 5 countries that are spending 5% of their public health spending on healthcare. None of them has agreed to increase their spending on healthcare. They don't care about the plight of the healthcare workers. They don't care the plight, the quality of the healthcare. In the past, we don't want to crucify the global north. Of course, they take care of themselves first, but politicians and leaders in our continents need to think about their people first. And so if you're not investing in your healthcare, you're waiting for donations, you're waiting for grants and funds coming from the global north. I think the lessons have taught us that they will take care of themselves first, and then they'll look up to what your needs are. So BioNTech has been trying to set up in different countries, and the only country they succeeded without so much bureaucracy, again, I have to say, was Rwanda. So they're currently setting up a vaccine manufacturing, and all the other countries bring in their corruption and their bureaucracy when it comes to some of these advances in terms of looking at, because again, we are as strong as our weakest link. So they do recognize that we need to set up systems that work for Africa so that the world is winning as a whole. So I don't think we've progressed so much. I'm speaking, of course, for Africa.
It's off. Now it's on? It's on. It's on? It's on? Okay, I did want to say, yeah, we have a second round of questions. I just want to focus on, okay, my mic is not working. You put it off. No. No. Minutes.
Small democracies are helping.
Big democracies. Now, see, the other thing fell off. No, thank you for that. Okay, so you see that the trick to it. Then I have one more round of questions to do. It will have to be...
The Deputy Minister had a very interesting point on why democracies are attacked. And sometimes there are real sort of territorial disputes. Other times, like Ukraine, actually we look for reasons that are not rooted in reality. So a very popular explanation in parts of the world is that NATO expansion provoked Russia. We know that's not true. Historically, that's not what happened. Most Ukrainians did not want to join NATO, not even after Crimea was annexed by Russia. Ukrainians now, I think 90% want to join NATO because the state won't survive. Same for Sweden and Finland. So if we look for an explanation rooted in reality, it's the normative threat that democracy poses to autocracies. That provokes them, actually. There was no problem between Ukraine and Russia while Ukraine was a hybrid democracy, while Moscow could control the Ukrainian government. So that's something in the West I think is very easily forgotten. The idea is that democracies in general are peace-loving, engage in dialogue to resolve disputes, and don't generally understand that the very existence poses a threat to autocracies. The very existence is a provocation. And so why should democracies collaborate? I mean, that's the number one reason out of self-defense. And we know there's sort of regime complementarity, sort of similar regimes like to do things with each other, which is fine. And for a while autocracies were not actually very powerful geopolitically, that worked well. We had autocracies clubbing together, forming alliances. It didn't affect the democratic world. Now it does. The balance of power has shifted. As the State Secretary mentioned, the majority of people live in non-democratic countries. And so democracy is mortal and could actually become extinct both due to domestic factors and external ones. And again, just to touch on the Rwanda example, because I find it really interesting. So to win an election with 99% of the vote, obviously, you know, I wonder what result the next election will bring, no? Because there's only 1% left of the electorate. But the economic factors we've seen also in older democracies are almost as important as the political factors, that a democracy will collapse if there's too much economic inequality. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have
I leave the
minister.
UN question.
Or inefficiency.
Wait, we have the minister, then the state, then the gentleman, and then you.
Well, thank you. Probably I will share the opinion that why small and medium democracies should cooperate, because they are the #1 beneficiaries of the international law to be properly operating and working. And coming to the comment that was made by Ambassador he said very interesting thing that some countries abstained on a critical issue of Ukraine. But here is a question: what is the critical issue? Is it critical because it is Ukraine, or is it critical because the international law was violated? And unfortunately, we see that in, let's say, smaller cases, nobody is talking about that, you know, the international law is violated, UN Security Council is failing to address the issue. So here is another reason why the small and medium democracies should think about the future, the common future that we have. Unfortunately, hearing also the discussion that I'm part of now, and I'm sharing the guilt as well, I have a fear that we will not be able to unite.
Why?
Because we are talking, but we are not listening to each other. And sometimes even we are forgetting to self-reflect on the issues that we have on our cooperation, and we are talking about the third countries, the authoritarian regimes, and we are losing too much time and wasting too much time on thinking about the others rather than concentrating on the issue how we should work together.
Talking without listening. This is what Simon and Garfunkel sang.
Yes.
So.
Just a short comment on winning the elections with 99%. I'm not so old, but I was born in a country where the last elections were won by 105% in Yugoslavia. but still, the countries that emerged from Yugoslavia are now democratic countries. On your question about the role of small and medium-sized democracies, if the UN were not wasn't there, yeah, I would say that such countries would probably tend to, if there would be real democracy, would tend to establish a regional multilateral organizations. What happened in Europe? So Europe, we don't have big countries in Europe, right? I mean, it's Germany and France. It's still a mid-sized country, if we are fair. We did establish the European Union, and this is something I'm stressing all the time, that even if we are living in an area where we are saying that the multilateralism is in decline, that's even dead, it's not true entirely. Regional multilateral organizations, some of them are working and are successful. Also, global international organizations, like, for example, I was working for a long time at the OPCW, it's an organization for prevention of chemical weapons. OPCW succeeded to destroy all the officially published amounts of chemical weapons all around the world. So you have success stories. Just to finish, what is the role of small and medium-sized countries if we have the UN? Slovenia my country is a member now of the UN Security Council, and right now in September we are presiding the UN Security Council. we are dealing exactly with this question, and that's why we are organizing a high-level discussion at the UN Security Council now on the 25th of September, dealing exactly with the questions. So how should we help the existing multilateral system to work? At the end of the day, I'm afraid it's a discussion like this. So we discuss, and then we may learn something, but nothing. There are no concrete results out of it, except walking out of the room a little bit more smarter, perhaps. But our role is to bring this discussion on the highest possible level and keep repeating it.
So you had a point?
Two very brief comments, both on your question of what would happen if there wasn't a UN and how small or medium-sized countries would react to that. I think you sort of mentioned this. You'd see much more regionalization. I think you'd see the creation of multilateral, sub-regional, regional organizations, which are more nimble, which reflect, with differences, a sort of consensus on specific issues, or you see them as coalitions of the willing related to specific topics: climate change, immigration flows, trade and development, public health. So it would be I think it would be a very different architecture, would probably be more nimble. And that's where I think small, medium-sized democracies can play a very important role. On the issue of democracy and democratic resilience and sort of crossing that with your issues regarding public health and what you see in a place like Rwanda, for me, I think one of the most telling lessons of the pandemic was that at the end of the day, the basic cleavage, if you looked at the globe, wasn't between governments of the left and governments of the right. It wasn't between authoritarian states and liberal democracies. It was between efficient and non-efficient governments, governments that could deal effectively with public health responses to, how to confront this, with countries that were a mess. And that also tells you a bit as to sort of this whole issue of democratic resilience and democratic strength, because at the end of the day, if that conveyor belt between the democratic process and citizens is broken, as it is in many countries around the world that are democracies to one or lesser extent, that's going to add greater pressures to not only the democratic fiber of a specific nation, but also how some of these governments are engaging with one another in addressing global challenges, like, for example, how do you deal with the next pandemic?
So we've done the rounds here. We open up for questions. Please identify, one second. Please identify yourself, say who you are, and don't make a speech. Ask a question. I see a hand.
I'm from, it's up, so I hope it's now on. So I'm Krzyzewski from Warsaw-based think tank. I'm from Poland. And, as you know, we were backsliding on democracy, and maybe now we are upsliding on democracy. We have a very vibrant past as well. But what keeps our democracy vibrant are media. And this, what gives the democracy a real life is the transparency and the accountability which the media give. So my question is, we have also maybe helped some countries and in the region here with our initiative, European Endowment for Democracy. And my question is, don't you think it would be quite useful to have a global endowment for democracy, particularly helping media in smaller and bigger states to be independent and to provide quality information? Thank you.
Global endowment?
Global endowment for democracy, and with the specific goal of supporting media in this accountability and transparency process.
Anyone to take the... So you and the three of you there. The lady first.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it also resonates with something that I wanted to speak ahead. There's a saying in Africa that says, until the lion learns how to write, the hunter will always be glorified. And it speaks to what he's saying. A lot of the news, a lot of what it comes out from media, especially from the global north, is perhaps constructed or paid media. Yeah, it doesn't paint the best limelight for certain geographies. And of course, it has a business connotation, it has a trade connotation, it has self-interest connotations. And just to emphasize what I was saying, yes, maybe there was an election won with 99%, but then there's many other things that demonstrate that that particular political leader is winning for his people. Whatever reforms he's making in his country, whatever political interest that he has, are people driven from that particular country. So I think for sure we need to listen to the stories as they come from their own countries and perhaps not always listen to international well-endowed media houses, but also the small stories that are coming from the countries at the grassroots level, because that's where the story is. And I want to emphasize, until the lion can write, the hunter will always be glorified.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you, Chitra. I'm really happy with that question because there is a global media freedom fund operated by UNESCO, but it's very small. It's minuscule compared to the scale of what's needed. And obviously it needs to focus on direct threats to journalists. But another side of the coin is the business model of media. I mean, in Poland, the state broadcaster was actually subordinated under the political party of the time. So it's really sort of independent outlets that managed to survive somehow, maybe because Poland was part of the European Union. In other countries, what would have happened is that if you have press freedom with democratic backsliding, often journalists come under grave threat. So in those conditions, the journalists are attacked and they lose. Inevitably. So the media freedom and rule of law need to be strengthened at the same time. Otherwise, what we'll see is the risk to journalists increasing dramatically. Now, the question of sort of who should govern a fund like this, if you have national level funds for media, it's obviously problematic because those could very quickly come under political control. But there are models that are effective. And I think the best models of independent public broadcasters should be used to help fund independent media as well, because we simply haven't found a solution to create a sustainable business model for media in the age of social media. A global fund would obviously mean that the money is politically independent, but that requires a bit of a bureaucracy.
So, next you had a question.
Yeah, I was going to say that the issue of how you defend and bolster a free press and a press that is checking and countering disinformation, which is probably the greatest challenge that we see in media ecosystems in big, small, and medium-sized democracies around the world, is the rule of law. Because, and again, so we don't shame and name anyone here, I'll name and shame my own country. Mexico saw a record number of journalists killed in this electoral cycle that we've just gone through. 34 journalists killed just this year. So it's about press freedom, but it's also in countries like mine, others, how do you protect the press? Again, there are important models of NGOs that are doing, I think, stellar work. Article 19 and Committee for the Protection of Journalists. And that's where I think what we should try and foster as countries that are interested in this agenda is media-to-media engagement. That is a consortium of international outlets that collaborate horizontally to elevate standards, to ensure that there's a mechanism of fact-checking against disinformation, or mechanisms that allow journalists to be protected by that type of horizontal engagement and collaboration. And so this is, and I agree, sort of the media and the media ecosystem. When I was ambassador, I would joke that diplomats and flies have one thing in common, that we both get killed by a newspaper. Substitute diplomats for politicians, and the relevance of why the media plays such an important role in this issue is evident.
I just wanted to mention my own example. I have co-founded a this is not to talk about my own news organization, but it's called the News Minute in South India. That is not important. What is important is that we had difficulty in finding funding. We don't take any political funding, no funding from anyone. And our model is subscriber-based. It's taken time, but that's what is happening. People are collaborating, new types of collaboration. If a story is too big, you share. You share your resources, you share your journalists. And social media has come in as a big help, as in nothing can be hidden today, which in itself is a huge help. So yes, collaboration and making sure that the news gets out. I saw another, yeah, sir, go ahead. There are two hands. Madam, the gentleman at the back had the first, so yeah. After that, madam.
Good afternoon. I'm Achal Malhotra from India, former Indian ambassador to Armenia and Georgia. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for sharing your views articulated with clarity and conviction. I have a very small observation and a question to ask. Well, I think it's very difficult to disagree that despite pitfalls and deficiencies, democracy is the most acceptable model of governance. Having said that, would you agree that the urge for democracy as a model of governance should come from within the country, and the export of democracy as an ideology with vested interest must be checked and prevented? Also, external funding to put in place a government of your choice by the big powers in smaller countries has to be stopped. Would you agree with these views, and what can be done to prevent this phenomenon? Thank you very much.
Urge to be democratic has to be national. Let's stick with that. I mean, yeah.
I would fully subscribe that part. I would also sort of subscribe the second part, which is I don't think the export of democracy should be a foreign policy priority, but I do think that the defense of democracy needs to be a foreign policy priority.
You had, yes, sir.
Perhaps just shortly on this question. What is democracy? Democracy is the trust of a ruling class to its own people, right? I would argue that all the citizens in all the countries would want to have a democracy as a system in their own country. But then I guess we come back to the question that we had before about media independence and how to control the public opinions, how to manipulate the public opinions, how to misuse the mechanisms that the ruling class has with controlling the media. And of course the answer to the question to the gentleman is yes, but the challenges to get this will of the people to be represented at the national level, the challenges are sometimes very, very hard.
Thank you. Did you have Andrew?
Sure, happy to come in. I mean, the World Economic Forum is an impartial organization, so I think you're trying to get me fired, Chitra. But I find that question very provocative because the world is interconnected. So let's take an example I can talk about, Russia. Europe was essentially funding the Russian regime through its consumption of hydrocarbons. If then, on the other hand, you say that Europe should stay out of the consequences of all that cash going to the Kremlin, I find that suspect as a way of reasoning, because actually European consumption financed that economic model, which is incompatible in most cases, the only exception is Norway maybe, with democracy. So I think that countries, Latin America is a case in point. All the drugs, the massive market to the north for drugs, look at the consequences it has in several economies in Central and Latin America. Look at the impact on their democracies. So then to turn around and say, actually, the United States shouldn't deal with those consequences, shouldn't contribute where it can to the rule of law, to strengthen institutions, I think is yeah, is an argument, is a sort of self-interested argument. And yes, it would be ideal if everyone sort of stayed in their lane, if autocracy stayed in their lane, if democracy stayed in the lane, but the reality is that they engage, they interact, and need to deal with the consequences of that interaction. Maybe, so as not to sound like an idealist, I would say that there are some countries which are constructive internationally, even if they're not democracies. And I think in those cases, democracies should engage with them without necessarily interfering in their own domestic processes, because they play a constructive role in the world. Maybe that's where I would draw the line.
We've really run out of time, so we have to, ma'am, I'm sorry, we'll have to close the debate. Thank you, everyone. Since Andrew mentioned that I live in Europe, I'm Indian, and I have a view on the European Union. I do want to say that my husband's European, and I follow Europe very closely. But having said that, thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. And I think we're going to coffee now, so we can continue this discussion at coffee time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll have a 20-minute coffee break, and we'll see you back in this room in 20.
speak close to the mic so that they can hear you at the end of the room, okay? Let's do that and let's make them all part of this conversation. Let me first thank all of you for giving us 2.5 days of your life. Thank you for coming to Armenia. Thank you for participating in these dialogues, and on behalf of all of us, and we'll hear from the organizers a little later, but thank you for staying the course. So I'm delighted that at the end of this long journey, we have a lot of enthusiastic folks in this room participating in this discussion. This discussion is literally a chapeau. It's a capping off of what happened over the previous 2 days, the various points made by a number of interventions, speakers, and from the audience. It's been a very, very long decade since I'm sitting in Armenia. Let me quote Lenin. Lenin was quoted as having said that there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. This has been a very long decade. We have conflicts, contests, wars, pandemics, climate catastrophes, extreme weather events, political mobilizations and civil society mobilizations that have upended arrangements. It's been a very, very complex decade that we are in, and it's not yet over. So what I'm really going to ask the panelists today, and I'm going to first pose the same question to all of them, that if we were to look back, sitting where we are today, what are the lessons we would have learned from the experiences in the past? And what are the new ideas that we can propose as we leave this room and go back to our own jobs? What are some of those ideas that can be implemented to make the world a better place? I think it's as simple as that. This is what we are trying to do, from the political polarizations to issues around climate and multilateralism, to questions around culture and identity. So we are going to literally have a sweep of what we have discussed over the last 2 days. I'm going to be slightly rude as a moderator, and I'm going to interrupt you if you take too much time. I want quick, rapid-fire responses so that we can cover this fairly robust. I'm only not going to interrupt the minister here. He's above my pay grade, but everyone else is fair game. So look, I have a job also to keep. So don't accuse me later on of any biases. I'm being upfront with you. Okay, so let me quickly get this off the ground, and let me ask my dear friend Ana Miguel Santos, former member of the European Parliament. And in fact, now she's back in the European Parliament, so welcome back. I am going to ask you that question, Anna, from a European lens. The elections and what has happened in the last few years in Europe. Is Europe dividing, or is Europe healing? What is the state of the union? I mean, it's an easy question.
Yes, it's very easy. So let me start by saying Baran Bolorin. I don't know. I tried to say this in Armenia. It's hi to everyone. So I think I look at the subject of this conference, and I say the rise of pessimism. I would like to change it for the rise of distrust. The rise of disbelief, because what I'm feeling, and not only in the European Parliament and in Europe, also in my country, Portugal, a small country, even a small country, very friendly. We have the best soccer player in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, so I always like to say that because he's our major ambassador. So the ties between politicians and citizens are broken. This is our major challenge. We need to reconnect with people, because the bureaucracy of the European Parliament, the bureaucracy of Europe, are putting not only citizens very far away from politicians, but are cutting the trust that we need for the other to vote and to believe in politics again. This is, as I said, this is not only about ideologies. So this is not a question of, the far right or the far left. It's more than that. It's about human beings, about human vision on politics. And we are losing that because we are making so much promises and we are not accomplished. And people are not stupid. And we need to finish to try to end the speech of infantilization of people and citizens. So saying that, I think that we need more respect to diversity, to the fact of each one being unique. And first of all, I would like to leave you this message. We need to listen more than speak. We only have one mouth and 2 ears. Why we speak more than we are listening? And we are not listening each other. That's not good for mutual understanding.
You raise an important point. Let me ask you a second question and then move to the next speaker. Left, right, far left, far right, politics seems to have been now stratified. And there are, political theorists have divided the electorate into these easy labels. I call them easy labels. It's easy to label anyone with anything today. I mean, you have your amplifiers today, your handphones, your mobile phones. Is the reality more complex? Where does identity, locality, local cultures, local economic context play? How is Europe responding to this?
The world is much more complex than that. It's a question of cultures, diversity of cultures. Look to Europe. We have 27 countries with 27 cultures. In each country, we have so many different cultures, so many different concepts. For example, the concept of family is different, for example, in North Europe, in South Europe, even if we're going to compare to Asia, even to Africa, is different.
Or to Hungary.
Or to Hungary, of course. Everyone has their, every culture has their own approach, their own vision of things. So when we are imposing one speech and we are not adapting our speech to these different cultures, we are having a disconnection with the needs, with the dreams of the people. So we need more things like that, dialogues like that. Why I'm here? I'm here from Portugal. What Portugal could bring to Armenia? This is a good question. What Portugal could bring to India or even South Africa? Dialogue. I can connect people with my experience. So we need to respect, but for us to respect,
so basically what you're saying is,
first.
What you're basically saying is European values need to be rewritten in a 21st century context.
They need to live together. We need to respect others. We need to listen more the others.
Okay.
Learning and mutual understanding. I cannot come here and impose my views.
Okay.
I can share and try to find common grounds.
Let me turn to Minister Parur Hovnasian, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Armenia. Sir, same question to you. This region has particularly witnessed a turbulent decade that we are still in the middle of. How do you look back to what you have experienced and probably what could be the lessons for the road ahead?
Thank you. For us, the turbulence and resilience is actually been reality for the last 3 millennia. And we accumulated genetically or we hope we accumulated genetically the response to this question. Yet, it's still not that easy. I think we could look at negative and positive sides and then try to combine those. But it's not only in case of Armenia. Globally, unprecedented progress on some tracks and pervasive challenges from the other side. That's the features which are not only the reality for Armenia, but I think it's a global one. There is probably not any country which could say that's the opposite. Partly it's explained also by such features as weakening of multilateralism, something Armenia, any small country, but also bigger countries, at least many of them are attached. But this is not a new reality. Sometimes we think multilateralism is a static situation. Not at all. We have the similar situations in after Napoleonic Wars, after the First World War, after the Second World War. Probably we are also in the same crisis, and we are in the process of shaping new order, new global order, new regional orders. And from Armenian side, I think we're trying to be as active as possible, to use all the opportunities. Look, this big conference, and I think it's a success. This last panel, so many participants, I'm surprised. But we hosted many other events before, landlocked countries ministerial, EBRD annual meeting, parliamentary events. This year we are chairing Black's Economic Cooperation, Forum of Ancient Civilization. India is also part of it.
You have the big IT conference coming.
And we have a big IT conference. It's really a lot, and that shows that we try to be active, innovative, to adapt to challenges, which are numerous, but also trying to use the lessons learned. I think the major phenomena here that we should act not out of fear, but to act out of hope. That's probably was the motto for Armenians. It was always certain hope. And I think this is the driving force not only for Armenians, but for the human beings. We genetically predisposed to have a hope.
And you know, just to take that forward, you have, as peoples, been through really tough millennia. You just mentioned 3 millennia, right? And yet you are today advocating hope. How do you make this more infectious? How do we actually make others look at the world in the same way? What is it that Armenia can tell us so that others can feel hopeful as well? You see people around the world having everything but not having hope. So how do you give hope to those who have lost trust?
I think, indeed, the change of practices, sharing this experience, that's also partially the globalization, and this conference like this, it's already an attempt to that. This panel is already an attempt towards that direction, and I think with more proactive policies, much more wider global actions, that's the only way forward. I think indeed Armenia could share. Armenia wants to be a positive contributor to this region. Armenia wants to close the centuries-old animosity and negative part, and our efforts, be it on establishment of peace, be it in communication, be it in the new technologies. We now have this tumor-centered education for children. Even Angela Merkel was impressed, Mayor Hidalgo. It's now we have in a number of countries. So that's another example of our attempt to bring this positive contribution.
No, I think all of us would agree, and most of you would have been to the city center, you would have been to different restaurants and bars late at night. We can confirm that you are people who know how to celebrate life.
Yeah, it was not depressed for sure.
No, you are happy people who celebrate life, and that itself must be known to more people. So, David, I'm making a case for having the second edition of this conference so that we can bring more people in. So I'm doing a little bit of my own diplomacy here. But let me turn to Ebtesam. Ebtesam, we have heard about listening to each other, sharing with each other, hope. We have heard 3 words till now from our previous 2 speakers. Sitting in the Middle East, you are in a perpetual state of crisis, right? How do you assess this decade? And don't give me the 3 millennia argument, 3 millennia argument, because we know, we've been through a lot. But in the recent times, what is it that you have learned about the world we live in, and what could be done to make it better?
Good afternoon, everybody.
You have to bring the mic close to you, Ebtesam. Sorry. No, the mic is on, but you have to bring it close. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Look, Samir, you cannot separate Middle East from the world and saying it's just this is Middle East, because we are living in a world of uncertainty, and you cannot give any kind of definition for the world where new world order. No, we don't know. It is unipolar, bipolar, multipolar. You cannot give it this time. The great powers, not in their glories. Okay? Our big ally, United States, it's losing its glory. Okay, competing for that, but trying. I don't look at it as an honest competing. Trying just to distract China from growing. And this is not the way. Okay, find your way. Same in Middle East. You have it the same. Because the uncertainty in the global order and what we call it world in flux, this is also have its impact on our region, where you have the regional power are competing, you have instability, you have wars, you have conflicts there, you have people competing, but at the center of that, I cannot say the whole Middle East. This is a black. You have the Gulf. Now, the center of gravity moved. It used to be with Egypt. It used to be in Iraq. It used to be in Syria, the East region. Big power. Now, you are talking about the center of artificial intelligence. I would say my country, UAE. Just we announced that we finished just lately, our nuclear civic station with the partnership with the South Korean. And this is something give you hope. It's not that when we look to Israeli-Palestinian, of course it doesn't give you hope. When you look to Yemen, it doesn't give you. When you look to Syria, when you to other part of Arab world, there is no hope. There is no hope because you have this intervention from outside. You have non-state actors, okay? You have, by the way, you have country, if you are talking, they are saying we don't have resources, we have country like Algeria, Libya, even Iran, even Iraq. Look what they ended. It's not about money, it's about visionary leadership. It's not only leadership, visionary leadership, okay? You know, you have roadmap, you know where you want to go. This is what happened with UAE. This is what happened, why it's create its model of power based on soft and hard power. MBZ knows what he wants. Good education, good economy, technology.
So your point is that leadership is a crucial determinant of the future. What about multilateralism? We spoke about the decay of multilateralism. Sitting in the Middle East, one could argue that you have seen the ebbs and flows of the international rules-based order more than anywhere else. What is your assessment of the multilateral system?
Multilateralism, it's a solution. But the American doesn't want multilateralism. They want unipolar. They don't even bipolar. And this is the dilemma where we are. So don't partnership with India. Don't partnership with China. I am the only partner. You have to deal with me. It doesn't, look, before, yes, we were small. We were depending on United States. We were telling us, go right, we go right. Go that way, we go. But now we grow up, okay? We grow up. We have our own muscles. We refuse. And, okay, this is Russian, our enemy. You have to be, they have to be your enemy. China, our enemy. They have to be your enemy. No, it doesn't work like that. Our national interest is our priority. This is what we learned, okay? We don't care. If you don't like it, it's up to you. It's not us.
You know, this is a remarkable panel in which we have been through 3 speakers and no one has yet questioned the institution Chombi Sharp works in. We have not yet heard a wrong word about the UN yet. He's safe. He's safe. I thought he was going to.
He's not safe. We have to create another UN. Reform the UN, create another new one. Very weak UN.
Okay, Shombi, sorry, I asked for it. So, Gladden, let me come to you before I come back to Shombi for some of the positive spins. You know, I want to alert all of us today that we are also in a decade where we have lifted more people out of poverty, where we have offered governance and services to more people than ever before, where more people today have access to basic services that were considered to be a preserve of the rich and the elite, where telecommunication has shortened the distances between people. It's also exacerbated certain cleavages, but still, I would say that we could develop in less than 1 year a response to the pandemic that we experienced. So there have been some gains we've had. So I also want the panelists to think about the positives that we have learned from the last decade. It's not been that gloomy, right? So Gladden, you can still be negative, but I'm just saying that. I'm not going to stop you from your assessment of the past. What did you learn and what can be done?
Well, you made me start thinking about the...
And by the way, you are literally the most popular man in Europe. Now start.
Thank you, Samir. And so 10 years ago, I was, at that time, and still am born and raised in the United States. But 10 years ago definitely feels like a long time ago because I was living and working in the US and I did not have this on my 2024 bingo card running a Hungarian institution and doing conferences with Samir in Yerevan. So I really, I'm buckling my seatbelt for the next decade already. But as I look back on that time, and I was in the political science world at that time, in the US, the outlook was very much that there's only one recipe for success. And so I think we can take your observation that there has actually been a lot of good news and a lot of positive results in the last decade. In many respects, the what we can acknowledge is very good, but the how it can be obtained now seems to have a number of different recipes. And at the time, in the one recipe model is like, there's the Washington consensus only, there's the neoliberal model only. It goes along with a certain particular political system that comes along with certain cultural and ideological beliefs, and it all goes together, and not a single part of it can be altered. I think, again, looking at it from an American perspective, that began to change a lot in 2016. For better or worse, the system began to experience some shocks that it had difficulty analyzing. But we have to take that opportunity and have a more, indeed, diverse view of the paths to success in the world. You know, when you take this one recipe model, it's very hard to fit Hungary into it, because we know that Hungary has a more culturally conservative basis, and so a lot of American commentators assume, well, okay, that means it's also a very xenophobic, isolated society. It must have no international trade whatsoever. And in fact, it's one of the most pro-connectivity countries in Europe. So there's a different way to package these different elements. There are a lot of good things that were discovered, that were put into the one recipe box, but we have to break it open and find out what's
Gladden, you said a lot of Americans would think that you are conservative, xenophobic. But I can confirm to you, a lot of Europeans think that also about Hungary. How do you respond to that? I mean, my problem is not America, who's across the pond. You have your neighbors who think that about you. How do you respond to that reality?
For some reason, I still think of America from time to time. But yes, it is. Well, come to Hungary and see how it works. Come and see what it's like to run a business there, to tour there, to travel, to live. It's not what they tell you. Yeah, I mean, when I moved there, I was like, okay, I've stepped behind an iron curtain of disinfo about this country, and in fact, it's a peaceful and prosperous place that's quite tolerant, and certainly it has a strong bias in favor of legal and lawful immigration rather than the open border type. Again, slightly different picture of the recipe. But yeah, it's not what they say.
So Gladden, I want to ask you one more question, now I want you to wear your American hat. The politics of today, the ideological politics of today. We heard the word leadership. Ebtisam mentioned leadership. Can democracies agree to any form of leadership today when the politics is so divided? Will any leader be accepted by all the population or large chunk of the population? In a system, in a political system that we see across countries. It's not only America. America is probably a peak division. But how do you think about leadership for tomorrow when the politics of today is so divided?
Well, I think we have to start with more what I would call strategic discussions around the issues that everyone is concerned with. So what is the recipe for good economic success in your country or in Europe over time? This discussion has been lacking because the right-left politicization has kind of squashed it, and everything has become a very short-termist discussion. So I think having more strategic discussions would work. In the old, again, you could call it neoliberal system in the US, there was an alternation of parties, and the thing that stayed was American foreign policy. And there are good and bad aspects of that. But it is possible to have and that represented a kind of social consensus. It is possible to have a social consensus around some crucial issues. Of course, the politics has made it more divided, but if we don't break out of the there's only one recipe box, then I think we'll never get there.
Shambi, let me turn to you. Your assessment, being in an institution that still represents our best chance for sustaining some form of order internationally, an institution that has in many ways, through its various agencies, delivered development, delivered some sort of succor to a lot of people who required it. Yet an institution that today has lost trust, has also lost credibility. And it has these two shades to it. How do you assess the world in the institution where you sit? And what are the lessons from the past that must be implemented in the future? And I'm particularly asking you this question because your Secretary General is hosting a summit for the future. And I don't want you to leak the draft here, but some ideas that the Secretary General might be thinking about, or the UN must think about in the days ahead.
Thank you, Samir. And I just want to say, for me, it's a particularly emotional moment to be here as being UN resident coordinator in Armenia before, and now in India, and seeing a room full of familiar faces and good friends. So I just wanted to say to the Indian colleagues in the room, Mujhe aap sab se milkar bahut acha laga. And to my Armenian friends, I'd like to say Shat Orachem, Vor Miasanink. It's a wonderful opportunity to see you again. I really couldn't imagine a better place, so thank you for the invite, Samir. I think, in terms of the lessons for the last 10 years, first of all, I mean, maybe I would share 3 or 4. One is whatever we're doing isn't working. We're facing the hottest year, the hottest month practically every month that passes. So it's frightening when you think that our children are going to look back and think, wow, how cool it was in those days. They had to wear coats or something like that. And in Delhi, that's particularly frightening. We have more hunger than we've had in 2 decades. Sustainable development goals are massively off track. Gender equality is hundreds of years away. So whatever we're doing, it's just not working. And what we see is that the challenges we face are, for the most part, not challenges that can be solved by single governments within borders, the cross-border like that. Secondly is change and the pace of change, the Moore's Law sort of a thing. Samir, you started with a quote from Vladimir Lenin, right? I want to quote his brother, John Lennon, who, one of the Lennon brothers, I forget, said that, life is what happens while you're busy making plans. And this is what we've learned, that you make the best plans and then things go awry. You look at 65% of today's primary school children will be engaged in jobs that don't even exist at this moment in time. I don't know about anybody here. I certainly never thought about being a drone operator or a content creator or all of these things. But to prepare the young generation for these kind of 21st century skills, it takes a lot of work and it takes knowledge sharing across countries. And then finally, is the rise, the change in the world is the rise of the global south. Looking at, it's a completely different world from the one in which the United Nations was created, when this international rules-based order was created.
So when that order was created, just for all of us in the room, there were 52 countries versus close to 200 today, 193 today, 52 countries that were in the room when that United Nations was created. Yeah, go ahead.
193 today, right? Now, I would argue the principles have not really changed. But the way that you achieve those principles, the way that you achieve those objectives, the SDGs are still our kind of roadmap, but the way you achieve it, that must change. You look at the Global South by 2030, 3 of the 4 largest economies will be there. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. Renewable energy production, most of that will be coming from the Global South as well. The economic growth, GDP growth, will be massively skewed towards the Global South. So, when we look at the way that we need to work and come together, as I think some of the colleagues here have been saying, that needs to be built into our decision-making at the multilateral. But the point is, it's not should we have multilateralism, because bilateralism, it serves a purpose, but it's not going to solve the challenges we face. We need multilateralism. The question is, what kind of multilateralism do we need, and one in which the Global South has a much stronger voice. That's clear.
Shambi, you would agree that the fundamental purpose of the UN And let us not distract ourselves with climate change and SDGs at this time. Those are very important pursuits that the entire global community must respond to. But the purpose of the UN was to keep peace. The pillar of peace and security was the fundamental core of the United Nations. And you have failed in that. I mean, I'm asking you a question, sorry.
Look, I think I would say yes and no. And of course, I mean, I don't speak for the United Nations, but I should, put a caveat there. But there's no doubt that the world is beset with conflict. This is true. The UN was established, in the ashes of the Second World War to try to prevent another one happening. We have, I mean, thankfully, we haven't had a Third World War yet. But I would point to one, there have been a lot of successes. The problem is some of those successes you don't know about because you only really, read about conflict when it emerges. Peacekeeping, for example. I mean, peacekeepers across we have 87,000, women and men in uniform peacekeeping across the world. Armenia is there. India is the largest contributor of peacekeeping troops in history. The first country that provided all women peacekeeping units as well. There's actually, people don't know this, a long list of conflicts which were, in a way, resolved or conflict prevented through UN peacekeeping. Cambodia, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, the role in Cyprus and others. So, but clearly, so there's a lot of success, but clearly we are not achieving what we need to achieve, and we need to find the way to do that. And reform, in terms of the power, the real, because the UN is not a monolithic thing. Also, I want to point out that the UN is delivering huge impact and results in the field of, we're taking care of 117 million people who have had to flee their homes from that conflict. We're providing vaccination to 45% of the world's children. So when you look at humanitarian and development and human rights work, there are all kinds of successes. But everybody does think of the Security Council. That's the most divisive area, and that's the part in greatest need of reform. And there's nobody more in favor of reform of the Security Council than the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. But the issue is, that's for the member states. The UN is, actually, I think it was Shashi Tharoor, I heard the former Undersecretary General of the UN, Indian diplomat, who said that the UN is both an actor and a stage. It's a stage for member states to come together. When member states agree, then the UN can act. But until member states agree, it's very difficult for the UN to act when it comes to peace and security.
So basically the divisions of today have rendered the UN and its peace and security pillar rather weak, rather feeble. I think that would be a fair assessment to make, and unless the members find a way of working together, we are going to have to continue to rely on other arrangements outside of the UN.
And the summit of the future, as you mentioned, which is, okay, the world realizes we need to make changes and we need to do it fast to get to 2030, happening just in a matter of days in New York. There is a Pact for the Future draft, a political declaration, which does include, I won't read it, you asked me not to, but does include the language, we will reform the Security Council. So on the one hand, it does remain a challenge. On the other hand, there's never been more momentum for real reform of the Security Council ever before.
Great. Anna, you were looking at me. I think you were looking at me when Gladden was speaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to say this, beside the fact that I'm great respect for my friend Antonio Guterres, he's the Secretary General of United Nations. But I think the United Nations need a profound reform, like other institutions, because the time is passing by very fast and we are not adapting so fast. But the question for me is the lack of accountability. These kind of organizations in democratic systems, when we give money to them, we give money, and they said, oh, this is for support this program, blah, 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 blah. And you don't go after and see, what have you done? And the question is that these kind of institutions were built in a model based on economic. So we need to change, and from this I will pass to my second idea that I really want to leave here. It's the lack of trust, that's the problem of these institutions, because the biggest asset for you to give security to the other is trust. Because knowledge allow you to know the unknown, so give you trust. And how do you achieve the knowledge? Listening, going, dialogue. And then, I will finish. We need empathy for the others, we need respect, and we need to move from an economic diplomacy that we are using in Europe and other countries, of course, like United States and so on, for a cultural diplomacy. This is the main challenge of this century, believe me, because you cannot divide people. We are all, at the end of the day, we are all human, and we are all seeking for survivance, once more than others. But we cannot diversify each other from the money we have. We need to be more diversity in our being.
So don't organize people by their economic status, but by their cultural reality.
See, for example, my country, or even the relationship between Europe now with Africa. And we need to start to complain. This is a warning for the politicians, even and for all the countries. We live in a multipolarized world, and we need to look each other as equal. We need to stop looking only to the past, and try to forget.
A quick question to you.
Some traumas.
You heard Gladden speak about Hungary and its difference with Europe.
Yeah.
You're the European.
I can give you an amazing example. I'm very advocating Ukraine in my public exposure, and I can give you this example. I was spending these days with Russian people, with Hungary. I don't care. This is not for me. We need to stop to confuse the politicians that are in each time in power with people. People for me are more than that.
Okay.
I don't allow anyone to characterize me through my prime minister or the government who are there.
Or the policies.
Yes.
Of your government. Okay. So, Ebtisam, I want to come to you and then I'll come to the minister. I really want you to think about two things. We have heard the question of identity, and nowhere has that issue been more agitated than in the Middle East. There is a growing school of thought in many parts of the world that there is a process that wants to homogenize and fit everyone in a similar mold. We should all have similar tastes, similar preferences, similar choices, similar worldviews. In many of our cultures, in Middle East and in South Asia, even within a country, we don't have similar views. You know, you talk to 1.3 billion Indians or 1.4 billion Indians, and you'll get 1.4 billion views of the world, right? And they change their mind very often. So we get quite a few. So how do you reconcile this question of identity and culture in a region which is already, in many ways, has a legacy of conflict and contestations?
Well, Samir, yes, there is identity for each, I would say, nation. But we are living in a globalized world. Now, if you look to the young generation, they have the same taste in music, in food, fast food. They have that kind of common thinking, dealing with digital things. But at the same time, your national identity is there. I would give also example for UAE. Yes, we are here in the Middle East, where is the conflict of identity based on sect, based on religion, based on race, language. We have many. And we as UAE, we host 200 nationalities in UAE. Managing 200 nationalities is not an easy job. But you put strict rules that everybody should follow. At the same time, you create environment of stability and security where everybody finding themselves, they are benefiting from that. So they are not going to spoil that. And creating what we call it dialogue. You talk about dialogue of culture. We created dialogue, culture and religion and sects. And we put it under umbrella of tolerance. Because this region really, most of the conflicts because of that. No tolerance against gender, against a sect, against religion, against the other who is different than you. So accepting for other. Now, between that, your national identity is not shame to show your national identity. But don't make it as a racist policy, like what we have now, far right in Europe. Okay? And I would add what has been added in because, you know, in the beginning of Ukrainian war, I was in a country, I will not mention this country, but I was at that, attending a conference. At that time, those people saying, oh, we are opening our houses for the Ukrainian and we are not even putting any kind of fines on their cars, we're arrested. Last December, I was in that country attending a conference. People, they are not happy with the Ukraine. I'm telling a fact. I'm not. There's nothing to say with the sympathy, because they are saying we are losing the job. We are under economic pressure situation. We need that money for us. The government doesn't care for us. You hear that? That's right. This is where Europe also, I'm saying, has to push for a peaceful solution rather than to put more arms for continuing wars and wars and wars. We are a region plagued with war. Look where we are. Look where we are. Nothing happened. Look to Egypt. Look to Syria. Look to wherever you will look in the Arab world.
So we should pursue peace, not war. But
Peace
you know,
will benefit Europe more than war.
But Europeans argue that the global South, your country, my country, many other countries, are actually helping Russia to fight this war. What do you respond? How do you respond to that?
No, I don't. No, they are totally wrong. We are not helping Russia, but we did not cut our relation with Russia because we have interest. You have interest. As I said, why your enemy should be my enemy? Okay? Because also, if we use that standard, okay, they should also side with the Palestinian against the Israeli, if we will use this, okay? Or side by anyone against anyone, right or not? It's not why we are using double standards, okay? Side by with the Afghan regarding their government. So it is double standards always used, Samir. No, UAE did not cut its relation with Russia. There is interest, right? But we are also mediated in the hostages, okay, prisoners coming back. We also sympathize with Ukraine. But it doesn't mean that I have to cut, because there is a conflict. You had a war with Pakistan. We didn't cut our relation with you, okay? We have relation with you and Pakistan and India. India is a big partner for UAE. We have also interest in Pakistan. So it's not black and white in international relations. It doesn't work like that. But I'm saying the lesson we should learn, that the more conflicts, the more wars in the world, it doesn't help anybody. Not the South, not the...
Minister, you've been hearing this debate. The failure of the UN to intercede, or rather the weak United Nations security interventions, double standards, the pursuit of conflict rather than the pursuit of peace, sitting in the space that you do. How do you respond, or how do you assess what's happening now?
Indeed, UN case is also its specificity. Imagine we're talking about reforms. I've been working in New York since 1998 to 2001, and that was the topic, the reform of Security Council. That was endless topic, and I remember with my Indian, Italian, and other colleagues, it was lots of engagement with Brazilian and so on. That was the topic, and it was at the end the déjà vu. But the problem is, you mentioned correctly, 55. It was already tough at that time. Now with almost 200, it will start the discussion to achieve consensus these days in any organization becoming almost impossible. Any paper you starting to produce, the discussion going endless. We have new format now in Europe, European political community. That was French initiative to create that. And the positive side of this format, we do not discuss papers, we do not discuss anything. It just talk like this. It actually have academic format, but for heads of states of all European European states, besides Russia, Belarus, and I think Andorra, San Marino, a couple of them. But the benefit is that these days achieve consensus on an issue literally becoming impossible. Complexity of the issues, rightly mentioned, national interest becoming more dominant. That's the combination of different factors. Yet, still, I don't know whether it will be possible to reform UN Security Council or UN as a whole, but still, most of the organization trying to adapt to the new realities as well. We see the organization which been dealing with different topics, like Council of Europe now dealing with artificial intelligence, not human rights issue directly, even though it's related to that. We just had the first convention regulating this very specific topic, one of new challenges there. So again, the resources are there. It is just to have the reconciliation mood, and of course, centrality of resilience. It's a term in Armenia these days. Diversification and resilience, two most popular words, but not only for us. Be it war in Ukraine, be it changing of the trade pillars, the tensions in different parts of the world. That's making resilience is a key word, and be it for the member states, be it for different organizations. No one of the international forums as a peak of its effectivity, but opportunities are there. And again, depressions and hopelessness wouldn't help anything. I think we should carry on. We should see always to the opportunities rather than the negative parts and weaknesses. And UN is one example. Perhaps UN Security Council, that it's been long the time, not the most effective body, but look at its specialized agencies doing huge job, like in Armenia, FAO, WHO. The assistance they do is tremendous, and they changing the lives of human beings on the ground. We could go on with different organizations, and again, the major topic is to have this reinforce our collective potential to innovate, adapt, and overcome. It exists. This potential is there. We see the example with each day. The challenge is becoming also, not less. Nevertheless, that probably was more like the essence of lives of human beings at any period. So it's not such a huge exception. So again, I'm still optimistic.
No, you must be, and I think you gave a very important example of the Council of Europe. And I want to just extend this argument, that is it therefore a valid judgment for many countries around the world to make, that perhaps solutions will now be found because of the fact that the UN is divided. The solution may be found through smaller groupings, to come up with plurilateral arrangements, as they call it, or minilateral arrangements. And do you think, is that going to stay with us? Is the small club of countries that align themselves for specific issues or specific purposes going to be the normal in multilateralism?
I think for sure this process is already on. I just gave example of European political community. That is exactly the case, when it's same composition as Council of Europe, by the way. So this new structure, it's an expression of this attempt to have processes dealt on regional level. We have quite a few new additional integration mechanisms in Latin American countries. and Caribbeans, in Africa as well, this regional trend and sub-regional trend also getting stronger. And even in your part of the world, we see new regional initiatives, new structures, new organizations. So certainly not to replace the global structures, but to amend this regionalism is also part of sub-globalism, I would say, which could be indeed effectively complement sometimes ineffectiveness on the global level.
You know, before I came to Yerevan, Gladden, I was told by one of our folks in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that in the Indian Ministry of External Affairs, as it is called, that apparently 34 countries have applied for BRICS membership. After the last expansion, another 34. Is Hungary going to join BRICS?
Well,
I'm just, since you have a connectivity project and you're connecting to the other side, do you think it is useful now to break the silos and think about these other groupings in different parts of the world as a means of engaging with a whole new set of actors? It's a serious question.
I think what plagues the discussion about BRICS and similar, large minilateral organizations, I want to echo some of the comments of the Deputy Minister here as well, is something like EU envy. Everyone seems to ask questions like, will BRICS become something like the EU? Will the EU become something
Hopefully
like
not. We might be more productive.
Yeah. No. But I mean, I think a lot of the multinational, multilateral institutions that were built in the shadow of the post-war kind of ideological fervor identified nationalism and the nation state as somehow a danger or a risk. And based on the experiences of the first part of the 20th century, that's certainly a reasonable conclusion to a certain extent. But it became kind of overweighted with a very heavy ideological overlay, that everything contributing to nationalism has to be wiped out and can be replaced with the little neoliberal one solution bag that we mentioned earlier. And I think that these minilateral organizations, up to and including BRICS, are somehow ways of breaking out of that, because they provide you a lot of different ways of looking at national interest in different configurations. So if we expect the world to form more multilateral institutions or multinational institutions in the same way that it did previously, we're probably looking for the wrong thing. And in the meantime, organizations like the EU are suffering a bit from the way that they have operated. They have become more ideologically overweighted. They have viewed national interest as an obstacle rather than an essential part of obtaining consensus. They've tended to use an ideological framework for prohibiting discussions of strategic calculations, because you get put in an ideological camp as soon as you start to ask questions. And I think all of those things are making those institutions more brittle, and so we will see successful experiments in alternative regional or even global arrangements of different types. But I think the key feature of those, to say something specific and not to be too vague about it, is they have to be platforms in which different aspects of national interests are discussed and exchanged.
Shambi, minilateralism, clublateralism, and multilateralism. How does someone who works in a multilateral institution view this? Complementary, or is it contesting development?
Well, I think I think there's one can't ignore that there's some contestation there, certainly, if bandwidth is limited. But I think largely it's complementary. I would imagine, I'm just now trying to think of an analogy, I can't think of one, but imagine a table, I think the minilaterals is sort of like legs, but you still need that broad table to bring everything together. So minilaterals will serve important purposes very well for certain groupings. But you still need an all-inclusive place where...
To respond to the planetary challenges
where the small island developing states can have an equal voice, an existential voice, this sort of thing. But it's very fascinating to see what's been happening really in the last year, in fact. And that's kind of, I think, the message that we take to the P5, the ones who stand to kind of, in a way, lose the most power in terms of Security Council reform, but I think actually can gain the most as well, which is if the Security Council doesn't reform and eventually it breaks, then it can be replaced by these other multilateral platforms. Before, that was just sort of a theory. Now we see just in the last year, G20, under India's leadership, which delivered a huge number of very important consensus results at a time nobody thought that would be possible. India invited in the African Union as an important move for inclusion through the G20 mechanism. The BRICS, as you've just mentioned, now growing and growing and growing. Of course, it's a little bit like right-sizing the invite list for your dinner party. There are diminishing returns, and you start to find out the bigger you get, the harder it is to come to consensus. So I think it's a very important interplay, and I think fundamentally it's complementary.
So we are going to now turn it over to you. We are going to take 3 questions or 2 questions and come back to the panelists for their final responses to each of those. So I can see a hand here. And is there any hand on that side? Can I see some? I can see Marcin there. And I have the good general here. So we'll start with the general first and then come to you, Marcin. Okay?
So the discussion began with a reference to dying hope and aspiration. Now what surprises me that the United States today is facing this crisis of dying hope and aspiration, a $22 trillion economy. I'm told the deaths out of despair in the United States are larger than those of COVID. Declining life expectancy. And I'm quoting Neil Ferguson in a famous article. So if this is the state of a $22 economy,
$22 trillion economy.
Yeah, $1 trillion economy, I think a $4 trillion economy like India, where hope and aspiration is still alive, is a far better prospect. So anybody in the panel would like to respond to that?
Okay, so hope and despair and economic well-being are not related is the question, or are they? That's the question that he's asking. Marcin.
Well, thank you very much, Samir. Excellent conversation. Great to see so many friends at the panel. Two questions, actually. I'll comment on a question. First one about the UN and Security Council reform and generally the Summit for the Future. Does anybody remember what globalization was, or actually even using the term or word globalization? I mean, we don't see it anywhere else. It was sort of, given a kiss of death in many ways, but it might be actually not so bad to go back and look at the connectivity aspects that were put there on the table, because some solutions actually could be still valid. And this is a lot about what the minister was mentioning. I mean, there have been discussions before. It's not like we're really inventing something completely new. It is about the political will and leadership. And my question is to colleagues around the Middle East. And actually, we've worked with a couple of colleagues for a long time on an idea of sort of an OEC for the Middle East. By the way, an organization that provided a lot of security for Europe, which Russia trashed basically and became obsolete. But could that kind of an initiative be built in? Would you see that as a potential kind of way to open up then the base for more collaboration, connectivity, to build economic relations that could form sort of a closer of a EU type of an institutional arrangement for the Middle East or for Latin America, as was mentioned here as well? Thanks.
So there are 2 questions here, 3 questions rather. And I think that the final part of Marcin's question, I'm going to just add some words to it. Is it fundamentally rational to assume that good economic connectivity leads to peace? I'm going to just put it out there. And is that a recipe that we must pursue, or is that a recipe that has failed? From our experiences in the past, Europe was never more interconnected when it went into the big wars in the previous century. So what is it, economics alone, connectivity, or is it connectivity of cultures and diversity and people that we really need to focus on? So let's respond to those questions: hope, despair, and economic status, as well as visiting globalization, connectivity, and of course these mini-lateral arrangements that connect as well as ensure peace, like OSCE, right? So let's start with Anna and let's end with the Minister. Minister, you'll have the final word. Let's start with Anna and go around the panel.
Beside the fact that I'm not from the Middle East and the questions are...
No, you can take it broadly.
Yeah, I have just 3 final notes. I would like to highlighting when Madam was speaking very well about the interests and relationships. We are adults, so of course all the countries have interests, also Europe. Sometimes the speech, and I'm very bossy with Europe in my country. I'm very autocritic, but I need to recognize that Europe also have interests, so they will support one part of the conflict as you will support another. So just to make this idea, multiculturality doesn't mean that you need to eliminate someone. This is the major challenge. Multiculturality means integration and inclusion. We need to find ways of living together and in a very respectful way. So we need, regarding Europe and other countries, we need to stop, and I'm focused more on politics, we need to stop this show of politics. We want to show our power through things. For example, European Parliament has two parliaments working, Strasbourg and Brussels. Why? Because France doesn't want to eliminate this, its parliament in Strasbourg. For what? Why we are spending money there? And this is the kind of issue and the situation that helps to put citizens more far away than politics, because we are not practicing what we are preaching. So leadership, what you said before, of course, by example. We need to be what we are speaking, what we are talking. So this is my big message for you all. Thanks for these dialogues. They are very important, and we need to speak more, be more humble. And when we go to another country and speak with other country, we need to be more humble, try to forget some traumas of the past, like we do in our families and in our couples and with our husbands and wives and so on. We need to talk more about the future and has a message of hope. I'm a very positive one, so I believe in human being.
Okay. Gladden, $22 trillion economy and yet despair.
Well, in 2016, there was a famous map that was produced called the China Shock Map. And this was an area, a map showing the parts of the US that had undergone the worst deindustrialization in different areas. So these areas lost their pharmaceutical factories or textile factories or whatnot. And there was a certain version of globalization which had gone into and fed the decisions which led to that. And that was the idea that, in fact, nations don't matter, are simply obstacles to a certain form of globalization, that it doesn't matter where anything is made, that we can completely dissociate all the parts of our lives, the economic life, the social, cultural, national, consumer, separate them all. It doesn't, there's nothing that brings them together. And this is not the same experience of globalization that occurred everywhere, but it is a certain form that happened in the US. And I think it underlies the phenomenon that has been mentioned, because those were the areas which, since 2016, and in many places it hasn't improved, there has been a lot of despair. Communities haven't come back together. They haven't magically, the jobs didn't magically come back. Some of them have navigated well, some of them have navigated poorly. It's a big country. This doesn't mean that globalization itself is wrong. It certainly doesn't mean that connectivity is wrong. In fact, in the last few years, we've been going in the other direction, particularly in Europe. Europe is a place that has benefited from a different model of globalization. It's a place that has to have a very open economy. It's where things come in and are made and are sent back out. It doesn't have the same geo-economic situation as the US. So we have to maintain the concept of connectivity, but put it together with other concepts, again, like national sovereignty, national interests, that sometimes were thrown to the side in that early phase, that kind of hubristic phase of globalization, if you will. So we have to be more careful about how we put those things together. But I think from a European perspective, certainly a Hungarian one, it seemed like globalization was the name of the game, and then suddenly everything's going in the other direction. we need to have a more mature way of combining connectivity and national interest.
And does more connectivity lead to peace?
Yes, if we include in that diplomacy and negotiation as the basis for good exchange. So I think it was, I think the problem was that in some places globalization was presented as an ideology to be imposed rather than a framework for articulating our interests and learning to cooperate directly. It was in many places inflicted, and you had many publicists in the 1990s saying, well, it's rationally better to have all of the factories in this middle Midwestern town shut down because it'll be optimal for them later. In the meantime, like an entire real community got destroyed. So it's about the right framework for decisions, and connectivity is clearly the name of the game in more and more regions, but putting it together with the concepts that will make it sustainable and a good framework for evaluating how economic relationships can support peace, that I think is essential.
Episode?
Well, two issues. I think minilateralism now, it's working. Medium powers are more effective. India is one of them. And this multilateralism, it's more effective rather than those in United Nations. This is what we are witnessing now. Yeah, more consensus between those medium powers. Regarding connectivity, yes, I agree. Economic connectivity, and it does work. And UAE put economy first in its a new version of foreign policy. But Gaza war, and that was where a Naqab forum created after the Abrahamic Accord, that there will be many economic projects between Jordan, Israel, part of the Arab world, even Europe. IMAC was one of that. But Gaza war shows that geopolitics influence geoeconomics. Okay? IMAC has been stopped. All that project from Naqab Forum stopped. So if you don't have stability, if you still have wars and conflict, so this economic connectivity cannot work. It doesn't work. You can apply it anywhere. If you have conflict, connectivity between Europe also, Ukrainian war, stopped it. Europe all now, it is only focusing, producing arms and more on militarily side rather than economic side. And this is what we need to learn from what's happening, that win-win situation or win-win formula, this is the best formula for everybody, okay? That you cannot take everything and you have to accept to take a share. Zero-sum game, it will lead us to chaos in this world.
Shambi.
So I think I would say, to quote Sir David Frost, who said, diplomacy is the art of letting others have your way. That maybe worked in a unipolar, maybe a bipolar world, but in this multipolar world, it doesn't work anymore. That's very clear. And so I think that's the major change. And again, we talk about the rise, the locus of power of the global south. You could just look at, for example, one issue, which is adaptation in the face of climate change. I mean, you look at India, which is facing, some of the greatest hazards of climate change. But at the same time has historical emissions of like 5% or something, but with 18% of the population. So the imbalance there is dramatic. The high-income world, sort of pledged $100 billion a year, struggled to make that. By the time they make that, now we realize we need like 3-4 trillion, something like that a year. So we need a quantum leap in terms of the accountability of those who became wealthy on the back of dirty energy. This is, the multilateral development bank reform that we're talking about. The Secretary General has called for rescuing the SDGs and these sorts of things. And again, India's G20 presidency put that very much at the top. So that's one. And India has put forward the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So to bring that resilient infrastructure to the global south, to developing countries who are facing the impacts of climate, that's one. But I would then, just on the optimism sort of thing, I would end on a feeling of optimism. I am optimistic. And two streams of optimism there are Armenia and India. You know, and as we say, someone said, together that's 1.4 billion people.
I wonder who said that.
Yeah, and you know, but truly, you see, my time here in Armenia, I witnessed incredible, you know, combination of the talent of young people and digital technology, innovation, AI, deep tech, blockchain, all this really, really cool stuff that is taking advantage of Armenia's strengths to provide value to the world. And I hope everybody who's coming visiting has a chance to go see Tumo, to go see all of the really, really cool things that are happening here. India, which has, I like to say, the greatest, meaning the largest youth generation in history. No country has ever had more young minds to tap for solutions ever in history. And it's happening really, really quickly. So India's Jam Trinity, digital public infrastructure, we've had some great discussions yesterday and today on that, is showing what you can do when you provide 1.4 billion, you know, digital identities, mobile phones, cheap data, digital bank accounts, inclusion for women. All of these things are really, really powerful. So I think that it looks very pessimistic now. But when we see the pace of change, I do believe that we are going to get to where we need to be. And I'd like to say, you know, shnorelkadutsun to my Armenian colleagues and bohat dhanyavad to my Indian colleagues for all of that.
Okay. Mr. Minister, the final word.
Indeed, first on connectivity and peace, we're strong believers, and our Armenia's project on Crossroad of Peace that been mentioned, I think, a lot during the conference. One testimony that we really believe in that approach, and we see the correlation between economic benefits and peace. That's how also the European Union was founded, after all. I also would agree with the comments on the Reform on Security Council, when sometimes prolonged discussion lacking the results. I think demands for political courage is even more high now than ever before. Ability to take right decision is not sufficient just to discuss and talk, but to act. That's probably the biggest challenge these days, and to have this political courage in most difficult situation and challenges, something hopefully would save us at the end. So once again, this discussion, which could be quite depressing, turned to be a quite
positive one,
realistic and
right?
positive. Exactly.
No, actually,
you managed.
Mr. Minister, I think it is all you're doing. You introduced the word hope, and you infected the panel with hope. I think what I take away from this panel are three things. One was the interesting words we heard. I think David started that yesterday morning. We must listen more. We must hear the other. And I think you started this yesterday, your speech, and we heard that resonating through the panel, that let's listen to each other. I think that was an interesting proposition. We heard about leadership, and I think that's important. We saw that through the panel, the importance of having a direction that is inclusive and takes everyone together, understands the contextual differences, and yet finds a way that includes all. I think that's leadership, right? That we heard about that. And the third, I think, Marcin, your point, very important point. Everyone on this panel is betting on connectivity, is betting on globalization. I think the caution here is that at some point we used to argue that economics is hitting a political wall because we got the politics wrong. I would argue today that politics is hitting an economic wall because we've got our economics wrong. And I think that's the point Gladden made, that if you have perverse economics imposed as an ideological framework on geographies around the world, you will eventually fund bad politics. And some of the bad politics that we see today comes from 75 years of some elements of globalization having gone wrong. Globalization has to be invested into. We have to sustain it. We have to bet on it. And as an Indian, I say it, because this decade belongs to countries like ours who are rising, including Poland, Marcin, who are rising, who are growing, and who are eventually going to meet the expectations that their people have from their governments and from the world that they live in. Armenia is a case in point. Armenia is on the move. And like Shombi clearly outlined, Armenia offers an example of bold, courageous leadership, of betting on connectivity, and believing on the innovation of the young people to transform their nation. And I think this is a good note to end this conference on. Thank you for coming to Yerevan. Armenia is part of the solution for the world we seek tomorrow. Thank you very much, and let me sign off. Thank you. I would request the panelists to please join us in the hall with the audience, and I'm going to invite two of our friends to join us to close this conference. So please, thank you very much, and I would request you to take your seats in the room. And let me move here to begin the concluding session of this conference. Let me invite both David and Minister Safrayan to join us on stage. So we've had a very rich 2 days of discussions, debates, and I request you all to stay with me for 30 more minutes. I want 30 more minutes of your life. Anna, please join me, and others too. You've given me 2.5 days, give me 30 minutes more, okay? Thank you. Maybe 25 minutes. Okay, so as we conclude this, it is only fair that the final voices on this podium for the Yerevan dialogue belong to the two people who have shaped this discussion, this forum, this platform, and this gathering. So let me first invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs to speak to us, someone who has been very keenly involved in putting this all together. So Mr. Minister, can I turn to you first?
Thank you so much. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, as we have our final item, the pleasant item ahead of us, I don't want to speak for too long because it might kickstart actually another round of discussions, I'm sure. But frankly, I don't remember so much talent, expertise, and wit gathered in my home country. And I'm very happy that in these 3 days we have exceeded all my optimistic expectations, be it the panels, the discussions, the sessions, the informal socializing, and even there at the Armenian wine. I would like to share with you some of my personal views of the discussions. Many speakers have acknowledged that a lack of dialogue creates misunderstanding, and we are witnessing this phenomenon at a time when our world seems to be wired up in so many ways, including cutting-edge technology that transfers bits of information globally in a matter of seconds. As it was noted by many across the different panels, the climate change is affecting countries and individuals in many ways. And I was actually struck to realize that we here in Armenia do not pay enough attention to this, because our climate has changed and we haven't realized that. This year, heavy rains have disrupted our, well, I will first note the positive aspects. They have made Armenia's sun-dry mountains look like northern Scotland and elevated the level of our precious Sevan Lake. But then they cut our connection to Georgia for 2 weeks. It was damaged, our railway, and also tested our urban drainage system. And I think that one of the aspects of this conference that made me think that we should act already here in Armenia was the discussion on climate change. The second thing, I was shocked to learn that these autonomous weapons, actually, I had to learn the term. Autonomous weapons are, a new phenomenon that is actually, when I was following the discussion, it seemed like it is a sci-fi movie, but then I realized that this is not a distant future. It is already here. We have to deal with it, and really appreciated the call for a convention Samir, this has been a great exercise, and not least and maybe most importantly, because we were instructed by our Prime Minister during his inaugural speech to have another Yerevan dialogue next year already. So we might start working tomorrow morning. But another thing that I would like to mention that I didn't follow these really interesting discussions because I was I followed several panels, but not all of them. But I want to propose to have a publication on this Yerevan dialogue that we held, and also my Minister Mizoyan, when he was making his speech in inaugural session, he mentioned that actually he quoted one of Armenia's famous Armenian-American famous novelist, William Saroyan, saying that something is wrong somewhere.
Good.
So I really think that we are, what is happening here, it is a process of diagnosis of problems that are there in the world, and it seems like we feel this process of putting a diagnosis should happen more often. So I really think that Armenia wants to be a part of that process, and through Yerevan dialogue. Thank you.
Please join me in applauding the Minister for his efforts.
On to David.
And now, of course, we turn to the energy behind all of this, the force of nature, who can produce wine in the vineyard and can create the magic that he will this evening, and yet be absolutely focused on the future, not only for his country but for the region and for the world, and how can he and his ministry and his team contribute to that better tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you David, who has organized all of this and is the curator of the show. David, over to you.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you, all the participants, all the panelists, all the speakers, because you helped us shape the first inaugural Yerevan dialogue. I want to applaud to all of you, because without you, this would never happen. And we are very grateful that you didn't refuse our invitation and came to Yerevan during this beautiful time. That September is the best weather in Yerevan, when you can have the best food, the best entertainment, and the best hospitality. Thank you very much. I want to thank every person who helped to organize this event. The MFA specific team and the team of ORF that were working day and night in order to have the best narratives, the best program, the best agenda we had during these 2 days. I want to thank the technical staff. I think they are not sleeping already for 3 days. Yeah, but guys, thank you very much. I want to thank our volunteers that helped us with all the logistics and other stuff. I want to thank our sponsors that believed in this project. I want to name them: T-Mobile, Bank, Fastbank, Fastex, and Armenia Wine, where we had a very good evening. A very, very special and warm thank to my brother Samir, without whom all of this would never happen, who helped us in every single part. He was very patient with us.
He means rude.
Yeah. Samir, you are in our hearts, and we hope that you take a part of Armenia with you, and it will be always with you. I want to thank my government. I want to thank my Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister that believed in this project.
and most importantly funded it. And we already have a promise to organize next Yerevan Dialogue next year. So I will be very happy to host you here next year too. Please, I have a request. Just take something from Yerevan with you and keep it close to your heart. We are very warm people. We are very hospitable people. Come back and enjoy Armenia and Yerevan with us. It's time to party.
So, let me... To conclude this session, let me invite Ambassador Malhotra, who has assiduously produced a book on the South Caucasus. And I want to give it to both you gentlemen for your library in the MOFA. He's been very passionate about the region, and I thought this could be a good souvenir to leave from India with all of you. And now as David said, it's time to party. 7:30 p.m. at the stage. That's the venue for dinner? And
Thank you.